Her Double Life Fake Fiancé, Sweet Romantic Suspense, Christmas Fake Fiancé Romance Book Number 5. Written by Kimberly Montpetit. Narrated by Brenda Scott Waslow. Chapter 1. It was a suffocating hot October morning, on the day Amelia Steele would meet the mysterious man that would change her life forever. But meeting a new man was the very last thing on Amelia's mind. Instead, the muggy atmosphere of San Francisco was oppressive, like a weight against her chest. Autumn was always a gorgeous season in the city, especially after the foggy summer months. But if Amelia had known what was going to happen, she might have turned around and gone back home. Fate had other plans. Pressing on the gas pedal after the light at Lombard and Hyde turned green, Amelia's Honda Civic jerked and sputtered, then immediately died in the middle of the intersection. "Oh no," Amelia moaned. She was already late, and now this? Could this day get any worse? With the engine dead, Amelia began to sweat inside the airless vehicle. Not that she wasn't already sweating with nerves, because in 20 minutes she was supposed to be giving a presentation to the department bosses and a few other execs at the software design company she worked for. It would be the first presentation of the last 3 years' work in front of all the big brass. Her hands shook as she grabbed her cell phone and called a towing service. 30 minutes later, after watching her vehicle being carried away to a mechanic shop, Amelia jumped on a cable car, agonizingly hot and wearing a streak of sweat across her brow. Nearing the financial district, she released her grip on the cable car's pole and hailed a taxi to take her the rest of the way to Columbus and Pacific Avenue. A text message pinged after she slid into the back seat of the cab, blowing out a breath of relief at the cool air conditioning. It was her best friend, Lila Norwood. Lila. "Want to grab lunch today? I ran out of the house without my boring sack lunch. Kind of convenient if I do say so myself. Haha. Tired of eating at my desk. I need a change of scenery." Amelia. "I'd love to. At the moment, I'm about to throw up with nerves, and my car broke down." Lila. "No. I'm so sorry, honey. Can I help at all?" Amelia. "I'd love a ride home. The garage said it might take a few days to fix. Looks like my timing belt may have gone kaput. That, and my battery, or alternator. It would be just my luck if both need replacing." Lila. "Sending fantastic thoughts on the presentation. That's today, right?" Amelia. "Yep. I should have brought an extra blouse with me. Is today the hottest day on record for the past century?" Lila. "This heat is Satan's furnace, but you will be great. Take deep breaths and focus. I'll call you later to pick you up for lunch. You will deserve every piece of steak or sushi at House of Prime Rib I can shove into your mouth." Amelia gave a laugh and sent text messages to her boss and the office manager to inform them about her late arrival. Why did she ever agree to do this presentation? She'd been wiggling out of presenting ever since she was hired 5 years ago, but she couldn't avoid it any longer. Besides, presenting her work might lead to getting papers published or speaking at engineering conferences. Definite perks, like nice raises and recognition in the computer engineering world. After paying the taxi driver, Amelia ran up the wide set of concrete stairs and stuck her security ID into the slot to unlock Diamond Tech's double glass doors. The large marble foyer was blessedly cool. At least the building had air conditioning. San Francisco remained so cool or rainy most of the year that even her apartment didn't come with AC. If it got too warm, she just opened the windows to get a cross breeze. Or spent one of the rare heatwave evenings at Lila's place that boasted superior air conditioning. Or a restaurant. The front desk receptionist was on the phone and barely gave her a glance as Amelia trudged up the 3 flights of stairs to get to her office, because on today of all days, the building's elevators were being serviced. Of course. Once she reached her office, Amelia popped open a bottle of cold water, gulping it down in 3 swigs. She stood at the window for a moment, taking in the beautiful pyramid building a quarter-mile away. She was lucky to have an office with a great view of downtown and the white-capped bay in the near distance. She was fortunate to have a great job, despite the pressure and deadlines it often brought. The location of Diamond World Tech Corporation was interesting, since most tech companies were further south on the peninsula in Silicon Valley. But the owner was a woman, deeply in love with the city and refused to relocate. Of course, Diamond World had a board of directors that went with any large company, but Amelia had been treated fairly and worked her way up after getting her computer engineering master's degree at Stanford 3 years earlier, after a change from a biology major. As much as she loved bugs and snakes and critters, she loved the puzzles of math and software more, and it definitely paid better. 3 years ago, she moved out of the house she'd grown up in and got her own adorable apartment. Truly a feat, living in such an expensive city. But the pay raise at the time, actually her last raise, was decent, which merely heaped a whole new level of stress when her boss demanded more. She had to earn that salary, right? Okay, she muttered, checking the clock on the wall while she gathered up her notes and flash drive for the digital presentation. Panic stabbed at her chest. Despite all the hurrying, she was late to her own party. Fighting anxiety, Amelia took a final swig of water and then raced out the door to get to the conference room. Amelia wished she'd checked her face and hair and lipstick. She must look a sweaty wreck. That's when she realized that she was still carrying her purse instead of stowing it in a desk drawer. But that meant she could duck into the restroom right now. A strained laugh burst from her lips. Maybe she'd been saved by her own frenzied angst. Leaning into the mirror, Amelia fluffed the long waves of her hair, fixed her bangs with her fingers, and applied fresh red lipstick. Okay, now she was ready, despite the jitters in her stomach. She paused at the restroom door when her phone buzzed. Lila wouldn't be interrupting her again. She knew how important this presentation was. And her parents were currently out of town celebrating their 35th wedding anniversary. Might it be her younger sister, Erin, who had begun her FBI training at Quantico in Virginia? That didn't make sense either, since the new candidates for agents weren't allowed contact with the outside until their training was completed. Amelia let out a sigh. Sean. Of course. Her baby brother had just begun his MBA program at SFSU and was on fall break. What trouble was he getting into? Amelia glanced around the hallway before silencing her phone. Nope, it wasn't Sean at all. Instead, she'd received a text from her ex-boyfriend, Garth Sullivan. Every cell in her body turned cold. If her hands were shaking earlier, now they were positively manic. Garth. Hey, baby. Where are you? I've been trying to get hold of you. Tried your apartment, your family, even Lila, but they all tell me they know nothing. Now we both know that's not true. Why are they lying for you? Amelia ground her teeth together. She was sure that she had blocked the man. Then she glanced at the phone number Garth had messaged her from. It was a new number. She tried not to let out a curse of annoyance. And yet, it was so much more than that. Furiously, she typed on the phone's keyboard. Amelia, nobody is lying. Everyone knows we broke up weeks ago. They do know what happened, and now I'm blocking this number. Do not contact me ever again. Amelia halted on the carpet to blink away the sudden tears of frustration. Her face was probably red and flushed by now. And she was angry. There were days she just wanted to run away and disappear. At the moment, this presentation was the most important thing of her life. But how in the world did Garth get her new phone number? She changed it when she broke up with him. Everyone in her circle of family and friends knew she didn't want him to contact her, that she was afraid of him. When she reached the conference room, it was already full. She didn't even get a 2-minute breath to calm her spiraling thoughts. Her manager, Brad Williams, waved her over. "I was beginning to worry about you. What took so long?" "Had to wait longer than I hoped for a tow truck, then find transportation. It's, been a morning," Amelia muttered. "Sorry about that," he said with sympathy. "But I've already loaded up your presentation. All you have to do is press the buttons on your clicker and blow us all away with your brilliance." "You do such a smooth job of pandering, Williams," she said with a twist of her lips. "But thanks. I really appreciate it." Brad lowered his voice and turned his head aside to whisper, "Don't look now, but we have a Department of Defense contingent from Washington visiting and quite interested in your work. They were out here for something else and learned that our department was presenting our last 3 years of work on cybersecurity." "Lucky me," Amelia muttered. Her blood pressure shot sky high. As if doing a presentation isn't nerve-wracking enough, boss. "You owe me lunch tomorrow." "Deal. You're going to knock it out of the park. No worries." "Easy for you to say." 60 seconds later, Brad had introduced her, and Amelia smoothed a hand down her pencil skirt as she glanced out across the room. She hated public speaking, and seeing several upper management bigwigs in the crowd did nothing to bolster her confidence or keep her voice from wavering with nerves. At the moment, she'd take being anywhere, even the dentist's chair, over speaking in front of a crowd, even if the crowd consisted of friends and colleagues. But it was part of the job to share what she had been working on to the rest of the group. In addition to that, her boss was so impressed, he'd submitted the paper she'd written to a conference as well as a journal, and she'd been accepted to present. This was a trial run to practice, which she should be thankful for. Despite the good stuff, it didn't make all those people staring at her right now any easier. And Brad was right. She didn't recognize any of the men and women sitting in the far back row. In fact, their faces were a blur. "Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. First, I want to thank my team for working so hard on this project. We're proud of what we've created, but also excited to show you our breakthrough on new cybersecurity software." The attendees sat up straighter, their eyes on her face. Spy software was always intriguing, the stuff of movies and novels. Most computer software engineers were just regular people, not James Bond, who relied on the brains of Q, Bond's gadget maker sitting in a secret warehouse. Amelia tried to ignore the back row filled with 4 silent, stone-faced men and 2 women from the Department of Defense, if that's really who they were. Government officials never introduced themselves, never told you where they were from, and never gave any indication that they were interested, let alone enthused, about your research or development. Actually, even Brad might not know for sure they were from the Department of Defense or the CIA. Might be just several heads of big-name companies wanting to get first dibs on a new security invention. She liked to think there was a James Bond wannabe in the group, and the idea brought a small smile to her face, which also made her relax a teensy bit. Even so, 3 days ago, Brad had told her that the presentation would be highly classified. Many of the potential attendees had been excluded because they didn't have the correct security clearance. In fact, as Amelia scanned the room, she noted that everyone was wearing the highest color-coded security level badge around their necks. Her neck prickled with the pressure and intrigue of it all. She knew her work was a big breakthrough, but she spent all her time so immersed in her own little world that she forgot that every government and CEO around the world wished they could be sitting in this room. I'm sure most of you are aware that our team started with the goal of creating a completely new method of eavesdropping and a method that is undetectable. That's been a tricky question for decades. Smart spies who know their stuff can eventually find bugs and cameras and destroy them. But what if we could create a device that nobody can detect? There was a definite shift of excitement in the conference room. Amelia kept going. At the moment, most of our secure government buildings, national laboratories, the Pentagon, and foreign embassies throughout the world pipe music directly at the windows of their buildings, all day and night long, even after employees have gone home for the day. The music waves bounce off the glass and scrambles the infiltration of listening devices that detect sound waves off the windows. Well, the sound waves aren't exactly scrambled, but the music overshadows the sound waves of people's private or secure conversations. Amelia flipped to the next set of slides. A silent room was always intimidating. Were they interested or bored? Brad caught her eye and nodded to keep going. When a foreign agent, or one of our own on assignment, wants to bug a particular location, the most difficult part is getting inside the intended house or building or vehicle. Our technology with bugging devices has advanced enormously over the past 2 decades, but it always comes with risk of detection, and then potential destruction by an enemy if they find it too quickly. A slight titter rippled through the conference room. "Sorry to sound like a movie script," she said with a little laugh. "But the movie fantasy has been here for a while in the real computer tech sphere. We're excited to show you that we've written code that can be implemented into mundane or ubiquitous devices found in every room. No more placing them on a window or drilled into a small hole in the wall and repainted to camouflage it, or inside a lamp or television set, which are all detectable to someone who knows what to look for. From what I understand, most spies learn these basic methods in their first year of training. We've been behind the curve for a long time in outpacing foreign agents." She paused and went to the next slide, her heartbeat picking up speed. "What we have developed is a method of transcribing sound waves, in other words, voice, through a novel method directly using the electronics that are found inside common devices. At the same time, we've discovered how to insert code to perform this task into the embedded computers that now control many common devices which are located in spaces such as this one we're sitting in." Amelia's teammates glanced about the room to search for common devices that could be used. The 4 guests weren't so obvious, but Amelia held back a tiny smile as she spotted their eyes moving, even though they didn't so much as shift in their seats or turn their heads. She took a sip of water. "The bottom line is we could turn the thermostat in this room into a listening device. We can hack the already embedded computer inside the thermostat to add the new code, store the conversation, and later upload the data stream back to us without ever needing to be in direct contact with the unit. No direct transmission. The data can be encrypted into the normal internet communications in the building. Just about every room, in every business, home, or hotel has a thermostat. And that is just one common device we can use. Smartphones, clocks, radios, even those simple Alexa devices," she added with a smile. Brad Williams rose to stand beside Amelia. "We're still debugging and testing, and that may go on for another couple of years to perfect the technology, but we're on the cusp of something really huge. Not just for the United States government, but for any company that wants to track unwanted criminals who break into their buildings or offices, or to help them find employees who are up to no good. Everything they say and do will be recorded and tracked." There was another surge of laughter. Someone raised their hand. "Do you mean your code cannot be cracked?" If you can get to the code, you can interpret it. The code will obviously be in an entirely different location with high-tech security, encrypted computers, and only accessed by chosen personnel. Do you think this can be used on the open market? Another woman asked. It will be much too expensive for at least another decade, but there is that potential as well. One of her coworkers asked, Is it your opinion that our company could grow into one of the most influential tech companies in California? Amelia smiled. Certainly, and probably the world. There is the potential for billions in sales. Glad I came to work here, one of the office managers whispered from the front row. Job security. Amelia stepped to the left, answering the newest timeline question. Putting together these packages is going to take time, as well as getting the patents. We will need special purpose hardware to connect with the devices remotely. That is still in development. Brad smoothly interjected. That's how it always is with hot new software. We can take a few questions now, he added, lifting an eyebrow. But we won't be sharing any pieces of our specific code. A few chuckles erupted as the room began to buzz with multiple conversations. Amelia gave a quick glance to the back row. Those men from the government, the spies, and the top brass. None of them had asked a single question. Of course, they wouldn't. Security was always their biggest concern. They were here to see, to listen, and not to talk. That would come later in private, secure meetings. Now that this project had begun to blossom into something bigger and hotter, the CEO of Diamond Technology was moving Amelia and her team to the top floor of the building with fingerprint access only. New clearances would also be issued, with a read into the project under threat of serious jail time. All at once, the broad-shouldered man with dark wavy hair sitting at the end of the row closest to the hallway door locked eyes with Amelia. His penetrating gaze riveted on her face. Amelia's own attention swung straight at him as if he compelled her with an invisible force. Time stood still. The conversation around Amelia disappeared while the room appeared to dissolve. Each of her coworkers, including Brad and the software team, became invisible as the unknown man sitting in the back of the room zeroed in on Amelia's face. Not just her face, but straight into her eyes, as if he already knew her. As if they were the only two people in the entire world. A rush of scorching tingles ran along every inch of Amelia's body. For a moment, she couldn't breathe. But neither could she stop staring at him. The sensations running through her were like an otherworldly experience. Her legs trembled, and she leaned a hand against the table to steady herself. Finally, with brute force, she yanked her eyes away as Brad leaned in to gain her attention. Her boss shot her a puzzled look and began to answer a few general questions that Amelia hadn't even heard. Despite trying to focus on the meeting and the questions and answers, Amelia was hyper-aware of the extraordinary man. Who was he? Was he government? A CEO of another tech company they would partner with? Why was he staring at her so intently, and why couldn't she keep her own eyes averted? Amelia prayed that Brad wouldn't direct any questions at her. At the moment, she couldn't have answered any. She literally could not think straight, as if he'd rearranged all her brain cells. A few seconds later, the group of officials or intelligent officers, whoever they were, rose to their feet as one body and silently departed the conference room. Before Amelia could blink again, the man was gone. She stared at the spot, wanting to run after him to get answers, but her feet were rooted to the floor, heart pounding in her throat. Who was he? And why had he given her such an intense look? Rivulets of perspiration ran down the back of her neck while Amelia fanned her face. Finally, she let out a sigh and brushed a hand through her hair, willing herself not to care. Most likely, he would be boarding a plane back to Washington in an hour, and she would never see him again. Chapter 2. Amelia shut down the PowerPoint presentation and disconnected the laptop with mechanical motions, while the rest of the employees departed. It had been a trying, stress-filled morning, and now she was discombobulated by that man. "You okay?" Brad asked, peering into Amelia's face with a touch of concern. "What did you think about those spooks?" he added as a joke. She glanced up, her mind a million miles away. Spooks? Oh, you mean the intelligence agents. I confess they made me nervous. They've been trained well to act like robots, huh? Brad nodded. Not a smile or a peep or a question. You look wiped out. Or maybe I should say frazzled. Nerves always get to me. You did great, Amelia. Thanks for taking on the bulk of this meeting. It's lunchtime. At least almost. Why don't you get something to eat, check on your broken car, and take a break? Forget all those faceless, nameless intel agents or DOD officials. It's not often we get DC showing up at our door. You can say that again, Amelia agreed, attempting a small laugh. Although the man on the back row would never be faceless to her ever again. If she ever bumped into him on the street, she would instantly know him. Not that it actually mattered. He was probably just some bureaucrat. 15 minutes later, Brad popped into her office. Well, this is interesting. Just got done with a meeting with our own vice president. We've already received instructions not to discuss our work, your work, with anyone outside of this building. All the attendees here today will be debriefed and warned. Warned about what exactly? As we've known, this research is highly valuable. We've been instructed that none of it will be packaged and sold to any other company. Our project will be owned by the United States government for intelligence work. Meaning, I can't present my paper or research at the National Software Conference in St. Louis either. Brad gave her an apologetic smile. We can't ever speak of it again outside these walls. It will never be sold, only used for national security. Amelia plopped back down into her desk chair. It's what we've always suspected, though, right? There go all those beautiful billions for Diamond Tech Corporation. Nice while it lasted during those short 30 minutes, she added with a lopsided grin. They'll buy it, of course, to reimburse us for our expenses and salaries, but the rights will belong solely to the government, and they'll determine the actual price the corporation will get paid. I guess we don't have these security clearance levels for fun and games. Was anybody in that conference room from a company like Microsoft or Google? Nope, Brad said soberly. Security clearances come with a price. Your silence or jail time. Amelia blinked as she watched her boss saunter out the door. She knew that, but it was hard to hear it put so bluntly. Setting down the files she'd been holding tight to her chest, she took a sip from her water bottle. That's that, she whispered under her breath. Time to call the garage about her vehicle and get some lunch downstairs in the cafeteria. She was too wiped out to walk somewhere in this heat, and she hadn't heard from Lila yet. Her friend probably got tied up in a meeting or two. It was a sack lunch day, or a credit card for a vending machine meal. 30 minutes later, she was finishing up a turkey sandwich and an ice-cold Dr. Pepper when her phone buzzed with a text. Without glancing at the screen, she answered. Her stomach shot into her throat, and Amelia felt like she was choking. It was Garth again. Hadn't she already blocked the man? Amelia growled under her breath. He had just gone out and purchased another phone or got a new number. Garth. Hey, beautiful, all I want to do is talk to you. In person. Just you and me. We can fix this. I know we can. We're supposed to be together. You're all I can think about. I miss you so much it hurts. Furious, Amelia was tempted to throw her phone against the wall. But that would only hurt herself, not him, and the only person Garth was hurting was her. He was a drama queen and manipulative to the core of his selfish, arrogant, horrible person. When her phone rang with an actual phone call, not a text, she almost fell out of her chair with terror. But it was only Lila at last. Hey, her friend said in low tones. Sorry to bother you at work, but I've been getting text messages from Garth all day. The guy won't leave it alone. He's calling everybody, practically crying into his beer. It's so pathetic. I'm sorry, Lila. I've told him over and over again to stop, that I will never go back to him. Sounds like we might be in stalker territory now, honey, Lila said thoughtfully. What about a restraining order? I was hoping to avoid that. It's so messy and annoying, and I'm afraid going to the police will only make him escalate into something scarier. Like breaking into your apartment or following you home late one night or physically attacking you? Lila's voice was pointed. He's going that direction. I know it, and you know it. I'm sorry to be so harsh, sweetie. Cold chills ran down Amelia's neck. I never thought he would turn psycho on me. He was so nice in the beginning. There have been signs, Lila said softly. He's always been demanding of your time and space and schedule. Amelia sighed wearily. I know. I just never knew how to break up with him. I should have done it a long time ago. You didn't because deep down, you were afraid of him. You're right. Of course. There was silence for a moment. Then Lila said, How about instead of lunch, I'll come to your office at quitting time, drive you to the car repair shop to pick up your car, and then follow you home. It feels so silly, so unnecessary. I can take a taxi. If it saves your life and gives you some peace, it is worth it, you stubborn girl. Okay. You've convinced me, Amelia said with a small laugh. I'll see you at quitting time. We'll get my car and then discuss all the rest. You just proved my point, Lila chided. What would I do without you? Hey, college roomies and best friends forever, period. If you were ever in trouble, I'd do everything I could to save you. That's a promise. The feeling is mutual. For a split second, Amelia was tempted to tell Lila about that fascinating man who'd attended her presentation. Their locked eyes had penetrated so deeply, so personally, and his soft smile was so darn charming, he had practically knocked her right off her high heels. Talking about it was beyond silly. She didn't even know his name, or where he was from, or what agency he was with. If he'd truly been interested, if he'd felt the same sensations she had felt, he would have spoken to her. He probably looked at every woman like that, a playboy, a womanizer. It meant nothing, so she wasn't going to give him any more thought. Promptly at 5 o'clock, Lila was at the curb of Diamond Tech. Traffic was a bear at commute time, a given for the city and the rest of the Bay Area. But it only took an hour to retrieve the car, pay the bill for a new alternator, and follow Lila back to her own apartment. Shall we grab some dinner? Lila asked after Amelia parked in the private garage below her apartment. I'm sorry, but I'm super exhausted. Let's plan something for the weekend. Today really did me in. Lila nodded. You never did tell me how your presentation went. Amelia shrugged. It was fine. Her friend lifted an eyebrow. That's it? Just fine? Do you have new investors or an offer to buy your brilliant work for $100 million? Nope, my work is now part of a government buyout. I'm also not allowed to talk about it to anyone. What did your boss say? Amelia gave her friend a sideways smile. He told me I was brilliant. Well, that's a given. Amelia just shrugged again. See this security badge? If I talk, I go to the gallows. Lila burst out laughing. Enough said. I get it. If you change your mind about a decadent dessert later, let me know and we'll go out on the town. Meanwhile, keep your drapes closed tonight, your TV on low, and before you work tomorrow morning, we're filing a police report about Garth. I'll pick you up. Amelia sighed, shaking her head with a wan smile. What would I do without you? Lila cocked her chin, batting her eyelashes. I honestly do not know. As soon as Amelia was inside her cozy apartment, she popped open a cold soda and warmed up a microwave dinner. Terrible diet, but she was pooped. Time to veg out with counterfeit food, caffeine, and the oldies movie channel. Tonight, it was Gaslight, starring the beautiful Ingrid Bergman. It didn't take long before Amelia realized that she was Ingrid Bergman, a.k.a. Paula Anton, the woman who begins to believe she's losing her mind when her husband psychologically manipulates her to steal her inheritance. A creepy sensation moved along her neck and spine as she recognized the same characteristics in her old boyfriend, Garth Sullivan. What would she do about him? No matter how many times she ignored him or blocked his number, he always showed up again to harass her. Garth often gaslighted her, but she had become his obsession. He probably would never leave her alone until something drastic happened. The idea struck her as absolutely terrifying. Lila was right. She needed to get a restraining order, and probably a new phone number. A sudden knocking at the front door jerked her out of her thoughts, and Amelia practically jumped out of her skin. She took a gulp of air and quietly went to the door to look out the peephole, terrified it might be Garth. Instead, a delivery man stood there. "Who are you?" she called out. "Delivery service with a letter for Amelia Steele?" "Would you mind holding up your ID, please?" He immediately obeyed, and Amelia peered through the door's peephole. His ID photo looked exactly like him, a thin man of about 25 with a 3-day beard and shaggy hair. He smiled a little and stood under the outside light, then held up a manila envelope revealing her name and address written there. Amelia recognized the local courier company as one that Diamond Tech also used to send important documents across the city that needed same-day delivery. "Would you place it under the doormat, please? Thank you." "No problem." He bent down and then tipped his ball cap and disappeared down the outside staircase. Peering through her front drapes, Amelia spotted him getting back into a blue sedan in the parking lot and driving away. This was no way to live, to be suspicious and fearful every moment of the day. She needed to move to a new location, one that Garth would never ever know about, and keep her address and phone unlisted. Amelia hated being forced into living like this, but what could she do? Her family and friends were here. San Francisco was her home, the place she'd been born and lived for 3 decades. She loved her job, despite the often extreme pressure and deadlines turning into long days and evenings. She shook her head, Where would she move? Kentucky, Montana, Rhode Island, Timbuktu, or the wilds of Africa? Yeah, right. She'd feel better in the morning. It had been an exceptionally long day, and Garth just made everything 10 times worse. Twisting the doorknob, Amelia grabbed the envelope and locked the door again, including turning the deadbolt and sliding the extra security chain. The briefest of glances showed her that nobody else was lurking about the parking lot. In fact, a beautiful sunset was streaking the sky in oranges and reds across the skyline. If she had been at the beach, the evening would have been spectacular. Leaning against the door, Amelia stared at the envelope. It was made from heavy-weight paper, rich and high quality. Whoever had sent it owned some very nice stationery. In fact, her name and address were actually embossed, and in the top left corner, there was a gold circle with the initials H.G. Who could that be? Amelia racked her brain, but nobody came to mind. This was not a specially delivered advertisement, and it was not a wedding announcement. It was clearly a personal letter or an invitation. Amelia slid a finger under the flap. Even that had been sealed with red wax and the letters HG pressed into the center, and pulled out a single heavyweight card engraved in gold lettering with more embossed calligraphy. Amusement played over her lips. Did the sender own a stationery plant? She eagerly began to read, curiosity sizzling at the novelty of a special delivery letter. Dear Miss Amelia Steele, Mr. Holden Grayson wishes for the pleasure of your company for dinner. Saturday evening, October 8th, at 8:00 p.m. A hired driver will arrive at your apartment no later than 7:30 p.m. Dress as you wish. No RSVP required. What in the world? Amelia whispered, gripping the invitation in her fist while her eyes widened. She ran a finger over the beautiful gold letters, the rich paper and thick envelope with its blood-red wax. Amelia wanted to laugh. His name was a bit pompous, the invitation tremendously presumptuous. Then all at once, she did know who the sender was. Not Garth. Never would Garth send her a dinner invitation, let alone one as gorgeous as this. The memory of locking eyes with the man in the back row of the conference room washed over her. The sensation of that thrill in her belly returned all over again. The man's mysterious smile, his eyes never veering from hers for that extremely long and personal moment. And his devastatingly good looks, despite the ever-so-slight touch of gray along his temple. Delicious shivers ran down her arms and neck, remembering how mesmerized she'd been, as if the enigmatic man had put a spell on her. Amelia gazed across her living room, noticing the golden sunset slanting over the glossy coffee table and lampshades, washing the room in a hazy pink. So, Mr. Holden Grayson, she whispered, who are you? Chapter 3. Amelia sank into the armchair and held the beautiful invitation against her chest. What a completely romantic way to invite a woman for a first date, if that was what this gold-embossed card actually was. Perhaps he merely planned to wine and dine her so that she would hand over her research to him in a swoony, starry-eyed mess. If he thought that, he did not know Amelia Steele very well. Besides, that would be extortion, robbery. How silly she was. The man was completely gorgeous, yes. He was probably polite and charming, too. He hadn't raised a hand to inform her the presentation was a piece of garbage, so he wasn't a jerk, either. Instead, the electricity racing through her veins was unmistakable, setting her on fire with its intensity. But Amelia had never expected to see him again. Wasn't he on a plane back to Washington, D.C.? But now, here was an invitation to dinner. It didn't make sense. Unless it was a group dinner, and she was just a name on a long guest list. That was probably the catch. Perhaps Holden Grayson had stared at her so forcefully because he was a computer genius and had been pondering all the data that was wrong in her presentation, and he planned to discuss it at a group dinner with the members of her team. Amelia blew out a breath, chiding herself for the negative mental talk. This was Garth's voice in her head, talking smack, telling her she would never live up to his expectations of the perfect girlfriend when she rebuffed his forceful advances, or wanted her to move in with him because he could take better care of her. It was all a ploy to get her to sleep with him, and Amelia was beyond grateful she had never been tempted. His argument was so unbelievably degrading and demeaning. He couldn't even genuinely tell her he loved her, let alone give her a sincere compliment or kiss her with any sort of tenderness. It had become apparent after just a few dates, so she began turning him down, and then ignoring his phone calls. And that's when the man went psycho on her, harassing her, saying horrible things, calling and texting constantly, and now dangerously close to stalking her. Unfortunately, Amelia had never had a very successful love life. Casual dates and friendship all through college. Men at work, most of whom were happily married, and the bar scene was not for her. Was this why Holden Grayson had captivated her so intensely? The magnetism of the man had been powerful. He'd made her speechless for those few incredible moments, and it had been so hard to tear her eyes away. That had never happened to her before with any man. Amelia spent the rest of the evening pacing the floor, gulping down a bowl of ice cream to clear her head, peeking out the window whenever a car passed, and checking her deadbolts. Not to mention making sure her phone was on, the ring turned up, and 911 on speed dial. Perhaps she should go spend a night at her parents' house, or with Lila. No. She would not let Garth chase her out of her own apartment. Before falling into bed, Amelia tried to read, tried to watch TV, stared at the invitation all over again, running her hands along the embossed letters, and realized with a sizzle sensation along her neck that this was not the kind of invitation you sent out for a work meeting. Holden Grayson wanted to meet her. He wanted to have dinner with her. She tossed and turned in bed until after midnight, and was grateful when she finally slept. At least tomorrow was a Saturday and no work. Right before falling asleep, Amelia sat up with a start. She had nothing to wear to a dinner like this. Lila. Shopping. It was the only solution. "Oh, no. I can't go," Lila said when Amelia called her the next day. "It's my family reunion this weekend, remember? Our last chance of the season at Lake Tahoe before the snow hits, especially with this unusually warm autumn." "I completely forgot. Totally slipped my mind." "Yeah, my grandmother thought it would be a great time to have my cousin's bridal shower, too, since we'll all be there." Leave it to grandmothers to figure out the family stuff. The wedding isn't for 6 months, though, right? No time like the present to begin the festivities, Lila said wryly. Now I'm quoting my Aunt Bree. So why do you need a new dress? Well, Amelia stopped. She suddenly didn't want to tell Lila. If she told someone, she was afraid it would spoil the intrigue of tonight. To be honest, she didn't really know for certain it was the man from the presentation yesterday, even though deep down it had to be him. And whenever she thought about him, her stomach did some overly complicated somersaults with a couple of barrel rolls thrown in. After the exhaustion of Garth's stalking and cruelty, wanting to put his thumb on her 24/7, she wanted to keep Mr. Holden Grayson all to herself. The man from yesterday was a special secret, all her own. Amelia shivered with the delight of it all, and a small smile crossed her lips. Lila's voice interrupted her thoughts. Earth to Amelia! You there still, or did I lose you? Amelia gave a weak laugh. I'm here, just shuddering over Garth again. Stop it! He's out of your life forever. Time to move on. Believe me, I have. Except he keeps blasting into my life again, without my permission. I need to find him a new girlfriend. Terrific idea. So, why do you need a new dress? Oh, yeah, that. Just a work dinner. Amelia fibbed. Because it might be exactly that and nothing more, even though her gut said differently. All I have are pencil skirts and slacks that everybody has seen 1,000,000 times. Well, good. You do need some new clothes, my computer nerd friend. Thanks for the vote of confidence on my wardrobe. I wish I could be there to help you shop. Definitely next time. And good luck with the dinner. Maybe you'll meet someone dashing and handsome, Lila teased. At a department dinner? They're either married or computer nerds, as you mentioned already. Amelia shot back. You do have a point. When I return from all the family obligations, we'll head to Santa Cruz to check out the men next weekend. Hopefully, this nice weather will hold for one more weekend. And don't forget eating a big bag of saltwater taffy, Amelia said, reminding her of their long-held tradition whenever they visited the Santa Cruz boardwalk. That goes without saying. After hanging up, Amelia headed out to Macy's, then Bloomingdale's, and then finally Nordstrom. Most were located close to each other in the Nob Hill area, so Amelia was able to walk between them and only needed taxis to get her there and back to her apartment. A dress for a dinner, you say? One of the saleswomen asked. Tonight? Amelia nodded sheepishly, certain the woman saw her as a country bumpkin. The woman, her name tag announcing her as Norma, lifted an eyebrow. That means off the rack, no alterations. Right. Is that possible? It's not like I'm attending a wedding, just a nice dress that doesn't make me look fat. You are lucky in that department, not an inch of fat on you. Amelia blushed. It really had been a long time since she'd gone shopping. Norma tapped a finger against her mouth. Dinner with a man, right? She added with a small, knowing smile. Was it that obvious? Why did she agree to go out with Holden Grayson? Amelia wanted to believe it was just a business dinner, but there was something in Holden Grayson's eyes that she couldn't ignore. She knew she shouldn't get her hopes up, but the butterflies in her stomach wouldn't stop rioting. It seemed that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't put aside the attraction she had felt for him. Most likely, it was an opportunity to thank her team for the presentation yesterday, discuss potential due dates, contracts, details like that. It had nothing in particular to do with her. I'm thinking a silky smooth dress that slides right down your body, Norma suggested. Deep green or mauve, both would go well with your coloring. After trying on several dresses, Amelia instantly knew the dress the moment she followed Norma to a display on the back wall. She wanted something pretty and feminine, but comfortable. Amelia hated being self-conscious in a dress that was too form-fitting. From the rack, Norma pulled a vintage-style dress with an overlay of forest green floral lace over a stretchy bodice. The full-length, scalloped lace sleeves came to her wrists, and the swirly lace skirt just to her knees. "With a pair of high heels, it's perfect," Norma told her, stepping back to admire Amelia in the full-length mirror after she stepped out of the dressing room. "It's very pretty. Not too casual, but not too dressy. Do you own a pair of cream-colored high heels?" "I do, actually," Amelia said with a nod, thinking of shoes she bought with Aaron a few years ago for a cousin's wedding. She had only worn them a couple of times since then. The dress was feminine, just like she wanted, delicate and swirly, the neckline not too low, and no cleavage. Once she returned home, Amelia took a shower, blew out her hair, brushed her teeth twice, and then redid her makeup. It would have been nice to get her hair professionally blown out, but with some hairspray, the soft and wavy curls would stay in place for the next few hours. She ran a finger through her long bangs, turning them into wisps with character, then sprayed the heck out of them. After she stepped into the dress and put on her strappy shoes, a barrage of fresh nerves assaulted her. This was it. The hired car was about to pick her up. She was going to see that beautiful man from yesterday again. Was it too good to be true? Probably. Of course, actually. And yet, she hadn't felt this excited about a dinner or a man in ages. Maybe never. The thought was exciting, but it also scared her to death. She had always wanted marriage and children, and the years were beginning to tick by, especially since the last 2 men she had dated had turned into complete disasters. Even so, a man like Holden Grayson was completely out of her league. His impeccable suit at yesterday's presentation, the rich embossed invitation, the personal delivery at her doorstep, it all screamed money. But if he worked at the Pentagon, how did he have that kind of money? She was probably a fool for ever agreeing to meet him for dinner, and she certainly did not want to be any rich man's plaything. Chapter 4. The hired car, a dark blue Mercedes-Benz, arrived 10 minutes later. The driver, an older gentleman wearing a crisply pressed chauffeur suit and hat, knocked on her front door. He bowed politely and then escorted Amelia down the set of stone steps from her apartment to the street. He opened the backseat door, and she slid across the rich black leather, gripping her small black clutch in her fingers. Was she completely naive to be doing this? Meeting a man she didn't know and telling no one? But she had her cell phone, she had 911 on speed dial, and they were meeting at a public spot. Besides, who hired a luxury car and a driver just to commit a crime? Neither would he hurt her at a public restaurant. Besides, she had met him. Well, sort of. Eye contact across a crowded room. But he'd been an invited guest, which meant that the upper management at Diamond Tech had to know him, trusted him. He had a security clearance, which meant he wasn't a spy from another tech company. She needed to stop worrying, because every thought turned into a fresh thrill. She was going to see him again. Amelia was deathly curious if she would have that strong zing rushing through her body again, or if it had only been a funny fluke, merely a byproduct of the stressful morning yesterday. Honestly, She was already having zing and sizzle rushing through her limbs and toes and throat and chest, just thinking about him. About 20 minutes later, after winding through Saturday evening traffic and up and down the San Francisco hills, the Mercedes-Benz glided along the curb of the Estiatorio Hornos restaurant. Amelia peered through the dark-tinted window, the lights of the restaurant bright and welcoming. She'd heard of this dining establishment, but had never eaten here. The rumors were that the chefs were some of the best in the country, each dish specially made, fresh that day with the best ingredients and created into a stunning presentation. Amelia had no idea what to expect. A group? A small party? Or just Mr. Grayson all by himself? Their driver opened the rear door and Amelia slid out. Moving ahead of her, the chauffeur opened the door to the restaurant for her to walk through. A blast of cool air wafted out into the overly warm evening. Once Amelia was safely inside the restaurant, the driver tipped his hat in farewell and disappeared back into the vehicle. The maitre d' greeted Amelia.
"Good evening, madame. Welcome to Estiatorio Hornos."
He said the name so fast Amelia's head spun at his Greek accent. She could hear Greek music playing softly through the sound system, rich melodies and drums that set her heart thrumming.
"Right this way, please, madame. Your table is ready."
I'm with a group sponsored by a Mr. Holden Grayson," she said tentatively.
"Yes, madame, we've been expecting you,"
he answered simply.
"Please follow me."
Amelia nodded meekly, prickles running along her arms and up and down her neck in trepidation. Fear? Excitement? Definitely all of the above. The host led her through the main rooms of the restaurant to a small private room in the back, where a table for two had been laid with a snowy white tablecloth and sparkling china dishes and crystal goblets. Dripping red candles glowed alongside flutes filled with chilled water. Amelia stood still, awed at the beautiful table. The waiter stopped a few feet inside the doorway of the room. In respectful tones, he announced,
"Sir, your guest is here."
The maitre d' disappeared as a man stepped away from a window across the room where he'd been admiring the view of the city lights across the marina. Amelia's heart shot into her throat. She froze in place, staring at him as he gazed back at her with a soft smile. If she had been forced to speak at that moment, all that would come out was a stuttering mess of words. It was him, the man from yesterday. He wore a well-cut gray suit with a deep blue silk tie, broad shoulders tapered down to narrow hips, and his dark hair was thick with waves, except for that small touch of gray at the edges. Despite the faint gray, this man had no lines around his eyes, or any wrinkles at all. It was difficult to determine his age, perhaps mid to late 40s. His easy smile dazzled with straight white teeth, but his eyes were the most mesmerizing, capturing Amelia's face so that she could not look away. The deep blue color of his eyes was like nothing she had ever seen before. A bottomless ocean that sparkled under the ambience of the muted glow of the overhead chandelier.
"Miss Amelia Steele,"
he said in a rich, deep voice. No question mark at the end of his greeting. He already knew who she was. She nodded, her heart hammering like a mallet against her ribs. "It's you," she whispered, then tried not to roll her eyes at her own stupid inanity. Could she act any more like she was 19 instead of 30? His smile grew wider, his face lighting up and gazing at her as if he couldn't force his eyes away.
"You are absolutely beautiful tonight."
Amelia bit her lips, then smiled back in return. Thank you. So are you. I mean, you look very nice. That's a beautifully cut suit. Yeah, she was thinking. Those shoulders, that perfect physique. He was enough to make any woman drool. She pressed her lips shut so that she didn't sound any more stupid than she already had. She wasn't his tailor, for goodness sake. His smile merely broadened as he stepped closer to take her cold hands in his warm ones. And oh my, his hands were warm, as if he'd been standing in front of a fire, although there wasn't a fireplace in this private room. It was 80 degrees outside, so why were her hands cold?
I'm Holden Grayson,
he said.
Thank you for having dinner with me tonight.
Amelia could only nod, trying to think of something to say. Thank you for the invitation, but I thought you would have gone back to Washington, D.C.
Eventually I will. But I had to meet you. I haven't stopped thinking about you since your presentation yesterday.
Amelia's throat went dry. Thank you, she stammered. I mean, I'm glad you enjoyed the presentation.
I confess that I only caught about half of it. Something else happened in that room. Something I never expected. And I think you felt it too. Please,
he added quickly,
you don't have to respond or say a word. I'm not here to embarrass you.
He gestured toward their table, and Amelia stepped forward while he pulled out a chair for her. Their arms brushed as she sat down, and then he moved around to the opposite side across from her. But the table was small and intimate. His eyes reflected the light from the candles.
I've taken the liberty of choosing our menu for tonight. The food here is excellent. But,
he added with a wry grin,
you probably already know that, and here I am, rambling away.
Amelia shook her head. No, I've never dined here before. I'm glad you already ordered. That makes it easier for me. Do you mind if I ask, are you of Greek heritage, by any chance?
No. This is just one of my favorite restaurants when I'm on the West Coast.
I detect a slight accent, but I can't quite place it, Amelia confessed. Unless that's very uncouth of me to point out. Where are you from?
I was born in Eastern Europe, actually, when my father was stationed there. But what you're hearing is my British mother. Hard not to pick up a bit when you grow up with it.
It doesn't sound exactly British either. Amelia couldn't resist teasing.
For most of my life, I've lived all over the world. My father was Air Force. I have cousins scattered over Europe, attended Oxford, and traveled often with my career. All the usual reasons for picking up a smattering of languages and accents.
I could barely get through high school French, Amelia admitted. I admire anyone who can learn another language and speak it fluently, too.
When I was a kid, I loved to imitate my parents' friends when they had their card table game nights. There were always the loveliest desserts. My mother allowed an all-you-could-eat buffet until I got a stomachache. She could be indulgent, and as a child, I was in hog heaven until I got sick all night, and she brought the heating pad and stroked my hair.
Amelia glanced up at him with a smile, imagining him as a young boy mimicking the adults around him. I would have never guessed that you were precocious, she teased.
He grinned in return. I suspect you're giving me a hard time.
Yes, she admitted, laughing now because even his smile was infectious. But to be perfectly honest, I've been out of the country exactly once. London with girlfriends the summer out of college. We did all the usual touristy things. Oh, and Bath. Because Jane Austen, you know.
The very astute Austen. I've read her myself.
That pleased Amelia to know that he'd read the famous author. Then, perhaps we do have a little bit in common.
More than that, Amelia,
he said softly, speaking her name in that magnificent voice of his, low and mellow and sexy. The shivers running along her body were strong, and it took all of Amelia's willpower not to literally swoon onto the tablecloth.
I have an undergrad degree in computer software myself. You are brilliant. That was obvious yesterday with the work you're doing. I was very impressed. I never expected to hear such advances in cybersecurity, and, he added meaningfully, I never expected to meet you.
Amelia tried to keep her composure. Well, thank you. New technology takes years to develop, and we're still a long way from the hardware and implementation stages.
Understandable. But this is exactly what the intelligence agencies are looking for. New technology and innovations for spy work without getting caught, or having the ability to stop foreign governments from stealing our technology or intel.
She nodded. That's always the trick. Despite security clearances and prosecution for selling intel to foreign agents who want us dead, it does happen. Amelia paused, giving him a probing stare. So, Mr. Grayson, I have to ask, are you FBI? Giving a small, surprised cough, Holden shook his head. CIA?
At the moment, I can neither confirm nor deny. But I'm also in another branch nobody has heard of that works on a lot of foreign intel projects around the world.
Holden paused for a moment, his eyes catching Amelia's with that specific, special look of his.
It was pure chance and luck that I was at your presentation yesterday. When I think back over the circumstances of being ordered to fly out to San Francisco and meet with your team, I know with certainty that meeting you was meant to be. I felt it the moment you saw me across the conference room.
Amelia's skin rose with goosebumps as she recalled the emotions that the sight of him had evoked in her. There was no denying the fireworks explosion. Honestly, you're so out of my league. I'm not being self-deprecating when I tell you that I come from a very average middle-class family with no connections to the outside world, or money, or class.
It doesn't matter. You can't deny that there's something between us,
Holden whispered, touching her finger very lightly across the tablecloth. The jolt of electricity that ignited Amelia's veins was unmistakable. She had never known this kind of attraction was possible. No other man had ever come close, and she couldn't imagine it with any other man in the future. This was powerful, real, too real to understand it yet. And his eyes, those deep blue eyes, like cracked crystal that sparkled when he gazed at her. Profound eyes that seemed to read her mind and see into her heart. The concept of what was happening with him was unfathomable. And yet here he was. Incomprehensible. I can't seem to catch my breath, she finally whispered back.
Me either,
he agreed softly.
Right now, let's eat. Our first course has arrived.
A waiter wearing black slacks and a crisp white shirt laid down a beautiful salad, along with several styles of breads and garlic butter. He refilled their ice water, sprinkled ground pepper on the salads, and then departed without a sound. I'm not sure I can eat, Amelia whispered. I feel so lightheaded. Holden laid his hand over hers for a moment, and it was all Amelia could do not to melt into a puddle all over the table.
You'll feel better once you eat. And you know, there is no rush. We have all the time in the world.
Chapter 5. 15 minutes later. Hours later. Amelia was shocked when she spotted a wall clock across their private dining room and realized that it was after 10 o'clock. Their conversation was becoming easy and more personal. "Every course is fantastic," Amelia said. "And this plate of wild mushroom moussaka with eggplant and bechamel sauce was absolutely delicious." Holden smiled.
I'm glad to hear it. Over the years, I think I've tried everything this restaurant offers, and every dish is impeccable.
"You come to San Francisco often, then? Do you have a secret family living here?" Amelia couldn't resist asking, even though she tried for a touch of humor with her words.
No secret families, I promise. The work does bring me here every month or two.
Holden paused, his eyes resting on her face.
I'm an open book. You can ask me anything, Amelia. I promise, no secrets. No reservations.
Shivers ran up and down her neck at the way he said her name. "Okay. I still suspect that you are some kind of intelligence spy, but I also know that's not something most intel officers walk around admitting." He chuckled.
You're correct about the last assumption. I'm an international businessman first. Helping our government keep abreast of technology and innovations is a secondary job, due to the fact that I'm well-versed in how other foreign governments and laws work in the business world, which means I'm more of a consultant than an actual spy sleuthing about with clues and working the underground. I just know a lot of people. I'm a contact specialist.
I've never heard it put quite that way, but I can see what you mean. You must know hundreds of people around the globe. You have a business degree, too?
Yes, an MBA and then a PhD in international finance. It's been an interesting 20 years.
Amelia tilted her head to give him a coy look. 20 years? Just how old are you, Mr. Holden Grayson? He chuckled, shaking his head with amusement.
Obviously older than you, but not old enough to be your father, if that's what you're worried about.
"I'm not worried at all," she replied, lifting her water goblet to take a sip. "It's been 8 years since I graduated from the university, 6 since grad school."
I'm 45,
he said with a chuckle. "That was my guess." He touched his glass to hers, then teased her in return.
But I'm not going to ask your age, although I can infer it.
"Why, thank you, kind sir," Amelia said lightly. She leaned forward a bit, but tried not to be distracted by his beautiful mouth just inches away. "I'd wager a bet that you've already looked into my background, my age, my college and work history, and my family. After all, you somehow knew my address to deliver that beautiful invitation." Holden spread his hands.
Guilty as accused. But just the basics. I wanted to know who this woman was that captured me so suddenly, so furiously, that my head was spinning. And I had to unearth your address so that I could send you an invitation to dine with me.
A wave of heat rushed over Amelia's body. "That's nice to hear," she admitted. Holden locked eyes with hers, and time seemed to stop. Like a dripping, sand-filled hourglass timer knocked over without warning. It was hard to breathe from the intense passion blowing through her like a tornado. She was mesmerized. That's all there was to it. Even so, the idea of it, of him, blew her mind. Gathering her wits, words finally spilled out in a whisper. "This moment, this feeling, it's like we've known each other our entire lives, even though we've never actually met before tonight."
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Amelia took a sip of water and swallowed hard.
Shall we order wine?
Holden asked softly. She shook her head. "I don't usually drink. Not even wine. Just ice water. And my silly addiction to Diet Dr. Pepper. Or Coke, if the DP isn't available.
I'm addicted to them all too. Pepsi, Dr. Pepper, Coke. Anytime I need a caffeine pick-me-up and I don't want to get hyped up on coffee, which I dislike the flavor of anyway. A childhood thing. When I was very young, I lived with my grandmother for a year who drank it nonstop and the smell seeped into the entire house.
Amelia finished her meal and patted her lips with her napkin. The best 3 hours had passed. Or was it only minutes? Both seemed possible.
If you're not too tired,
Holden said.
I suggest we get dessert somewhere else. I know a little cafe that will be very quiet right now. One of my favorite places. The owner is an old friend.
Sounds nice. No, Amelia added. I'm not tired.
Good. I've already called for our car.
Amelia noticed that he said our rather than my car. It was thoughtful and didn't boast about his obvious wealth. 10 minutes later, Holden escorted Amelia to the curb where the dark blue Mercedes was waiting. He opened the back door and waited for her to slide inside, following in after her. This was the closest they had come in proximity, and Amelia was acutely aware of Holden sitting mere inches from her. She clutched her hands together in her lap as the car pulled away from the curb and into the sparkling lighted night of the city. Mr. Grayson didn't try to take her hand or put his arm around her. Amelia appreciated that. Despite their intense attraction, he was behaving like a complete gentleman. Even though they had been dining in the business area of downtown San Francisco, where so many restaurants were located, as well as tourist shops, it wasn't terribly packed with traffic by now. Holden murmured an address to the driver, and about 15 minutes later they were pulling up to a quaint establishment that specialized in crepes and fine desserts, along with catering services. "Looks like they're closed," Amelia said, glancing out the car window.
Yes, but I know the owner,
Holden said, a sheepish smile crossing his lips.
Grew up with him. He always saves a table for me if I call ahead.
The interior was dusky with just a few softly lit lamps, but no other customers. Holden introduced Amelia to the owner, a man by the name of Will Dubois. They exchanged a few pleasantries, and then Mr. Dubois led them through the cafe that was decorated like an outdoor cafe in Paris.
Your table is ready. The private room in the back to the right, he added, pointing. I'll finish getting your drinks.
Holden took Amelia's elbow to lead her to a simple table in a cozy alcove. Candles flickered on a checkered tablecloth, while a hanging corner lamp gave a dusky glow. The little spot was intimately romantic after the bright chandeliers and superb white decor and draperies of Estiatorio Hornos. Amelia found herself glancing every which way to take it all in. This place is charming, just like you said. Instead of sitting across from her, Holden took the chair closest to Amelia's.
I'm glad you like it. I already pre-ordered a dessert sampler.
Sounds perfect. If I can possibly get another bite down.
Whenever you're ready,
Holden said.
I can deliver you back home. Just say the word.
Amelia shook her head, aware of his presence all the more with their arms nearly touching on the tablecloth. But are you here to get me tipsy and make a move on me after all, Mr. Grayson? She teased, feeling bolder after their 3 hours together. He gave a chuckle and shook his head.
I'm not that kind of man, Miss Steele. And you have my promise that I will never hurt you. In fact, just the opposite. I will protect you with my life.
That's an unusual thing to say to a girl on a first date.
It's true. But this doesn't feel like a first date any longer,
Holden said meaningfully. I agree, Amelia said softly.
But I also live a life that can have unsavory characters lurking about ready to hurt or take advantage. But you will never meet one of them, I can promise you that.
Now you sound like my younger sister. He lifted an eyebrow.
That's an interesting statement. You have me curious.
Erin is currently in training at Quantico for the next couple of months. She's a new FBI agent.
Interesting career choice.
Amelia quirked her lips. Erin can be feisty, but she's incredibly smart and well-read in politics. Follows all the news and interesting cases. Growing up, she binged on action flicks and spy movies going back to the 1940s.
Ah, Humphrey Bogart as in the Maltese Falcon?
And don't forget Casablanca, Amelia swiftly told him. She likes deciphering puzzles, figuring out the truth behind current crime cases. When her voice dropped and she glanced away, Holden gave her a curious look. Gently, he lifted Amelia's chin to look at him.
I sense that there's more to this story than Erin just reading newspapers or watching thriller movies.
Amelia sat back in her chair, staring at him and his intuition. You're right. Although we don't talk about it much any longer. It happened many years ago. But I was a little shocked when Erin applied to the FBI after she finished college.
But why? There are so many female agents serving in every field office around the country.
Well, Amelia paused, the old memory crashing over her. She tried to forget, but the screams, the tears that had burst out of her, Erin's pale face, and Sean's wails of fear. I was 10 years old at the time. 20 years ago, the FBI broke down our front door, guns blazing, and arrested our mother. Holden visibly started, and his eyes widened as he slowly placed his glass on the table.
What happened?
They rounded all of us up and kept us in the front room while they ransacked the house. Agents swarmed everywhere, barking orders, forcing us not to move while they searched every inch of our home, every bedroom, every drawer and box, even the garage. It took all night, although that might be a child's concept of time. Afterward, my brother Sean could talk of nothing else. All those bulletproof vests, the guns, and giant SUVs with sirens impressed him. Of course, he was only 8, but it was awful, because they arrested our mother and hauled her away.
They actually handcuffed her and took her to jail?
Holden shook his head back and forth in disbelief. I cried all that night. Daddy didn't sleep. He was comforting us and calling lawyers and then left after he found out where she'd been taken. My grandmother came to stay with us while he was gone all the next day.
What was her crime, and did you lose your mother to prison for a period of time?
No, Amelia said quickly. It was a case of mistaken identity. My mother worked for a period of time as a bank teller while we were younger to help get her and my father's college loans paid off more quickly. She had a wonderful boss and was able to go into work early and be back home when we returned from school, but unfortunately... She paused for a moment and cleared her throat when she realized that Holden's gaze was fastened to her face, concern etched in his eyes. A coworker used my mother's personal bank codes and ID to embezzle thousands. It was shocking, to put it mildly. Of course, I didn't understand many of the details at the time, but my mother had counseling afterward from the trauma. She also had to testify when the case went to court. That was incredibly difficult. The bank manager, as well as the regional manager, was very supportive, though. But my mother never went back to work. My father insisted they would figure it out financially. Amelia gave a guilty smile. I only only know that because I listened at their bedroom door a couple of times when they were talking about the case. Holden nodded sympathetically.
At 10 years old, I don't blame you. What an insanely difficult time that must have been.
You know what the hardest part about it was? Fielding questions from the kids at school who thought my mother was a criminal. The whispers, the gossip, the hurtful comments. But our true friends were very supportive. Amelia gave a small smile, memories flooding back. The ladies at church organized meals and rides to school and activities for us kids. We ate well every night. You should have seen the desserts. Then Amelia laughed at herself. Not as good as the ones we're eating right now, though. Will is a superb pastry maker.
He is,
Holden agreed, reaching across the table to run his fingers over hers, his eyes full of compassion as well as interest. She tried not to gasp at the feel of his warm fingers against her own skin. Taking in a slow breath, she added, "As you can probably guess, my mother has had a hard time accepting Aaron's career choice, but she tries to understand it. Police work, and the nose for puzzles and figuring out clues, does fit Aaron's inquisitive mind."
I'm sure she'll make a fine agent. I gather that most of what intel agencies do in the field offices is tracking down white-collar crime, like embezzlement, fraud, cybersecurity cases, that sort of thing.
Amelia nodded. My parents worry that she'll get hurt one day. I'm sure she'll mostly be hunting down clues and criminals from an office with piles of paperwork. But I can't help thinking about it myself sometimes, Amelia admitted. And getting those nickels of worry.
That's completely understandable.
At that moment, a sudden barrage of shouting and yelling came from the front of the cafe, followed by the sound of chairs crashing, and the owner of the cafe, William Dubois, yelling out a string of curse words. Chapter 6. Holden instantly jumped to his feet.
That's Will.
Amelia's heart was in her throat as she sprang upright as well. It's nearly midnight. Is the cafe being robbed? Did someone hurt Will?
Stay here, Amelia, and I'll see what's going on.
Before Holden could take a step, an angry man appeared at the doorway, yelling and waving his arms. His hair was tousled, and his gray sweatshirt was in desperate need of washing. Obviously, the intruder had gotten past the owner of the cafe because William was behind him, attempting to stop his forward motion by tackling the guy to the floor. But the man kept shaking him off with violent gestures and flailing arms. Amelia shrank backward, looking for an escape route. Was the man about to rob them? Where was her purse? Should she call 911 while Holden and William were fending him off? She could hide in the restroom, but the sign for it was nowhere to be seen from her vantage point. Perhaps located in the front of the restaurant, which was much too far away. All at once, the intruder screamed her name.
Amelia! I know you're here! Where are you? You have to talk to me!
Amelia whirled, terror gripping at her chest. It was Garth. No! What was he doing here? How did he find her? She frantically searched for the kitchen or a back exit, but it was already too late. Garth had gotten up and was practically on top of her, sprinting, his arms outstretched to grab her while she raced to the back of the restaurant in retreat. Before he could reach her, Holden tackled the man from behind, pinning him to the ground. He held one knee on his back, hands circling Garth's wrists, while William sat on his legs. The cafe owner whipped out his phone and called the police. Garth continued writhing and fighting while yelling obscenities.
Please don't come any closer,
Holden said when Amelia moved forward.
We have no idea what he's going to do, and I don't trust him not to snatch you or take you hostage.
He applied more pressure on Garth, who never stopped trying to flip Holden off.
How does this man know your name?
Amelia's legs trembled as she shrank back, afraid that Garth would hurt Holden or her. I'm ashamed to admit I know him, but we broke up over 2 months ago. He wouldn't leave me alone, and I've told him that over and over again in explicit terms.
I know you love me, Amelia, Garth yelled. We're meant to be together. You just don't see it yet. You stopped answering your phone. Who's running your life and keeping me away?
I am the only one in charge of my phone and my life, Amelia said, staring daggers at him. She wrapped her arms around herself, ice cold now and shaking. You've been stalking me. I blocked you on my phone. Nobody did that but me, and you refused to get the message. The sound of police sirens wailed in the distance, coming closer with every second.
My restaurant has been closed for 2 hours and you broke in, and now you're threatening this lady? I will be pressing charges. I didn't do nothing,
Garth insisted, sweat glistening on his forehead while he continued to struggle under their restraints.
You have my woman and I came to get her. She belongs to me.
Amelia gritted her teeth. I do not belong to you, she shot back. I do not belong to anyone, and I never will.
You don't seem to understand English, buddy,
Holden told Garth evenly.
The lady wants nothing to do with you.
Garth sneered from his face-down position on the floor while it took both Holden and William to hold him in a lockdown.
I'll be pressing charges. You both assaulted me. Breaking and entering my establishment and stalking a woman is a crime,
William said, what little good humor he possessed earlier now gone.
You can take up your beef with a judge, but if you know what's good for you, you'll leave here and never bother this lady or my restaurant again.
Seconds later, 2 police officers pushed through the front door of the cafe and strode toward them. One had his hand on his weapon. The other officer held a taser.
I'm Officer Wells. What's going on here? Who owns this place? I do,
William said. He relayed the events of the last 10 minutes while Garth continued to struggle, muttering and cursing.
Sir, please release him,
the first officer said. Holden met the officer's stare with one of his own.
I don't trust him not to hurt this woman. He's been stalking her for months and broke in here to assault us and kidnap her. Is that true?
The officer asked Garth pointedly.
What do you have to say for yourself?
Garth made a guttural noise of protest.
The front door was open and she's my girlfriend,
Garth added, pointing to Amelia, who took 3 steps backward.
We plan to get married. Who are you, ma'am?
Officer Wells asked with a frown. The room seemed to close in on Amelia. She wanted to disappear out the back door and make this whole nightmare go away. This man is Garth Sullivan, she said, trying to keep her emotions in control. I broke off my relationship with him more than 2 months ago, and he has continued to call, text, and harass me everywhere I go. I blocked his number, and he showed up here unannounced and unwelcome. I have no idea how he even knew I was here. Garth gave a grunt of a laugh.
That's because I've been following you 2 all night.
Officer Wells' face changed at that.
Okay, I've heard enough. Mr. Sullivan, on your feet,
he said, while his partner hauled Garth upright.
You've just admitted to stalking, and it sounds like for a very long time. You're under arrest and will be questioned down at the station.
Before Garth could get another word out, the 2 officers had him in handcuffs and proceeded to haul him past the tables and chairs of the cafe.
Hey, I didn't do anything wrong,
Garth yelled, dragging his feet.
Zip it, buddy, before you make tonight any worse,
Officer Wells told him firmly.
Harassment, stalking, insubordination, breaking and entering, fighting with the restaurant owner, resisting arrest. Shall I go on?
Garth finally turned sullen. He sneered at Holden, and then Amelia.
I'll make sure you wish you'd never met me.
Amelia was shaking at this despicable man. How could she have ever cared for him? I've already regretted it for months. If I never see you again, it will be too soon.
I wouldn't go there, Sullivan,
Holden said, following the officers who were dragging Garth forward. His voice turned to steel.
You have no idea who you're dealing with, and I can promise you that you do not want to find out. Oh, you're a big shot, huh?
Garth yelled over his shoulder as the two officers dragged him to the curb.
Mr. Tough Guy!
He began to laugh, but his scornful laugh was cut short when Officer Wells recited the Miranda warning before shoving him into the back seat of his patrol car and slamming the door. The second officer briefly returned.
I'm Officer Mason. If you want to lodge an official complaint, just come down to the precinct and we can do that. Thank you, sir,
Holden said quietly, while Amelia had already turned away to gather her purse and evening shawl from the table. Garth had ruined the evening. Up to that point, being with Holden Grayson had been special and magical and pretty darn perfect. Tears were close to the surface. How humiliating it was for Holden to know that she'd had a past with despicable Garth. Her face burned hot, and she held her cold hands to her cheeks, sucking back a sob. She felt Holden's presence before he spoke.
Amelia,
He said gently.
how are you? I'm so sorry this happened.
Amelia bit her lips, blinking back the emotion. I'm sure you've had a big change of heart about getting mixed up with me. I'm sorry I ruined our evening. I feel like a fool. Holden frowned, a crease between his eyebrows that was suddenly very endearing.
Only one person did anything wrong. The man called Garth Sullivan, who is now in police custody. You did nothing wrong, and you are certainly no fool. You're a strong woman, if that's the man who's been harassing you for so long.
Glancing downward, Amelia shuddered, mortified. Mr. Grayson was kind, his voice so gentle, so unlike any other man she'd ever known. But she was an idiot getting mixed up with Garth. How could she have been so blind to the guy? All of my messages telling him to back off were ignored. They meant nothing to him. He never listened to me. It was always only about him. Standing like a solid wall of protection in front of her, Holden reached out to run his hands down both her arms in a sweet, protective gesture. His touch sent powerful emotions swirling through Amelia, as if a volcano had erupted in the most personal and private parts of her soul.
Most old boyfriends who turn into stalkers don't care that you break up with them, or that you tell them no,
Holden said quietly.
They've convinced themselves that you're blind to their charms, and they only need to convince you at any cost that all you need to do is come back to them.
Is it terrible that I despise him now? Right now, I hate him. He's embarrassed me, frightened me. Holden shook his head.
Not terrible at all. And he is the one that should be embarrassed, not you. I'm embarrassed for the man. You must be exhausted,
he added, ducking his head to catch her eye and give her a reassuring smile. She lifted her face with a small laugh at his adorable expression. A little. But I wasn't ready for the evening to end quite yet. Holden chuckled.
Now that's what I wanted to hear. Although I'm not sure where the rest of our dessert got to.
Will appeared in the doorway, holding an ivory box tied with red ribbon.
I have it all right here, you two. Rescued the desserts that hadn't been touched yet, gave you some fresh eclairs and cheesecake bites, and boxed it all up to take with you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dubois.
Will, please. I'm glad to have met you, Amelia. Be safe going home, you two, and come back anytime.
The Mercedes was waiting at the curb when they stepped out of the cafe. The evening was fast cooling off, but the interior of the vehicle was already warm with the heater going. Amelia sank back against the seat with a sigh of relief. After their driver pulled away from the curb, She and Holden chatted quietly, ignoring the topic of Garth. By the time they were back to her apartment, Amelia had almost put the horrible incident out of her mind. With a man like Holden Grayson sitting beside her, how could she think or worry about Garth ever again? As if reading her mind, Holden reached over to take her cold fingers in his, holding his other hand over the top to cocoon her hand in a protective gesture. His touch, the sensation of his skin against hers, was warmth and comfort beyond what she had ever expected. In a low tone, he murmured, "Hopefully the arrest and possibly a night in jail will make this Garth Sullivan think twice about calling you or stalking you ever again." Amelia's throat constricted as she bit her lips and nodded. "I can only hope so. But I think I will file a police report and get a restraining order." "That's a good idea. Sullivan doesn't seem like the type to take a hint, even when it's given with a sledgehammer." Holden produced a business card from the breast pocket of his suit. "Take this. It has my personal number. Call me anytime, from anywhere, and I'll be there to help you." Amelia gripped the card with a small nod, then tucked it into her handbag. Lifting her eyes to meet his in the shadowy back seat, an inexplicable flash of heat flared between them, knocking her over like an ocean wave. His entire presence drew her under, to a place she never wanted to leave. Every time their eyes connected, Amelia experienced a singular recognition, as though the two of them knew each other from another lifetime. When they arrived at her complex, Holden held out his hand to help her out of the car. He stayed close to her side, his hand cupped around her elbow as they took the path that led around the courtyard garden. Amelia's high heels punctuated each step, keeping her grounded so she didn't float away from the euphoria of being with this man. Once they reached her front door, Holden took her key and unlocked the door, flipping on the living room lights to make sure Amelia got safely inside and nobody else lurked about. "Welcome to my very plain and humble abode," Amelia said with a self-deprecating laugh. "It's charming. Just like you," Holden said. But he wasn't looking at her second-hand furniture, or the pile of cozy blankets she used when watching a movie or working on her laptop. Instead, his eyes roved across her eyes, her cheeks, and then lingered on her lips. Without speaking again, he reached for her hand and gave the back of it a kiss, like a perfect gentleman out of an Austen novel. Amelia trembled with attraction for this man who had shown up so out of the blue. The starry midnight shadows filled each corner of the courtyard and stone paths, and filled the space between them with a distinctive sense of magic. "I'm in town for another few days," Holden said in his deep voice. "May I see you again?" "Yes," Amelia whispered. "After an evening like this one, how can I possibly say no?" Chapter 7. At work on Monday, Amelia was trying to stop daydreaming. She'd spent all day Sunday reliving her evening with Holden Grayson. So many beautiful moments that she wondered if it had all really happened. Monday morning's alarm clock was like a bucket of cold water jolting her from a dream world. Would she ever see him again? Had it been a one-night superficial evening? In the last 36 hours, there had been no word from the man who had swept her off her feet. It appeared that he had returned to wherever he'd come from, and any memories of her had faded like a falling star. It was torture trying to concentrate at her desk. Diamond Tech was the same as any regular day. The other employees chatting a bit after the weekend, coffee mugs in hand while they set about digging into the new week's work. The ringing of telephones, clatter of computer keyboards, group discussions, and meetings. Nothing had changed. But Amelia had changed. She knew her life would never be the same again. Holden Grayson had spoiled her for any other man, but she was completely out of his league, like 10,000 leagues under the sea different. Amelia rubbed at her eyes and shook her head. She couldn't be stupid. He was gone. It had been a one-night date. One dinner, one evening with a simple kiss on the hand for goodbye. He was the perfect gentleman, which was very nice. Even so, the memories of him were fierce and so very, very real. She could recall every single moment, every particular look, every nuance of voice and touch, and he had said he wanted to see her again. Mystified by a man that sent a tidal wave of attraction through her, Amelia ate lunch at her desk. She'd spent all day Sunday hoping for a phone call or a text from him, but none came. So it was time to forget about him and move on. Besides, she had to focus on her current work project. 1,000 details to figure out and make work. The hardware group upstairs hoped to have finalized plans soon, or as close as possible, to start working on prototypes by next spring. After finishing her lunch, Amelia strode to the restroom. While washing her hands at the sink, she stared into the mirror. There were no outward sign of the emotions raging through every inch of her body. The door to the bathroom swung open. An employee from another group entered. "Hello, Amelia," she greeted her. Sonia, Amelia remembered just in time. "Hi, Sonia. How are you?" "Good, good. Hey, I was in the audience for your presentation on Friday. You did a great job." "Oh, thank you." It was a bit nerve-wracking. The sea of faces was kind of a blur. Sonia nodded. "I hate doing those too, but sometimes we can't get out of it. Of course, I was quite mesmerized by our honored guests on the back row." "Oh?" Amelia said, her voice wobbling ever so slightly. She cranked the paper towel machine to cover up her shaking hands. "Did you happen to notice that man? The to-die-for scrumptious one?" I'm not sure what you mean." Her voice ended on a slight squeak. "Oh, goodness, don't be so coy. You're not blind. What a hot man. I'd go anywhere with him for a one-night stand." Every cell of Amelia's body crawled with distaste. She wanted to cover her ears, but she couldn't walk out or slam the door on Sonia. She fluffed her hair in the mirror, not looking over. "He was nice-looking," she said noncommittally. "Funny how we never know when Intel or Pentagon personnel are going to show up. Maybe I'll ask my boss and try to get his name or number. Do an accidental phone call, you know? Wrong number kind of thing." "That's kind of silly," Amelia finally said with a touch of impatience. "High schoolish." Sonia shrugged. "Sometimes a woman has to go after her man." Amelia cringed with the uncomfortable topic. How possessive her coworker was. She was now sweating, despite the full blast of AC blowing through the restroom's vents. What would Sonia do if she found out that Amelia knew Holden's name and hadn't said anything? What would she say if she knew he'd taken Amelia to dinner? She swallowed hard, desperate for a bottle of water. "Well, good luck with that. The visitors are probably long gone to Washington or wherever they came from." Sonia lifted an eyebrow. "Definitely, DC. That's not an issue for me, but I'll keep you posted." Amelia pushed against the exit door, giving the woman a small, quick smile over her shoulder while she hurried down the hallway. Sinking into her desk chair, she closed her eyes. "Oh, Holden," she whispered to herself, awash in the memory of how he made her feel alive and beautiful and special. But it wasn't just the physical chemistry to Amelia. It was something so much more. She hadn't even noticed how gorgeous he was at first. It was their eyes that connected, locked together as though the rest of the world dropped away and disappeared. Their time together had been on a different plane, more than special, although it was certainly that too. Almost spiritual, a connecting of their spirits, their hearts. Which was probably completely silly when she barely knew the man. But she did know him. On some deep, visceral level, they already knew each other. At the end of the day, Amelia was exhausted. She was gathering her things to go home when Sonia poked her head into the office and announced in a loud stage whisper, "Get a load of this! I found him!" Amelia's chin jerked up. She gripped the edge of her desk, heart going into overdrive. Sonia took a step inside, cupping a hand around her mouth. Holden Grayson, but nobody seems to know exactly who he is or where he works. Amelia gave a wistful sigh of disappointment for Sonia's sake. "That's it, I guess. Better luck next time." Sonia laughed, leaning one hip into the doorframe in a sexy stance. No, you don't understand. I got his phone number. Game on, Mr. Grayson." 30 minutes later, Amelia was stuck in commute traffic trying to get out of downtown. She pressed on the brake to keep the car from propelling down the steep hill while she waited for a light. Victorian townhouses standing in tight rows with west-facing windows glinted in the late October sun. Horns honked, car doors slammed along the sidewalk curb, and brakes squealed while the traffic rolled like waves in an ebbing tide of the Pacific Ocean. A tsunami of cars followed a surge of endless stoplights. The sun shone down on the corners of each building, speckling the asphalt with a hazy yellow light. The wind dragged a newspaper down the street as a small dog ran after it, barking. White smoke rose from a chimney in the distance. Her Honda Civic, with its beige worn seats and black covers to hide the small tears, was overly warm, and Amelia cranked up the AC. She shifted while waiting for a red light, the air hazy with exhaust and smog. It was one of those days where she wished she could visit Lila in her complex with its lovely swimming pool and sparkling water. Amelia quickly tapped out a text message to her sister, Erin. "Amelia, how's Quantico? Surviving? Rigorous? What's the ratio of women to men? And are there any outstanding men you've got your eye on? We must chat soon. Love you, baby sister." As soon as she put the phone down, it rang. Amelia picked it up and glanced at the screen. Not Erin. Unknown number. Her heart shot into her throat. Could it be Holden? She pressed the talk button, but there was no reply to her hello, just empty silence for a full 10 eerie seconds. Amelia tossed the phone on the seat next to her when she had to hit the gas to make it through a yellow light. Finally, she entered her own neighborhood. A cold glass of water, then an ice-cold Coke, in that order. Her phone rang again as she unlocked the front door. The same number. Weird. Maybe the person on the other end hadn't been able to talk earlier and was calling back. Amelia raced into her apartment and flopped onto the couch. "Hello? Are you there?" Silence again. Okay. This was getting stranger. Someone obviously had gotten a wrong number and was just hanging up each time. Was it Garth again? Although she had spent part of her weekend at the police station giving a statement about the incident at the cafe, and then filing a restraining order. The officers who had arrested Garth gave her the impression that he was being fairly contrite. The unpleasant night in jail had appeared to wake him up to the reality that Amelia was no longer in his life, and never would be. After draining her water and kicking off her shoes, Amelia poured that ice-cold can of Coke, feeling the fizzy spray on her face when she downed half of it in one gulp. After another, smaller swallow, Amelia felt a teensy bit better after a long Monday, including the annoying day of sexual innuendo remarks from Sonia about Holden Grayson. It took stamina to ignore her and not let the woman get under her skin. If she brought him up again tomorrow, Amelia probably would say something. Just as she began searching her freezer for dinner ideas, the phone rang again. She prayed it wouldn't be Garth on the other end of those long silences. That would be terrifying. But she didn't trust the man as far as she could throw him. Hopefully, it was Aaron phoning her back. The East Coast was 3 hours later, which meant it would be after 9 p.m. for her sister. Surely Aaron could chat for a bit. "Aaron? That you?" This time, there was breathing. Light breathing. It didn't sound like a man, so Amelia crossed Garth off her list of suspects. "Who are you?" she demanded. "If you want to say something, please just say it and stop calling me. I have caller ID, you know. Everybody does these days." "I'll only say this once," a woman's voice suddenly stated. Her voice was crisp and concise, hard to determine her age. Probably older than Amelia, but even women in their 40s and 50s could often sound younger than their age. That was obvious from listening to talk radio call-ins. "Leave my husband alone. Stay away from him if you know what's good for you." Icy fingers crawled like spiders down Amelia's neck. The woman's voice was stern, including a threatening tone in her words. "Who are you?" Amelia said, annoyed now. "I do not know your husband, and I certainly wouldn't be keeping company with a married man." The woman gave a snort of derision with a tinge of laughter. "That's what they all say." "What in the world are you talking about? If you don't state your business, I will hang up." The woman laughed louder at that, a sardonic, ugly laugh. "You're pretty convincing, I'll give you that. But if you know what's good for you, you'll never see or speak to Holden Grayson again. I'm his wife. I'm sure he never breathed a word about me, he never does." Amelia let out a shuddering breath, a dribble of sweat now running down her temple. "Are you threatening me?" The woman's words dripped venom. "Yes, I am. Don't test me. I'll come after you so hard you won't know what hit you." There was a terrifying hardness in her tone, the broken sentence fragments like shards of glass. "Don't test me," Amelia growled into the phone, throwing the woman's own words back at her. She punched the phone off, her hands shaking, furious at the utter gall of this total stranger to make these accusations. Sudden tears glistened in her eyes from the harsh sunlight moving across her front room windows that faced west. Amelia rubbed at the corner of her eye and came away with a black finger. Her mascara was running. She tried to swallow, but it tasted like sawdust. When she tried to set her drink down on the table, her hand still shook, and the dark liquid splashed over the rim and onto the finish. "Darn it anyway!" she burst out, jumping up to grab a hand towel to mop up the mess. The table was an antique of her grandmother's, who had gifted it to her for her last birthday. The table had always brought back the happiest memories of fancy luncheons with her grandmother using real china teacups while they sat on fluffy pillows and giggled about Disney princesses. As a teen, she used to do her homework on this table while Granny watched her soap operas. After her funeral, her mother had told Amelia to take the table and use it one day in her own home, and Amelia had done just that when she found this townhouse apartment. But now the disturbing phone call begged the question, how did Holden Grayson's wife get her phone number anyway? And how did she know about Amelia at all? If the man was married, Wouldn't his wife be living on the East Coast in some ghastly manor house on Martha's Vineyard with all the other rich people? What kind of mess had Amelia gotten herself into? She had trusted the man implicitly, trusted her feelings and intuition. She should never have agreed to go out with him. The time and attentiveness he gave her had been too lovely, too perfect, too good to be true. And now, she knew it with certainty. Worst of all was that during those beautiful hours with Holden Grayson on Saturday night, Amelia had already begun to fall in love with him. Chapter 8. Amelia attempted to eat a can of soup for dinner, but the noodles fell limp, sticking to the spoon in soggy clumps. At last, she threw the cold soup into the sink and walked away. Hot tears leaked from her eyes, while her thoughts quickly ran through the different scenarios that may explain why Holden hadn't contacted her since their date night. But each possibility swam in 1,000 directions, each one more confusing than the last. Maybe she was overthinking things. But the fire inside her body grew as she stormed around her house like a lioness. It was time to face facts. Holden was married, and that must be exactly why he hadn't called. When Amelia passed the hallway mirror, she stopped, not recognizing herself. Her face expressed desperation, her brows knitted together, and her makeup smeared, resembling a teenage girl whose month-old relationship had ended abruptly. Her heart was as raw as her throat, the heat in her cheeks as strong as the blood pounding through her veins, making her head throb. Heaving a sigh, Amelia stood in place for a moment. The apartment was too quiet. She was tired of listening to her own stupid sobs. Turning on the TV, she cranked up the volume to drown out her thoughts, even as she continued to pace. All at once, she snatched up her phone and scrolled through the call history. There was the woman's phone number, area code 617. Amelia did a quick search. That was Boston. The woman probably lived in one of the wealthiest areas like Lexington, Wellesley, or Dover. Boston was only a 1-hour plane ride from D.C., where Holden resided. Did that mean Boston was their home base? Or that they lived apart some of the time? Or were they actually together as she claimed, and he had a private plane to take him back to her every night? Amelia pictured the woman with her perfect suits, pearls, and stilettos meeting her posh friends for lunch. Now that she knew she was phoning from Boston, Amelia recalled a slight East Coast accent. "Ugh!" Amelia muttered, shaking her head at her own stupidity. She had to forget about the romantic dinner and that lovely attraction that had made her feel as though she was swimming in a thick liquid of sensual heat and unbearable allure. When her phone rang again seconds later, she nearly jumped out of her skin. Heart thudding, she stared at the number. It was Holden. It was him. Her body froze, paralyzed and afraid. She couldn't bring herself to answer it, afraid she might burst into stupid, girlish tears at the sound of his voice. The ringing stopped, and her eyes burned with frustration. But just as quickly, Holden was calling again, the tone of the ring even more insistent, if that was possible. Amelia finally pressed the talk button, but didn't trust herself to speak. Rising to her feet, she tried to regain some control over her thoughts as she took a sip from her water glass.
Amelia?
Holden's deep, beautiful voice came through the receiver. When she didn't respond, he said,
Are you there? Do we have a bad connection? Amelia, talk to me. I need to talk to you, and I'm worried about you. Please don't hang up.
Slowly, Amelia pressed the end button. She sank onto the couch and buried her face in her hands. If the man was married, she didn't have the strength to talk about it. The accusation and recriminations toward him and herself. It would be better to cut it off now before she lost control and agreed to meet him somewhere. Holden called again, but she didn't answer. He called again 3 more times, and finally, she silenced the ringer. Should she have answered? Should she have given him a piece of her mind? Because that wasn't like her. If they'd had a longer relationship, she probably would have just for the satisfaction of calling him a liar and a cheat. Even so, Amelia was sure she was going to be sick. A headache raged against her temples, so she gulped down aspirin and a glass of cold water. It was impossible to relax. Each time she tried to think of something else, her mind returned to how Holden had made her feel special and beautiful, as if he had been falling in love with her, too. The memory of pouring her heart out to him and how she'd trusted him with her personal feelings made her embarrassed. How stupid she'd been, how weak, and so very rash. Holden Grayson wasn't the kind of man that fell in love with a woman like her, so ordinary and middle class, a computer geek, a nobody. Amelia staggered into the bathroom and brushed her teeth, trying to get a grip on herself and pull herself together. She should probably just go to bed, but her mind would not stop obsessing. How could she go to work tomorrow? She was a mess, with red eyes and a hoarse voice. It would be obvious to her coworkers that she'd been crying all night, or, most likely, her male coworkers would assume she was hungover after an alcoholic binge and tease her mercilessly. No. Better to call in a sick day until she could get herself back in control. Through her bedroom windows, the sun was beginning to sink in the western skies, pink streaks over the city. After a few more minutes, Amelia pulled the drapes and turned on the apartment lights. Just as she was about to climb into her pajamas and pick out a movie to binge, she heard a knock at the front door. She wasn't expecting anyone, and it had been over an hour since Holden's last call. Amelia didn't even want to call Lila and have her friend show up with junk food for a girl fest, complete with hours of outrage and a sugar hangover. She was just not in the mood. So far, she had kept Holden a special secret, like a dream world that belonged only to her. Now Amelia was glad she had. She could pretend she'd never met the man and go on with her ordinary life. On the way to the door, where a third knock came, Amelia glanced into the hall mirror and was aghast at how horrible she looked. The puffy eyes, the no makeup after washing her face to remove the streaked makeup from her crying binge. Hopefully it was just a late delivery, although she couldn't recall ordering anything recently. Might as well get it over with. A neighbor with lost mail, a surprise visit from Lila, her mother sending over a plate of her fantastic lasagna. "Coming," Amelia said as she twisted the knob and swung the door open, cursing herself for not looking in the peephole first. A strangled sound caught in Amelia's throat. Holden Grayson stood on the stoop, so dashing with his beautiful smile and strong, perfect features. A look of deep concern radiated from those midnight blue, oceanic crystals of his. Oh, those eyes! How they zeroed in on her heart. She spun away from him and waved her arm in a gesture to go away while she retreated into her apartment. "No, not now. I can't do this. Please leave." Behind her, the door closed, and the tears came running down her face, just as Holden's warm hand touched her shoulder.
Amelia, sweetheart, what's happened? Why did you hang up on me?
"You shouldn't just walk in when you're not invited." she said harshly, backing away. He lifted his eyebrows in surprise.
Amelia,
He began again. Words tumbled from her lips. Why haven't you called since Saturday? She cringed at her own voice, the stupid teenage-sounding accusation.
I've been in several high-security meetings while out here in the Bay Area. I called the moment I was done.
He gave her a sheepish smile.
I figured it wouldn't be gentlemanly if I called after midnight last night.
Amelia tried to move away again, but he merely stepped closer and wrapped his arms around her, placing a hand on the back of her head to hold her even closer. She tried not to go limp at the feel of his arms around her, his broad chest, and the musky smell of his aftershave when his cheek brushed against her face.
Something has upset you,
He whispered in her ear.
I need to know what happened. I couldn't drive here fast enough after you hung up on me.
You drove yourself? Amelia whispered stupidly. She assumed someone like him only used hired cars and chauffeurs. His laugh was soft and low.
I do have a driver's license.
She couldn't help laughing at that while Holden leaned back to peer directly into her face, a frown of worry creasing his brow. All her previous resolve to forget about him vanished. Amelia wanted to melt into the man, to cling to him. His body, those arms were strong and solid and had enfolded her so gently. All during their hours together on Saturday night, she had wanted more than just a kiss on the hand. But now she had to force her feet to step back before she lost herself completely. I can't begin a relationship with a married man, Mr. Grayson. Surely you know that. But maybe you don't. Perhaps this is normal. Does it happen all the time for you? A woman in every city? The frown between his eyes deepened, along with a pained expression on his face.
No, Amelia,
He said softly.
this has never happened to me. You are on a different plane altogether from any woman I have ever met.
But, she began again.
And I am not married. Who told you that?
Your wife called a few hours ago? He was visibly startled.
Some woman called herself my wife?
Yes, more than once.
I'm so sorry, Amelia.
So you are married, Amelia choked out, putting a fist against her mouth and clenching her teeth so she wouldn't cry again.
No, I'm not. Not in the slightest. What I meant is that I'm sorry she called you and harassed you. It's actually not the first time, but it's been so many years since the last time that I thought she had learned her lesson when I put a restraining order on her.
Amelia blinked. What the heck are you talking about?
Anytime I meet with another woman, even a coworker, my ex-wife, calls to bully and make herself feel important.
How does she even know about me? We've only spent one evening together.
Oh, she's been following me since we split up.
Holden shook his head in frustration.
I think she needs to go work for the CIA since she's so good at sniffing out details about my life.
Like Garth, Amelia said wryly. I guess you know what it's like then.
I do. I also know it's not to be taken lightly. By the way, Mr. Sullivan is out of jail.
A pulse of fear rose in Amelia's throat. Garth was sure to be supremely angry despite her police report and restraining order.
The man had a rough night in jail and made sure he knows that he is never to contact you again. If he does, he might not live to tell the story,
he added, with a lopsided grin. Amelia chewed on her lip to keep from smiling along with him. His smile was infectious, so warm. She was sure she'd melt into a puddle any second. That's good to know. Thank you. But, there's an elephant sitting in the room with us, by the name of X, Mrs. Grayson. How long ago were you married? And why didn't you tell me at dinner on Saturday?
Because I wasn't thinking about her. Only you. On Friday morning, you took my breath away when I saw you rise from your chair and begin the presentation. I haven't been the same since. And Saturday night, well, I could have spent the entire night talking and laughing and just being with you. I was furious when Sullivan spoiled our dessert.
I'm grateful you were there. And I felt the same. I didn't want the night to end. I was tempted to ask you to stay and eat the box of pastries together, but I thought it best if we took things slower, despite our feelings. Holden's hand wrapped around hers, lacing their fingers together while she stared at him, waiting for the explanation about the woman who had threatened her earlier that evening.
It was 15 years ago,
He finally said soberly.
and the marriage only lasted 2 years. There's been nobody since. Until you.
Amelia's throat constricted, and tears bit at the back of her eyes. I've never met anybody like you either. No man has ever made me feel like this.
I want to see you again. I need to see you. There's more to tell you.
You're seeing me right now, Amelia said with a little laugh. Holden lifted their clasped hands to his lips. His kiss lingered on her skin, and Amelia shivered.
Any chance you want to grab some dinner with me?
She shook her head and made a face, which made him smile. I look a mess.
You look perfect to me. But if you want to change clothes or anything, I'll go bring my car around.
You're serious? I also thought you had already left town.
I've rearranged my schedule. I'm here for the rest of the week. I couldn't spend 5 hours with you on Saturday night and fly out the next day. Any man would be crazy not to move to San Francisco Hills to stay longer.
Amelia's heart thumped against her ribs. That's nice to hear.
Just nice?
He teased. Very nice, she quipped in return. She pulled a lock of tangled hair from her face, then gestured toward her sweats and t-shirt. I'll attempt to leave my rags behind by the fire while you fetch the carriage and horses.
You're my kind of woman, Amelia Steele,
he whispered. Chapter 9. While Holden left to retrieve the car where he'd parked it down the street, Amelia raced to the bathroom, threw on a pair of slacks and a blouse, adding simple gold earrings, and then attempted to fix her unruly hair. Quickly brushing out the knots and snarls, she then spent a couple of minutes with her hairdryer to give it volume. After that, a light dash of hairspray and running her fingers through her wispy bangs until she was passably presentable. The evening was cooling off, so Amelia grabbed a simple cardigan and a small handbag just as Holden appeared at the door again.
Your carriage awaits, my dear,
he said, taking her hand in his. Amelia's stomach soared into her throat when he spoke like that, and those deep, beautiful eyes seemed only for her. Her hand in his was perfection, making her stomach jump all over again. No chauffeur tonight? She teased when they reached the street.
Just the two of us,
he said, opening the passenger door. It was the dark blue Mercedes-Benz all over again, and a jump of excitement lodged in her throat when she buckled the center seatbelt. You certainly travel in style, even on work trips. He laughed and pulled into traffic. The night was late enough now that the world had gone completely dark. Streetlights cast circles of yellow light, and the tall, narrow Victorian homes lit up with interior lamps behind closed lace draperies. The hills of San Francisco stretched below them in a giant bowl when they reached the top of the neighborhood hill. The Bay Bridge and the Golden Gate glowed under starlight. Beyond the city, the ocean lay dark and mysterious. I love this city. It's magical at night, isn't it? Amelia breathed. But I worry that I won't be able to get up for work in the morning. It's almost 9.
Don't worry. I'll be your alarm clock when I telephone you at 6 a.m.
Right now, 6 a.m. sounds horrible. How about 6:30?
Deal.
I am hungry, though. I'm afraid I couldn't eat much earlier this evening.
Holden frowned. You were upset because of a certain ex-wife who shall not be named, he stated, irritation lacing his words. Let's go to one of my favorite places. It's owned by a cousin of my mother who immigrated to the States many years ago from a little town in Yorkshire.
Do you mean to tell me that there is an authentic British restaurant in this town? He smiled at her surprise.
Uncle George's Carvery, straight from England.
That sounds delightful, but you'll have to order for me.
As I recall from our conversation on Saturday night, you went to the UK with girlfriends when you graduated from university.
Ah, you remember. I did, and I loved it. There was something called Yorkshire pudding, although it wasn't a sweet dessert pudding like we make over here. More like a deeply baked popover bread with gravy poured over the top.
Eaten with the perfect roast beef, it's the best Sunday dinner in the world.
15 minutes later, Amelia had been introduced to Uncle George, who embraced her kindly and spoke in rapid English with a charming Yorkshire accent. Amelia had to listen extra hard to catch the fast conversation.
I have my best corner booth for you. Follow me.
The deep walnut table was polished to perfection, with a small vase of flowers in the center. Ice water was already waiting for them, along with linens and flatware.
Dinner hour's about finished, Holden, me boy, but I'll bring you the best plates I can, hot from the kitchen, and you stay as long as you like. The pub is on the other side and will remain open till 11 o'clock, 1 a.m. on the weekends. You know it's late for Sunday, so patronage is usually slower. Enjoy your meal, Miss Amelia.
Uncle George gave her a wink and raised a hand to alert one of his waiters to ensure they were taken care of. It wasn't long before their food arrived. Huge portions of steaming pot roast and lamb slices, enormous cups of crisp Yorkshire pudding, grilled vegetables and potatoes, all covered in a rich brown gravy.
Dig in, as the Americans say,
Holden told her, winking. You're just as American as I am, Amelia shot back with a quirk of her lips. And as soon as we're done eating, I want your life story before I ever go to dinner with you again.
That's a harsh demand.
After the scare you gave me earlier, the horrid woman calling herself your wife, I get the privilege of 100 questions and no balking from you. Amelia was half teasing, but also quite serious. You're an enigma. You live in a world I know little of, and it's intimidating. All I can do is go with my gut, my first instincts.
Holden paused, gazing into her face. And what are those womanly instincts telling you?
Amelia sipped her water, not answering at first. She glanced away because looking into his eyes threw her so very off-kilter. Honestly, I feel like I've been thrown onto a tilting planet with no instructions or guidebook, as though everyone I've ever known has ceased to exist. No other man compares to that moment our eyes met in the conference room last week. Was it obvious that I was flustered? He smiled gently.
A little, but not to anyone else, only to me, because I was flustered too. This attraction has never happened to me before either. It's why I put off returning to Washington. I must see where this takes us. And so far, it's better than I expected.
A wave of warmth cascaded over Amelia's body, including the sensation of pins and needles along her spine. I agree, she whispered. But I don't have any ex-husbands in my past. Which means I have to be careful. I can't trust you completely. Not yet.
I wouldn't expect you to. In fact, I think it's smart that we are honest with each other, starting right now.
Amelia's chin jerked up. Please don't tell me that you have more than one ex-wife. Holden didn't answer right away.
Yes, I do,
he replied quietly. Amelia sat back, setting her fork with a clatter.
Amelia,
Holden swiftly continued.
I am almost 46 years old. I do have a past, but nothing suspicious or untoward. I've never been in trouble with the law, despite all the IRS audits on my various businesses,
he added with a wry laugh. Okay, Amelia murmured. I'll listen. I mean, of course I'll listen to you and let you tell me, but only if it's not too painful for you. Holden took a sip of water.
My first marriage was a stupid, spur-of-the-moment decision. My high school girlfriend and I got married on a dare from our friends. This was in Southern California, where crazy was the norm, Venice Beach. That probably explains a lot. My father had been stationed in San Diego, and he and my mother left for another post out of the country, Rio de Janeiro, to be exact. Since I had barely turned 19, I opted to stay in California and go to SoCal to study international economics and business. In high school, I spent a year on a study abroad in Istanbul. I learned Turkish and a smattering of Arabic. I had a wonderful host family. I think being there is what piqued my interest in international affairs.
Amelia held up her hand. Does this marriage you're about to tell me concern the wife who called me repeatedly and threatened me? He shook his head.
No, she came much later. But I'm being honest when I say that we divorced 15 years ago, after a brief and horrible 2 years together. At 19, I was an average Los Angeles middle-class kid.
That makes sense if your father was in the service.
He entered as an officer after university and retired as a colonel. But it was still a very normal middle-class lifestyle.
You said a moment ago that you and this girl were young and silly and got married on a dare?
We knew each other in high school, had a big group of friends, most of whom partied every weekend. We were at the beach nearly every day, on the Venice boardwalk, daring each other, being goofy, stupid kids. Evelyn had stars in her eyes about marriage. We both did. Our friends kept egging us on, so one day we impulsively got married by a judge just a few months after graduation. Unfortunately, she became pregnant right away.
Oh, no, Amelia said softly. She noticed that Holden's voice had grown tighter with every sentence, his eyes downcast, and then glancing into hers as if looking for confirmation that she wasn't going to reject him. Please, go on, she whispered.
She had terrible morning sickness from the day she told me the news. We were both in our second semester of college, overwhelmed with classes, part-time jobs, and doctor appointments. It was like the joke was on us. Our other friends kind of disappeared from our lives when we took such vastly different roads. With my parents out of the country, and hers disapproving of our choices, the stress was enormous.
What happened, Holden? You don't need to relive this if it's too hard. He shook his head.
No, you need to know the truth. The truth about all of me. Before the baby was born, we were already talking about splitting up. We couldn't handle the finances, jobs, and school, along with the difficult pregnancy with all of its worries. It was too overwhelming, and we weren't equipped financially or emotionally. The plan was for her to return to her parents' home, and I would live with another friend whose folks had offered a room for me at a greatly reduced rental rate than we were paying. Then Evelyn's pregnancy got worse. She'd suffered from endometriosis as a teen, and then sicker than a dog with nausea through all those months. Then the doctors discovered she and the baby had incompatible Rh factor blood types. She went into early labor at 7 months. The baby was in distress. And Evelyn died when the placenta ruptured. They tried to save her, but she basically bled to death. The baby, a tiny baby boy, died an hour later. He was too small. Too weak.
Oh, no. No, no. Amelia choked out, reaching for Holden's hand. Holden grasped her fingers tightly as though he was holding on for dear life. I didn't mean to force you into reliving such a horrible tragedy, she whispered. I am so very, very sorry. What happened after? The poor girl, my gosh. Only a teenager.
Her parents were beside themselves with grief. They blamed me, of course. She wasn't ready to have a child, neither of us was. I was the obvious scapegoat, and I do not blame them. In their eyes, I was irresponsible and took their daughter from them.
How could you bear it? Neither of you meant for any of that to happen. It was an unanticipated tragedy in every way. There was a long moment of terrible silence while they gazed at each other. Amelia lifted his fist to her lips and kissed the back of his knuckles. He sighed and closed his eyes for a moment. Never had any man reacted to her that way. I'm so sorry I pried, she went on, that I forced you into talking about such a horrible time and such huge losses.
You didn't force me. I needed to tell you. I want you to know who I am. That despite 2 previous marriages, neither of them was the right thing to do from the very start. I've been alone for most of my adult life, actually. A brief marriage of months to Evelyn, and then a 2-year marriage to the ex-wife in Boston. It's a sobering thought. I've been waiting for the right woman to come along for a very long time.
He stopped abruptly, but Amelia suspected he wanted to keep that sentence going. How did you cope afterward? She asked in a quiet voice.
Like any other young man trying to figure out life and how to stay afloat. I put my head down and studied every moment I wasn't working to pay the rent. Work and school became my entire existence. After so many years at the grind, I became an angry and unhappy young man.
He paused for a moment, as if gathering his thoughts.
A tragic loss like that affects you. Once I got my MBA, I took employment that required lots of travel, a great distraction from real life back home, throwing myself into work to avoid the pain always hovering in the background. The sense of failure, despite creating businesses, making connections, meeting the right people, and making money. That kind of life only goes so far, too. After 25 years, I want something more, something permanent. A relationship that takes my breath away. And a family of my own.
Chapter 10. There was a moment of silence while Amelia considered the gravity of his words. She agreed with him. Oh, how she wanted that too. I think you're a bit of a romantic, Holden Grayson, she told him, gazing into his eyes. But what happened with the crazy second wife? Or should I not ask?
No, I want to tell you. At the time of our wedding, I didn't know about her deception, but I later discovered that she had never stopped a long-term relationship with another man in her life, even while we dated and got engaged.
Amelia pressed a hand to her temple, shaking her head in disbelief. Other people lived such different, selfish lives, something she had not grown up with in her own family.
While we were married those brief 2 years, she became pregnant with his child. She finally left me for him, after his own business began growing and booming and could give her the lifestyle she craved.
Amelia sucked in a breath. She lied to you from the very start. But why marry you at all? I don't understand.
By then, I was long past my schooling, investing in real estate and other businesses and making a decent living. Well, more than decent. Very, very comfortable.
So, she married you for your money, but left after she was about to have another man's baby, and he had become successful? Wow. Amelia shook her head, trying to take it in. Okay, let me guess. She currently lives in Boston in a mansion with the usual gardeners, housekeepers, maids, and pool boys at her beck and call. Imported china dishes on the table, fresh flowers every day, charity luncheons, hair salon appointments, and gossip. Lots and lots of gossip.
You have her character nailed down perfectly,
Holden said with an admiring laugh. So why in the world would she bother to call and harass me? Holden shook his head.
Control, boredom, jealousy, who knows? Block her number and I will ask my lawyer to send a strong letter to get her to stop once and for all. Perhaps a letter to her current husband, too. If he knew what she was doing, life would not be pleasant, I'm sure.
Amelia grinned. You make it sound so easy. He shook his head at her teasing.
Well, it's not. And there are always repercussions, but I will not have a brief and sham marriage from 15 years ago dictate my life and threaten you.
But you don't know me that well, Amelia teased. Their banter now lightened a bit, but tonight's topics had been terribly sober and filled with decades of heartache for this man. Amelia gazed down at his hands on the restaurant table, wondering if he would ever touch her again, or pull her so close she could feel his heartbeat against hers. Every time he had briefly touched her, she craved more.
And now, beautiful Amelia,
Holden said softly.
Tell me more about you.
I'm sure your spies have already compiled a dossier on me, she teased. A shy smile crossed his lips.
Well, not exactly a dossier.
Ha! I'm right, Amelia threw back at him.
Some of the work I have done, is very sensitive, and I must be careful. If I'm careful, I can also take better care of you. I don't want anyone to hurt you in an effort to hurt or damage me.
At his somber words, Amelia's throat closed, and she took a sip of water. Should I be afraid?
Of course not. I employ bodyguards, staff with eyes everywhere, and it gives me assurance to have a few friends in high places.
Then you are fortunate to have the means to do so, Amelia said. He shook his head, pausing for a long moment.
Not worrying about my next paycheck is a blessing, but the simple comforts of life and the ability to move freely to accomplish the work I do around the globe often comes with a steep price.
She crumpled the linen napkin with her fist. Are you in danger often?
Depends on the job and where in the world I am.
Now that's an evasive answer, she joked. Your life sounds exciting. I envy all the places you've been, but I also feel hurt at the pain you've gone through. My life is so ordinary and even drudgery at times. My apartment is plain and small. Yet I was so proud when I could move out on my own after getting the job at Diamond Corporation.
Diamond Corporation is fortunate to have your brains and skills, and having a place of your own, even if it's ordinary and small, means a lot. Be proud of your accomplishments. Even with the life I've lived, it has mostly been decades of loss and unhappiness, not to mention the loneliness. I want to move forward into a new phase, to live a real life, with the right woman this time.
Biting at her lips, Amelia didn't know what to say to that. Was Holden Grayson actually implying she might be the woman to step into that role in his life, or was he just sharing his dreams? Instead of replying, she pushed her fork around her plate, even though she had already eaten most of it. Holden reached across the table to touch a finger to her chin, lifting her face to his.
I saw a lot in you last week at your presentation that impressed me. You held yourself well, explained your research and project with strength and a massive amount of intelligence and brains. You were poised, thoughtful, and kind to those around you when answering questions. I know you come from a remarkably strong and tight-knit family, despite some past hard times.
What family doesn't go through difficulties? She said with a little shrug. In the end, we're quite ordinary.
I disagree. Not ordinary at all, but extraordinary. You obviously love and care for your parents and your sister, despite her decision to join the FBI. I can totally understand the worry for her and the pain of the past. That career choice must be on your parents.
Amelia gave him a sly glance. So, Mr. Grayson, after just 4 days, what else have you figured out about me?
You're patient, despite not hearing from me for 36 hours and getting harassing phone calls from ex-wives. You were fairly poised when I showed up at your doorstep. No threats, no accusations, no shouting recriminations, only a heck of a lot of questions.
Amelia suppressed a laugh at that.
And if I'd been you when that Sullivan guy showed up at Williams' Cafe the other night, I'd have been in a fistfight within seconds.
Throwing a punch would have only broken my hand.
See? What's self-discipline and self-preservation?
He teased her.
Even though I was only in your apartment for a few moments, I saw the family photographs. The silly pictures with your friends, your college days. You're a girl who loves to laugh and smile, and you have a good heart.
My goodness. You discerned all that, huh? Holden took her hand in both of his. The warmth he radiated filled Amelia so fast and so hard that she could barely think straight. How was she able to sit here so calmly, to keep breathing normally while he so perceptively discovered her true self? This man was fast changing her life, and Amelia's head was spinning. With a shaky hand, she took a sip from her glass and dabbed at her lips.
Say something, Amelia,
Holden said, lowering his voice when their waiter paused at their table to refill their water glasses.
Please.
A shiver ran down her spine like an earthquake. Even though she wanted him to touch her again, she couldn't let herself fall too hard, too fast, despite the pull of attraction between them. I really appreciate everything you've told me, but I think I need to hire a private detective to confirm who you are, she said, lifting her eyes to gaze into his face. I might be a romantic, but I'm also a big fan of self-preservation.
Spoken like the Amelia Steele I'm getting to know,
he said softly.
Can I recommend one?
He added with a grin. She widened her eyes, a laugh escaping. Of course not. That would be a conflict of interest. I'll find a good one, don't you worry.
I'm not worried. But you make me laugh, too. Your humor is clever, a little bit sly, and often quite unexpected.
Thank you, she said primly. And I really hate to say this, but I'm expected at work tomorrow, preferably awake. Holden's lips twitched with amusement.
I'll take you home right now.
He rose from his seat to take Amelia's hand and help her up. Then he picked up her sweater and wrapped it around her shoulders, finally handing over her purse. Oh, a man who isn't afraid to pick up a woman's handbag for her, she said, lifting her chin to tease him. I'm impressed. Uncle George bid them good night and waved them off at the door, inviting them to return any time. With a few clicks of his key fob remote, Holden started the Mercedes engine, unlocked the doors, and turned on the heater by the time they reached the parking lot behind the restaurant. The car was toasty warm within moments. Holden held her hand across the console all the way back to her apartment. Holding a man's hand had never been this thrilling before, and Amelia could barely process the feelings he evoked every moment they were together. The streets of her neighborhood were quiet and dark. Hidden in the shadowy shrubbery of the apartment grounds, crickets chirped a noisy chorus. A couple of cars passed as their footsteps sounded on the paved walkways, but this was a quiet time of day. I love this time of night, the stillness, Amelia confessed. So even though it's very late, she added, I loved having dinner with you and George. Thank you for another magical evening. And for calling off the dogs, too." For a split second, Holden appeared mystified. But then he chuckled softly so as not to disturb the sleeping neighbors.
My pleasure. It's time she grew up and lived her own life. But a person like that only understands threats and lawsuits.
Cease and desist, in other words? Amelia paused, noticing that Holden never referred to her by her given name, only she and her. Once they arrived at her front door, she unlocked it, opening it for Holden to step inside. He spent a few moments doing a quick search of the apartment, making sure they were alone and the place undisturbed. When Holden appeared in the front room again, he walked toward her without speaking, then wrapped his arms around her shoulders in an engulfing and consuming embrace. She slid her arms around his waist, raising her head so that their cheeks pressed together, and she could feel the rough stubble of his beard. Amelia hardly dared to breathe. She wanted this moment to go on and never end. Holden ran his hands up Amelia's back, then tangled his fingers in her hair while he murmured in her ear, "I've been wanting to hold you again all night." She could only nod, speechless at the powerful strength of his body, the warmth and safety that exuded from this man. With a soft sigh, Holden cupped her cheek to gaze at her for a moment, and then whispered, "I will reluctantly let you go to get some sleep. Blame the red eyes and yawns on me tomorrow." She smiled up at him. "I'll tell my boss that it's all your fault." "Good night, my beautiful Amelia." She stood at the door and watched him walk down the path to the curb where his car was parked. "Good night, Holden," she called softly. He turned to give her one last look, a look that sizzled every inch of Amelia's body. After Holden slid into the car and started the engine, Amelia continued to watch until the rear lights of the Mercedes disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 11. The following day, Amelia did something that she dreaded, but in her heart, she knew she must do to protect herself, even if it filled her with trepidation. To begin an investigation of Holden Grayson seemed as though she didn't trust him, and yet she'd only known the man for a week. It was the smart thing to do to confirm his backstory before she dove into the pool too hard and too deep. She didn't know his acquaintances, his family members, or work colleagues, so she gritted her teeth, grabbed a pen and paper, and her cell phone. First, Amelia conducted several online searches, made a few phone calls, and eventually settled on one from an out-of-state agency praising and recommending a retired police detective by the name of Benjamin Miller from Chicago, who had also worked in New York City. It appeared, from the many comments written by previous clients, that this particular private investigator took the term private very seriously. Since Holden had lived in a variety of places during his lifetime, she didn't really need a local Bay Area private investigator, just someone with lots of experience and resources. With trembling hands, Amelia dialed the investigator's number. They spoke on the phone for about 30 minutes, during which Amelia provided him with every detail she could think of: Holden's name, age, preceding marriages, his mother's British ancestry, and the times he insinuated being involved in some sort of undercover work. Detective Miller promised a report in a week. Despite hiring a detective, over the next week, she and Holden became inseparable. Amelia took a week of vacation time, and she and Holden explored all of her favorite places together. It was one way to get to know him more fully, especially when they both had the time off from their work, even if it meant she might lose her heart completely. They attended the Swan Lake Ballet at the Opera House, dined at a variety of restaurants throughout the city, spent a day in Santa Cruz at the beach and boardwalk eating junk food and gorging on saltwater taffy while they played in the breakers and sunned on beach towels, endlessly talking and joking with one another. One night, they found a hotel that was featuring a live band for dancing. Dancing with Holden was utterly romantic. He knew how to hold a woman with a huge dose of gentlemanly romance, including guiding her about the dance floor with smooth confidence. "Where did you learn to dance like such a pro?" she asked, when the third song ended and his arm slipped around her waist to escort her back to their table.
My mother taught my younger brother and I how to dance in our kitchen, turned on the radio, and made sure I knew how to lead and how not to step on a girl's toes.
Dancing was the perfect excuse to be in each other's arms while Amelia still held him at bay from anything more intimate until she knew him better, even though she already knew a lot more than she had about Garth, the snake. On Holden's last day in San Francisco, he picked Amelia up first thing in the morning and drove north to hike one of the redwood trails. She packed a picnic and an old folded blanket to sit on. "Today is perfect weather," she breathed when they found a small parking lot to leave the car. Since it was Friday and a work day on the last weekend of October, the place was quiet. They had only seen one other car after they took the left turn into the park. Tourism had slowed, and schools were in full swing, of course. Wearing a ball cap and a light jacket in case of a sudden rain shower, Amelia pointed to a winding trail through a forest of giant redwoods that stood so gigantically tall, the top of the trees disappeared into the blue bowl of sky overhead. "That's my favorite path," she told Holden.
I will follow you anywhere, Amelia,
He informed her with a cute wink. Clasping hands, they took off along the path into a magical forest where one had to lean backward to see the green foliage against the perfect blue sky.
Redwood trails are always so dense and quiet,
Holden observed, casually lifting Amelia's hand to his lips for a brief kiss. She shivered at the touch of his lips on her skin and paused, speaking quietly in the utter silence of the forest. "It's because the trees shed so many pine needles that the carpet on the forest floor muffles our footsteps." When Holden gave her an indulgent smile, she tugged her hand away and glared at him. "You're laughing at me, aren't you?"
Maybe you should have become a park ranger or a tour guide.
"Okay, smarty. It's just so nice to get away from the city," she said, defiantly lifting her chin at his teasing.
I'm not laughing at you. I would never do that. I'm supremely happy because today is just the two of us. No other patrons at the restaurants, the theater, or Golden Gate Park with bicyclists whizzing by or students making out on the lawns.
"But the alligators at the aquarium were fun, right?" Amelia said solemnly, as if daring him to disagree. Holden's laughter was deep with amusement.
I'm sure the alligators hoped we'd jump into their pool and take a lap. Chat about their lives. Give them a hand or two. Literally.
Amelia smiled up at him. "For a super rich dude with global enterprises and government friends, you actually have a sense of humor."
Am I now known as Super Rich Dude?
"For today. I'll decide tomorrow what I'll call you then."
Well, at least tack on very handsome to Super Rich Dude.
"Okay, you've got yourself a deal." She reached out to shake his hand with a mock gesture, and as soon as Holden's hand slipped into hers, he pulled her close.
You do know that you're making me crazy,
he said in a husky voice. "Whatever do you mean?" she said, pretending innocence.
Since last Monday, I'm pretty sure we've spent about 40 or 50 hours together. We've talked about almost every subject. We've danced, looked at your photo albums, and eaten terrific food. Walked on the beach while the wind blew like a tornado, got the prima ballerina's autograph, and ate seafood overlooking the 17-mile drive on Carmel Beach.
Amelia held up a finger. "Nope. There's still something we have not done yet."
Okay, hit me. What have we not done?
We haven't seen an A's baseball game and stuffed ourselves with foot-long hot dogs and popcorn.
That's on tonight's schedule. Didn't you know?
Amelia put on a sad face, trying not to laugh. I'm sorry, darling, but they're not playing at the moment. The season finished 2 weeks ago. Holden grabbed her around the waist and brought her in close, touching his forehead to hers.
You're adorable and hilarious, you know that?
I didn't know that. I think you need to tell me again.
Saucy, wicked woman.
Is that my new nickname?
I'll call you anything you want.
Holden said in a low voice.
I just don't want to go back to the real world. I want you to be my world.
A thrill of emotion rose up Amelia's stomach, leaving her breathless. I want that too, she admitted, gathering her courage to speak the words she'd been wanting to say all week. Their eyes locked onto one another, as if sealed together in a bond that would never break. He was so beautiful, so kind, so generous and thoughtful, the perfect gentleman. Finally, she added, I'm just waiting for my report. Holden blew out a breath.
You're killing me, Amelia. This is torture.
Detective Miller promised today. Let's eat lunch.
Just like that? Let's eat lunch?
Yeah, I promise it'll be worth it. I'm also a good cook.
Lead the way, my love,
Holden quipped.
before I die of starvation.
It's only been 4 hours since breakfast.
Don't play dumb. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I think I'll call you Witchy Woman. You put a spell on me, keep promising me the best candy in the world over and over again, but every day you break my heart.
I'm sorry, she said, teasing all over again. But it'll be worth it. It's the best candy ever.
I know,
he said, giving Amelia a quick kiss on the tip of her nose. That was close, buddy.
Hey, I'm just a kid on Christmas morning, but I did mind my manners. Okay, let's hurry up and eat and get to the good part of the movie.
2 minutes later, they'd found a quiet, flat spot off the trail in a little clearing with boulders surrounding them, then spread out a couple of blankets on the carpet of pine needles. A fresh, warm breeze rustled through the tops of the 100-foot redwoods. The smell was as sweet as candy as Amelia unloaded the picnic basket. Turkey or ham? Mustard or mayo? She asked, holding out a knife and laying slices of bread on a paper plate. Holden grinned at her.
All of the above. I want everything you've got.
You already have more than most people, and these innuendos are coming super close to the edge. Amelia's voice trailed away as she arched an eyebrow at him.
But I don't have you. Not yet.
You have everything I can give you right now, so be happy. Eat your sandwich and pop open the sodas. I need a Dr. Pepper stat. With ice, please.
Ice? Out here in the middle of nowhere?
Hey, I was a Girl Scout once upon a time. One of those thermoses is filled with ice from my freezer. A belly laugh burst out of Holden.
You are something else. I'll take one of each, please.
She blinked her eyes, puzzled. Excuse me? One each of what?
1 ham with mustard and 1 turkey with mayo. What did you think I meant?
Never mind, she retorted, feeling flustered by her own bravado. Here you go, the most perfect sandwich in all of Northern California.
The only sandwich as far as I can tell.
Well, there are mine right here across my lap, but they belong to me. Giving Amelia a daring look from under his eyelids, Holden took a bite out of her sandwich.
Delicious. You'll love it.
What are you, my queenly food taster?
I need to keep you safe, and I say that in all seriousness.
Holden sat up straight from where he'd been lounging back on his elbows, legs stretched out.
I know what the world is like, Amelia. I know how harsh it can be, and I know there are people right now who would love to see me dead.
Amelia went still as stone while she stared at him in shock. You're serious? she said in a low voice, stating a fact, because she knew in her gut that it was true. There was something different, and almost frightening, in the way that Holden said the words.
It's called the global stage, and I've spent more than 2 decades in that world, with all of its many kingdoms and fiefdoms. I'm no different from any other businessman or politician or movie star. We all must watch our backs, and occasionally hire bodyguards. It also doesn't hurt to conceal carry.
A prickling shiver turned Amelia into a block of ice. It makes me afraid to hear you speak like that. I keep thinking that you're just joking, teasing me. But you truly are serious.
I am, darling Amelia.
This time, Amelia warmed all over, a blush rising up her hot face. He'd called her his darling, his sweetheart, his love. When was the last time she'd heard those words from a man? She couldn't remember, actually.
That's why I want to spend every waking moment with you, because the clock is always ticking. My enemies patiently wait for me to make a mistake.
How could you have enemies? Have you done wrong deeds, cheated, lied, or stolen?
No, but some people are your enemy merely because they want what you have. Envy, greed, power, and knowledge. Most of all, knowledge and secrets. It doesn't take much.
There was a sweet stillness between them, while Amelia watched Holden pour her soda and add a big pile of ice cubes. When he handed it to her, their fingers brushed, and time stood still for one sweet, supernal moment. "Thank you," she whispered, finishing up the sandwiches and handing him one on a plate. Holden moved closer, his hand against her cheek, before softly running his fingers through her blowing hair in a sudden breeze.
Isn't it obvious that I'm falling in love with you?
He murmured. She couldn't find her voice, and only nodded in response, captivated by his face. The strong jawline, the dark velvet soft hair, the slight dimple on his left side when he smiled at her, and those striking, so very blue eyes that seemed almost omniscient, as if he knew her thoughts. In a whisper, Amelia said, "I feel the same way. But it's only been a week. How can this be real? Our days together feel like a fairy tale."
In the time we've spent together over the last 8 days, we've had the equivalent of approximately 20 or more dates.
"That's true," she agreed.
Neither of us is in high school any longer. We're long past our teens and 20s. We know what we want. We know what we felt from across that conference room. As if we were the only 2 people there.
"The world disappeared," Amelia admitted softly. "It's funny how I knew right then. Strange how that can happen when you're least expecting it." Holden took the plate from her and set it on the second blanket. He pushed aside the basket of food, the drinks, and cups.
Come here. You are suddenly much too far away, my girl.
Amelia heard a catch in her throat. She wanted to lunge at him, but she merely felt the heat of her face blushing as she moved in closer. All at once, Holden's arms were around her, her head on his chest as he held her close to his heart and stroked her hair with gentle hands.
I'm mesmerized by you,
he whispered, his words slow and deliberate.
I know you're feeling vulnerable, just like I am. But I'm falling so very, very hard for you.
After a few moments, he rolled on his side to hold himself above her, one elbow steadying himself while she lifted her eyes to scan the beautiful contours of his face, framed by the perfect blue sky overhead. Holden cradled Amelia's face in his warm hands, the shadow of his body protecting her. He gently leaned down to kiss her cheeks, and then the corners of her eyes while she closed them in ecstasy, followed by kissing the soft skin of her neck. And then, suddenly, his sweet lips were on her mouth, kissing her so intensely, Amelia felt herself tumbling into a cloud of heaven. Was this really happening? Could this be real? Amelia had already dreamed of it, wished for it. But these tender moments of passionate kissing were more than everyday dreams she'd had over the past few weeks with this man. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she pulled him down to her, returning every kiss, tasting his mouth, the softness of his lips, while Holden groaned softly and deepened the kiss for several long moments of pure, intoxicated rapture. Her heart rolled slow and dreamy in her chest, while she wished these beautiful moments would never end.
"Oh, my love,"
he said, a gentle lilt to his voice.
"With you in my arms, I do believe there is a God in heaven."
I know there is, she whispered in return, breaking off the prolonged moments of kissing to fall back to earth before she lost herself completely to him. They lay there for a few more moments, just holding each other and whispering silly romantic things. But then the late afternoon turned cooler, and the temperature dropped. Amelia shivered from a sudden breeze that rustled the tops of the highest redwoods. I guess we need to pack up our idyllic afternoon. She pushed herself up on one hand to gaze down at him lying on the blanket, feeling a little dizzy.
"Just one more kiss,"
he begged, smiling at her. No more right now, she told him in a laughing but strict tone. We need to return to reality, and I need to get my head to stop whirling. I think you've put a spell on me. He brushed a finger along her chin, and then touched her lips.
"If I'd actually put a spell on you, we'd be kissing for at least another hour."
That's one powerful magic spell, Mr. Grayson. But I must return to the real world, at least to get my phone call.
"Ah, the dreaded, mysterious phone call,"
Holden said with a teasing grin. Are you worried? She asked, quirking her head at him. He shook his head and finally sat up.
"Not at all. I have a clean conscience."
That might be debatable at the moment.
"I only had the best intentions for our date together. You can take that with an added scout's honor."
Her eyebrows shot up. What? Were you seriously a Boy Scout? He wagged his own eyebrows back at her, laughing at Amelia's expression of shock.
"You'd better believe it, honey. I know how to tie knots, start a campfire, sew a patch on, and cook macaroni and cheese."
Oh my, what talents you possess, she told him.
"I have more, and I hope to show them to you one day."
Okay, you're cooking dinner tomorrow night. Mac and cheese with hot dogs. I simply must have hot dogs, with mustard. And a warm grilled bun, no cold ones, straight from the package.
"I'll need to remember that. No cold hot dog buns for my woman,"
Holden said, his eyes crinkling with laughter. Standing up, he took her hand, linked their fingers together, and pulled Amelia up to her feet. Standing close together, Holden wrapped his arms around Amelia, shielding her from the chilly wind that was growing stronger every second as the sun sank fast into the distant ocean.
"I'm sorry to see our day end. Time goes too fast when I'm with you,"
he added softly, tilting her face up to give her a light kiss. Your lips are warm, she murmured. But I do need to get home, and we have an hour's drive back.
"I hate to remind you, and myself, but I'm flying back to DC tomorrow. But I'll be back next weekend."
Do you need a ride to the airport? He shook his head while still holding her tight.
"I'll catch a taxi from my hotel, but I'll call you when I arrive. It might be late with the 3-hour time difference."
Call me anyway, she said. It was dark by the time Holden dropped Amelia off at her apartment and made a quick inspection of the place. "What are you doing?" she laughed when he opened closets and the door that led to the attached rear garage.
"Making sure no one is lurking or following you. That's how little I trust my ex-wife and that tyrant, Garth Sullivan."
"You're very thoughtful, but I'll be fine. All I can hope is that the restraining order will force Garth to slide into the annals of history, a history I will happily forget from this point forward."
"Good. I'm glad. You'll sleep better and so will I. Other than dreaming of you while we're apart."
"Next week is only 5 days away, and we have these magical devices called cell phones to keep in touch," she joked. He gazed at her for a long moment, then lifted her into his embrace and captured her lips one last time.
"Please be careful, my love. And I hope your detective gives you the right answers about the man who's fallen for you."
"I can't decide if you're joking or being serious, Mr. Grayson." He chuckled softly.
"Both, if you want the honest truth."
"Of course I do. I've been betrayed too many times in the past."
"Amelia, you can trust me. I want you to believe me. I will tell you anything you wish to know. I'll put my life out on the table like an open book. The only problem is that you might need a security clearance."
"That won't be a problem," she told him easily. "As you know from Diamond Tech, I already have a security clearance. It took months of paperwork, and all my family and friends were interviewed with probing questions about every aspect of my life, which means I'm FBI approved and vetted." A slow smile spread across his face.
"It appears we were meant for each other after all."
She arched an eyebrow mischievously at him. "You appear to be quite sure of yourself." He cupped her face in his hands and came nearer to her lips once again.
"More than I've ever been in my entire life."
Amelia's smile widened. "I may be a siren luring you into deep waters," she warned. His deep laughter rumbled in his chest.
"If that's true, my sexy vixen, then I'm already drowning with desire for you."
Chapter 12. Amelia locked her front door, then rushed to the window facing the street to watch Holden getting into his Mercedes and pulling away from the curb. She pressed her forehead to the cold glass, gazing despondently out at the vanishing car. The sorrow of his leaving was more intense than she anticipated. After the long day of hiking and enjoying their leisurely and incredibly romantic picnic, with their first kiss turning into the most intense and heart-stopping kissing of her life, Amelia was no longer hungry. After packing in so many activities and talking nonstop the past 10 days, Holden's absence was like a physical loss. Amelia stared blankly into her refrigerator for several minutes before grabbing a soda, shutting the door with a sigh, then switching on the television set to surf channels. While sitting there, she thought about how she should call her mother or Aaron back in D.C. at Quantico, or perhaps Lila, whom she hadn't spoken to since first meeting Holden, and Lila had gone away to her family reunion in the mountains. They'd texted a few times, and Amelia had blamed work and project stress when she had actually taken vacation days to spend more time with Holden. The past week had been so packed and consuming that it felt like a month had passed instead of 10 days. It was tempting to call Lila and gush about him, but Amelia could never bring herself to do it. She wanted to keep the delicious secret of him all to herself. She had never felt this way before, not even close. This astonishing relationship with Holden was too precious, too real, and too magical to spoil it with girl talk and giggles like they were back in college. For several long seconds, Amelia's finger hovered over the power button of the TV remote control, but before she could press it, her cell phone rang, making her jump. She lowered the volume and squinted at the caller ID, recognizing Benjamin Miller's name and local area code. Knowing it was the detective she had spoken to a few days prior about an investigation into Holden, she nearly didn't answer out of fear. But the drive to know this amazing man better drove out the fears or doubts. "You've been expecting this call all day. Just answer the phone," she hissed, fumbling to punch the talk button while it rang again. "Hello?" she said, out of breath while struggling to compose herself.
"Miss Steele, this is Ben Miller, Detective Miller,"
the man said, his voice firm and professional.
"We spoke a few days ago about an investigative op you requested. I have some information for you. Do you need something to write on? Should I wait?"
"Oh, sure, of course." She rushed to grab a pen and notebook from her handbag. "Okay, I'm ready now," she finally replied, her voice shaking a bit. "Thank you for getting this done so quickly."
"I have an assistant. We both know how to access records that might be harder for others to get into, so it didn't take too long to build a profile on the subject."
The word, subject, threw Amelia off guard for a second before she realized he was referring to Holden.
"I can give you an overview now, but I'll also email a full report if you'd like."
Amelia's stomach was in her throat, and a wave of nausea swept through her, while worries of Holden being a criminal or an embezzler or even worse, lying about his identity and being a truck driver from Kentucky, crossed her mind. "That would be nice, thank you."
Okay, here we go. Holden Grayson was born 45 years ago on the Polish-Ukrainian border when his father was stationed there in the army. His father, Stuart Grayson, went in as an officer after graduating from West Point and moved up the ranks to colonel, retiring after 45 years. The family lived all over Europe, and Grayson was educated in various U.S. schools on Army bases before the family came back to California. His teen and young adult years were spent in Southern California. He was married at 18 to Evelyn Coleman for less than a year because she died during childbirth, as did their child. I found the marriage and death certificates to verify this.
Amelia's eyes filled with tears as she heard the shuffling of papers through the phone line. She was overcome with anguish at the sound of a stranger's voice describing Holden's teenage wife dying in such an agonizing way. The grief that Holden must have gone through was too much to bear, and Amelia was consumed with an overwhelming sorrow. Detective Miller cleared his throat and continued.
Holden Grayson did his undergrad work at Columbia in New York City and got his MBA at Oxford in England. By the way, his mother was a British citizen hailing from a suburb of London. His parents met when his father was briefly stationed there at the end of the Vietnam War years. His parents are both deceased. He has one younger brother who lives in Florida with his wife and family. The man knows several languages, Russian, German, and Polish, of course, and a smattering of Arabic when his parents were in Turkey for a year just before returning to California.
Amelia's stomach churned with 1,000 emotions as her knuckles turned white from tightly gripping the phone. She'd had suspicions he might be involved in national security or intelligence work, but she never expected this.
Due to his language skills and high IQ, Holden Grayson finished his MBA as well as a PhD in international finance, then received an inheritance from his mother's parents, his grandparents, when he was 25 and began to invest in several international businesses.
Detective Miller cleared his throat and continued.
There have been a few entrepreneurial startups, investment in the arts, even a couple of movies as a silent producer. He had an intuition for business that turned healthy profits. It's unclear, but we can ascertain that Holden Grayson is worth about $100 million, perhaps more.
Amelia's heart thudded in her chest as the truth about Holden Grayson revealed itself. He was a multi-millionaire, as she had suspected.
Due to those language skills and his business acumen, Miller continued, Grayson was recruited by the CIA. He's been a part-time operative around the globe for nearly 5 years.
Amelia's stomach clenched while shock rippled through her body. The reality of Holden's double life became clear to her.
There's even more on that, actually, Miller went on. Because his mother is British, Grayson holds dual citizenship, a common occurrence when children are born to dual citizen parents who are born overseas.
What does that mean? Amelia asked quietly, her fingers gripping the phone until her knuckles turned white. Miller hesitated before speaking again.
It means Grayson was asked to work for MI6.
Amelia's breath came out in short gasps. Is he some kind of James Bond? She had been suspecting he might be in national security or had an intel job, but this news was inconceivable. Detective Miller chuckled.
I don't think it's that dramatic, but it appears that he's been asked to consult with the agencies on national security, fraud, international relations throughout the world, that sort of thing. I may be a former police detective, but much of that secure information is blocked from me.
I suppose I can understand that. For national security reasons and his own safety, Amelia said reluctantly, her voice wavering, her stomach churned as her mind raced with the implications beginning to sink in. Could Holden actually be a double spy? Her throat tightened at the thought of what he might have done in his past. He had mentioned having a concealed carry permit, but she had never seen a gun or pistol on his person or in the Mercedes. She recalled the dozens of hours she'd spent with him this past week, his tall, broad figure in dark jeans and a sports jacket, his hands usually empty, never any sign of a pistol or anything else in his vehicle.
Double spies usually mean an American intel officer working as a spy against his own government with a foreign nation. We're allies with Great Britain. They help each other out. Most of the time,
Miller added with a wry laugh. There was a moment of silence, and then the detective said,
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me?
Sorry, Amelia stuttered. I'm having a hard time processing all this, but, yes, I do have a couple more questions. Did Holden Grayson ever marry again? And where is his official residence? Where does he currently live?
Right, I do have that info.
There was the sound of shuffling papers, and then Detective Miller continued.
Grayson was married to a Boston socialite by the name of Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton. They married 15 years ago, divorced 2 years later. Ugly divorce, it looks like. They were in court off and on for another year. She lives in the suburbs of Boston and is married to a Wall Street banker.
Amelia was overwhelmed with relief at the confirmation of Holden's story. But if Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton had married a second millionaire years ago, why had she been harassing Holden for over a decade? Amelia shuddered, her mind conjuring up images of a jealous and unhinged woman. How long has she been married to the new husband? She asked, while she tried to keep her voice from quivering.
Looks like about 12 years.
Amelia felt her fury rising. She had to hold back a scream, grinding her teeth in frustration instead. Sorry, that woman has been harassing me, and now I can get my own lawyer to take care of her.
Sounds like a good idea, Miss Steele. Last of all in my report are Mr. Holden Grayson's residences.
As in multiple residences? Amelia echoed.
The complete list will be in my final report, but he has an apartment in Washington, D.C., I assume because he works there frequently. Another one is located in the Knightsbridge area of London, just about the wealthiest area, with home prices at several million apiece. Looks like it might be a family home of his mother's, perhaps been in the family for a few generations.
Amelia nodded to herself. That certainly made sense if he had inherited the home from his mother. Anything else?
The gentleman does get around. He has a vacation home in Bora Bora, part of French Polynesia, of course, and another on a private Caribbean island. I guess he likes to get away to his island resorts.
Amelia swallowed hard. Holden's lifestyle was very different from the one she'd known all her life. Would continuing this relationship be feasible? Could they make it work? Were they compatible? A slow smile crossed Amelia's lips. Compatibility wasn't the issue. Her attraction to the man knocked her socks off. He was everything she had been wanting in a man, been searching for over the past decade. It was their life experience differences, meshing their backgrounds, families, residences, and work that could prove difficult. But oh, how she craved him. Missed him dreadfully right now, even though it had only been a few hours. Island resorts, huh? Amelia finally said with a joking laugh. I guess I could get used to that.
I'll finish up the final report and send it to you by private courier,
Detective Miller said.
And if you have any other specific questions, I'll be happy to talk to you. Have a good night.
Amelia pressed the end button on her phone and laid it on the coffee table. She blew out a long, slow breath, relieved to know Holden wasn't a criminal, but also overwhelmed by the onslaught of information. When she had met him for dinner that first night 10 days ago, it had been so very lovely to dine with him, to be pampered and complimented and cared for. But there had been so much more than that. From the very beginning, the day of her presentation, the lightning bolt between them had been immediate and electrifying. She wanted him. That's all there was to it. And the idea of actually being with him, of belonging to him, of spending her life with him was thrilling beyond her wildest imagination. Slowly, Amelia turned off the lights in the apartment, then got ready for bed. Crawling under the sheets, she lay in the dark, feeling like a giddy teenager with a mad first crush. What day was it tomorrow? She supposed she had to go to work, so she set her phone alarm, got up to get a drink of water, and laid back down. How could she sleep? She was too worked up, her brain going 100 miles an hour on a speeding train that was about to jump track. When her cell phone rang again at midnight, the sound startled her so badly that she practically fell out of bed. Hello?
Hello, sweetheart,
Came Holden's beautiful voice through the line.
I probably woke you.
Actually, no, she admitted softly. The phone ringing just surprised me.
I can't sleep thinking about you, but I just got into my condo after the flight.
Thanks for letting me know you're home safe and sound.
I miss you and wanted to say goodnight.
I miss you too, Amelia whispered.
I'll let you know when I can get away again. Meanwhile, we'll have to be content talking by phone.
3,000 miles between us dictates the parameters, doesn't it? He laughed softly.
It certainly does, and I hate it. We'll figure out when we can see each other again. Soon, though. I promise.
He paused, then added,
You know, I'm in a state of dire suspense about the phone call from your hired private detective.
I'm sure you are, but I'll tell you more when it's not so late. But if it eases your mind, I will remain friends with you and still keep talking to you, she teased.
Remain friends, he said, feigning outrage. Have we taken a step backward, my love?
No, just keeping you on your toes.
He chuckled softly. I'm definitely in that state of mind, you vixen woman. Have a good night's sleep, beautiful Amelia.
Chapter 13. On the way home from work a week later, Amelia spotted a car that appeared to be following her. Whoever was driving the vehicle had made every single turn she had made since leaving the employee parking lot at Diamond Tech. She hadn't noticed it at first, then realized that a black sedan had kept up with her, following dangerously close. At one point, Amelia craned her neck to get a glimpse of the license plate without success. No plate appeared at the front of the vehicle. Then, after making several turns and catching a peek at the rear of the car when she made a U-turn, and the other car had to crank the wheel to make a U-turn as well, she realized that the dark sedan had no plates at all. Perhaps she was being paranoid after Garth's stalking and learning that the man she'd fallen hard for was both a CIA and MI6 spy. The sun hovered on the horizon while Amelia tried making several turns around corners and neighborhoods to see if she could lose them, but the ominous vehicle kept up with her. Who could it possibly be? If it was Garth, he'd be honking his horn at her to get her to stop. If it was Holden making a surprise visit, he would have called her first. Was it his ex-wife again? After all, she'd called a couple of times to harass her by demanding she stop seeing Holden, and then the same number had called twice more over the past 48 hours, but no one spoke a word, just hung up. It was like living in a movie. A thriller with a shadow enemy purposely trying to get her agitated and confused. Thankfully, it was still daylight. So after Amelia took the last corner onto a busier street with shops and restaurants, she swerved her car to the left, crossing the middle line to block the road, and then braked hard. Behind her, the sound of squealing tires broke the air like fingers on a chalkboard. The black sedan barely missed hitting the rear end of her Honda. Amelia pushed against her car door with a ferocity that surprised even herself. In less than a second, she was pounding on the tinted driver's door. "Get out of the car!" she demanded. "Who are you? Why are you following me? Show your face if you have any guts at all, or maybe you're just a coward." The driver's and passenger windows were so darkly tinted that it was hard to see the person's face. But then Amelia leaned over the windshield and cupped her hands against the glare. A woman of about 35 with long dark hair was sitting with her hands on her steering wheel, a scowl on her face. Amelia lifted her cell phone and dialed 911. "I'm calling the police for harassment," she announced, getting angrier by the minute. The traffic was piling up behind them, horns honking at having the road blocked during rush hour. A huge four-wheel drive truck barely squeezed past Amelia's angled car sitting over the broken white lines in the middle of the street, and its window rolled down.
"Hey, lady, move your car or I'll move it for you. With my monster truck. Then you can get it towed to the town dump."
"Cops are on their way," she shot back, any patience gone. "You probably don't want to be around when I report you for threatening me." Amelia reached for the black sedan's front door handle to open it. She assumed it would be locked, but her body jerked backward when the door actually opened, and she came face to face with the woman. "Hey," the woman said in a rough voice. "Are you some kind of carjacker? Leave me alone or I'll tell the police that you're harassing me, and you'll get the ticket. Or, if you prefer, get arrested and spend the night in a jail cell while you wait for bail." Amelia gripped the driver's door, frustration turning to anger. "That's rich, lady. You've been following me for the last couple of miles. Tell me who you are." The woman flipped her dark hair over one shoulder and gave a small smirk, staring up at Amelia with a look of such cool calmness Amelia wanted to strangle her. "Are you Amelia Steele?" she asked. "Why would you follow me if you didn't already know who I am?" She smiled without showing any teeth. "And you have confirmed it. And so? Why? I don't know you. You don't know me. How would you know my name? We've never met." The woman cut her off. "Oh, but we do know you. And we're getting to know you very well. I'll tell 'em you have a feisty spirit as well as brains. Potentially a dangerous combination, but we may not have any choice." Amelia swore under her breath. This woman was beyond infuriating, and now she was going to be cryptic and mysterious. "You're talking in riddles. Did Elizabeth Hamilton from Boston send you to spy on me? I have no idea who that person is. I have nothing to do with her. I have my own job to do. Now, good day." The woman yanked the car door out of Amelia's hand, slammed it shut, then hit the power locks. She glanced in her rear-view mirror and gunned the gas. It appeared that when other travelers saw the road blockage, they had turned around and not entered the street at all. This meant that the strange woman, a spy, was now able to maneuver backward, spin her wheels to reorient the black Buick sedan, and peel off around the corner, disappearing with a puff of exhaust smoke before Amelia could get back into her own vehicle. Later that night, Amelia told Holden what had happened when he phoned. I thought I'd dropped into a spy novel the way she was tailgating me with her car, obviously following me on purpose. Holden was quiet for a moment, listening.
I'm sure it was quite disconcerting.
At the least. I honestly thought she was an undercover cop at first, but I got so angry that I lost control and confronted her. Holden chuckled.
I wished I'd been there to see you swerve to block her and then pound on her window. I suspected you have a feisty streak, and you just proved it.
This is not funny, Mr. Grayson, Amelia said, trying not to laugh herself.
No, I just wish I was there to wrangle you onto the couch for some good old-fashioned kissing.
You're terrible. In case you didn't remember, we're 3,000 miles apart, Amelia teased in return.
I'm very much aware of that, and missing you.
Me too, she admitted softly. But do you know what that woman was all about? A crazy kook, mistaken identity? I'm still in the dark. She wouldn't even give me a hint, just burned rubber peeling away from me. After a moment of silence, Holden asked,
Did she have a British accent?
The unexpected question stumped Amelia. Honestly, I was so enraged I didn't give it much thought, but yes. Now that you mention it, she might have had an accent. Amelia sank down onto her sofa, icy shivers running down her spine. Are you telling me that she's—
Yes, sweetheart. I think she might be British intelligence. I got a call from them today and they were asking about you.
Me? Why me? I'm not a spy.
They don't think you're a spy, darling, but they must check you out, see who you are, your background, and any connections to the government or intelligence agencies in the United States that you might have.
Am I being investigated? Or you?
Both, actually.
He paused, and Amelia grew a little worried. Do I have to pass some sort of test to become part of your circle of acquaintances?
Oh, Amelia, no. But you're more than an acquaintance. They've probably ascertained that I'm romantically involved with you and that I don't intend to stop my relationship. They want to know if you're a risk to me in any way.
Is my phone bugged? Am I being watched round the clock now?
Oh, love, no. Of course not.
Holden's usual faint English accent grew more pronounced.
This woman probably spent today looking into your work, your family, and your basic background, and then followed to see how you might react.
I probably flunked, then.
Nope. Most likely you passed with flying colors. Now, many people would have jumped out of their car, stopped traffic, and confronted a stranger following them.
At first, I strongly suspected it was a woman by the name of Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton.
Ah,
Holden said quietly.
so you know the name of the ex-wife now?
Ha! Mr. Holden, I know a whole lot. His voice was low and much too sexy, sending heat along Amelia's neck.
I take it you had a successful conversation with your police sleuth.
She laughed. Yes, it was quite enlightening. A billionaire, a double spy, a guy who owns multiple homes and speaks multiple languages, in a nutshell.
Not actually a billionaire, my love, Holden said with a chuckle. You give me too much credit, although I'm working on my portfolio. The big question, Miss Amelia Steele. Do I personally still pass muster with you?
I'll sleep on it again tonight and let you know in the morning.
You crush my hopes. You dangle me in suspense.
You're darn right, Mr. Holden. She paused, then added in a low voice. Despite many shocking moments during my conversation with Detective Miller, you checked out pretty darn well.
Am I trustworthy?
Everything you've told me over the last several weeks was verified. Your marriage and child with poor Evelyn, Elizabeth the hussy, and why you are so well-traveled and have so many impressive residences.
Very intriguing how you say that last syllable, he said, laughing. We probably shouldn't speak more of these things on an unsecured cell phone. I'll purchase burner phones for future calls.
Burner phones will clinch the reality that I'm living inside a thriller.
I'm sure the information about me has come as an unexpected surprise, and I'm sorry for that, Amelia.
Tough stuff for regular conversations. Oh, by the way, I'm an international... You know what? Her voice trailed away.
I'm flying out to you next weekend, so get your rest, love.
When Amelia lay in bed that night, butterflies ran riot in her stomach. Talking to Holden, hearing his beautiful deep voice calling her love in that British way of his, sent a warmth through her heart and soul. It was a reaction she'd never experienced before. His lifestyle was exciting, but potentially dangerous too. At the moment, she didn't care. She just wanted to be with him, not thousands of miles apart. It was going to be difficult to focus on work during the next week or two until she saw him again, but Amelia threw herself into it so she didn't go crazy missing the man she knew without a doubt that she loved. Their relationship had been inevitable the moment their eyes locked. But right now, she had a massive amount of computer code that needed to be written, tweaked, tested, revised, fixed, and approved by her team at Diamond Tech. Chapter 14. The next day after work, a FedEx truck delivered a plain brown box to Amelia's apartment. She tore it open and pulled out a black burner phone, running a finger along the sleek design and glare-free glass cover. She pressed the button to turn it on and discovered that it had a full charge as well as a complimentary leather case and a car charger. Her heart raced as she anticipated tonight's call from Holden. Amelia got ready for bed with the phone on the bathroom counter while she waited for him to call. An hour later, while lying in bed with the television on low, the phone purred out a soft ring. Her heart jumped when she heard his voice on the other end. The man never ceased to provoke excitement in her.
Looks like the phone works.
How did you know the number of it?
I picked it out myself just for you and had it overnighted.
Amelia felt silly for asking. I assumed you bought it online or had a secretary take care of it. How does a busy man like you have time to run such a personal errand?
I make time for the most important person in my life.
That's nice to hear, Amelia said, rolling over on her pillow to study the sleek device, her stomach giving a little jump of pleasure at his words. You have quickly taken over as VIP in my life, too, she whispered. And now I have your new phone number, too.
Believe me, love, I will be the only one calling you on this phone. If not, then we have a big problem.
Amelia sucked in a breath. Very true.
Are you ready for an official relationship with me, Amelia Steele?
He asked softly.
Parts of my job can be dangerous, and I don't want you to regret anything. Most of all, I don't want you to be afraid.
I'm trying not to worry about that part of it, but it does help to keep the nerves at bay when you're in the same city I am. Maybe this is what wives of military spouses feel like. There's always a chance for danger, but the vast majority of the armed forces stay safe their entire careers. At least, that's what I'm trying to tell myself, she admitted. Holden's voice was gentle and affectionate.
I'm impressed at your even-handed calm, sweetheart. You promise you don't have reservations?
Amelia didn't answer at first. As long as you don't hide anything from me, she finally told him. About the danger, about where we're going or why, or who I need to be aware of to protect myself. Like that woman following me yesterday. I was about to come unglued, and when I saw it was a woman, I was ready to slap her silly. Holden's laughter came through the receiver loud and clear. Although, Amelia added ruefully, I probably should have been more careful approaching the car, not knowing who was inside. I just got so angry and frustrated, and I didn't want to lead the driver back to my apartment. I figured that could be more dangerous.
Unfortunately, she probably already knew where you lived, but approaching you in a public space protected her too.
Carrying 2 phones in my handbag will be a little strange and a little bit heavy, Amelia mused. I'll have to make sure I don't mix them up when one or the other rings.
If you can only answer one phone, choose mine. From now on.
Yes, sir, she teased. After they said goodnight, Amelia lay awake for a long time in the dark, thinking about this new man in her life and the changes happening so quickly. Despite Holden's potentially dangerous life, the man was exciting and alluring, and she wanted more of him, badly. Missing Holden turned out to be brutal. Amelia felt as though her heart was being ripped out of her chest with every moment that passed without seeing him. So instead, she threw herself into her work, desperately trying to keep her mind busy so she wouldn't go insane. The ache of his absence remained relentless while she faced endless meetings and tasks at work that all seemed to remind her of the person she loved clear across the country. It was a wretched pain, like nothing she had ever experienced before. But then, she had never felt so intrinsically linked to another man. Their nightly phone calls were a lifeline. To hear his voice was heaven. To laugh and talk and make plans for when he could return to the West Coast bathed Amelia in a perfect bliss she held on to each day. Outside of her thoughts about Holden were a couple of quick lunches with Lila, who told her about a new man she had met up north during her family reunion, chats with Aaron as her sister neared graduation from Quantico, and her younger brother Sean's wedding to Katie during the week between Christmas and New Year's. Amelia knew she was keeping Holden a secret from everyone she loved, but he was such a complicated man. Her brother would probably challenge him to a duel. Her dad would run him off, and Lila, well, she didn't want to spoil her friend's newest infatuation with taking over the conversation about the sudden new man in her own life. Holden was so very different from any other man she had ever known or been in a relationship with. He was an international spy for 2 countries. He was filthy rich. Basically, this man was unexplainable. That's all there was to it. Despite her sister-in-law-to-be, Katie, planning most of the wedding with her own mother, the groom's family were assigned the flowers and wedding luncheon. Sean was happy to let his mother and older sister help, so Amelia spent the next weekend trailing after her mother while they shopped for dresses to wear to the wedding and writing up potential luncheon menus. Finally, they booked a caterer for the meal and visited a couple of florists to get prices on bouquets and boutonnieres to pass along to Sean and his fiancée. Without telling Amelia, her mother scheduled a family Christmas photo session for early December, which was coming up fast.
It might be our last one until long after the wedding, her mother said. Who knows where Erin will be assigned after her graduation, and then Sean and Katie will be busy setting up their new household.
Okay, Mom. Just text me the day and time and I'll be there.
Don't forget to help us with the wedding invitations next week.
Got it on my planner, Mom, Amelia assured her. A week later, at her parents' home in the Nob Hill area, Amelia grabbed the stack of heavy cream-colored wedding envelopes from the box near the dining room table and began to stuff them with the wedding invitations. Handing them to Katie, her future sister-in-law began addressing the envelopes with a pretty fountain pen, adding flourishes and swirls that created a professional look. Her mother then added the return address, while Sean placed the stamps in the upper right corner. Every now and then, Amelia glanced up at the television where her dad was cheering for the San Francisco 49ers to beat the Miami Dolphins. Wrappers from leftover Thanksgiving dinner several days earlier littered the nearby counter, and Amelia breathed in the scent of her family's warmth while she worked. The TV was blaring, and Sean made frequent jokes about their father's enthusiastic yells and ongoing advice to the team's coaches while he ran in to join his dad every few minutes to watch a replay. "If you keep running off, we'll never get finished, darling," Katie teased. Sean leaned over to kiss her.
I'll be a happier groom if I can finish seeing the playoffs. The 49ers must win, you know.
I'll be a happier bride if my hands aren't crippled with arthritis after hand-addressing 200 invitations. You do have beautiful handwriting, Amelia told her. We're almost done sealing these envelopes and stamping them. I'll grab you a soda. What would you like? Katie's eyes lit up. You're a doll, Amelia. A Coke, please, with lots of ice. You got it. Amelia jumped up and went around the corner to the kitchen, retrieving the soda from the refrigerator. She got out a glass, added ice, and then poured the fizzing liquid. She heard a buzzing noise from her purse on the entryway table and ran to retrieve it. It was the burner phone, and Holden was calling. Her heart leaped into her throat. Moving down the hall for privacy, she whispered a hello.
Hey, beautiful,
Holden said. Hey, yourself, Amelia replied, a wide smile bursting all over her face at the sound of his deep, sexy voice.
I can get away this weekend, and wondered if you're up for a little fun.
What kind of fun? Can you be more specific, please? She couldn't help saying in a playful way.
A little cuddling on the couch with popcorn and a movie, dinner one evening with dancing, and a live band at the Fairmont Hotel.
Do I have to choose just one?
Nope. We're gonna do both, and maybe even more than that. I have more than just a quick weekend. How about 5 days?
Sounds fantastic. What time shall I arrive at the airport?
I'll manage my own transportation. Sounds like you're busy. There's a lot of shouting and laughing in the background.
I'm at my parents' house. Wedding invitations, football, lots of Thanksgiving leftovers. Super exciting stuff, not to be missed. He chuckled.
Sounds like it. You do know that I want to meet your family one of these days.
I'm not ready to share you. You're my secret, you know? We have lots of time before getting my nosy family involved.
I like the sound of that. Perhaps after the new year, when the wedding is over, we can arrange dinner together. I don't want anyone to feel obligated to invite me when it's so close to the nuptials, as well as the Christmas season, and I'm not sure they would approve of my lifestyle only showing up every week or two.
You make some good points, but I'd like to fetch you from the airport. I don't want to wait for tomorrow. Of course, you might have a car picking you up already?
I'll cancel my driver and have him retrieve me from your apartment. Are you up for a hot chocolate and dessert after we leave the airport?
Yes, Amelia whispered enthusiastically, not wanting her family to hear her talking in low tones in the hall. A hot drink sounds perfect. It's freezing here and drizzling off and on all week.
Sounds like England's winter. 4 inches of snow on the ground here in Washington.
I'll take the Bay Area fog over snow any day, I think, Amelia added with a soft laugh.
See you in 2 hours. I'm in Denver changing planes.
They said goodbye, and Amelia returned to the kitchen and picked up Katie's Coke from the counter and laid it on a coaster on the dining table. What happened to you? Katie asked, setting down her pen to wring out her cramping fingers. Bathroom run. Hope your drink isn't getting watery. Katie shook her head. It's great. Thanks. Sudden bursts of cheers came from the other end of the room as the 49ers won the game. Almost immediately, Sean and Mr. Steele were rummaging through the fridge for more snacks.
Finish up that food because I plan to toss it tonight,
Amelia's mother told the two men.
I'm sick of dry turkey and I need to free up room in the fridge. How close are we to finishing these up? She asked, sitting down at the table again. I'm beginning to yawn.
Amelia flipped through the finished and unfinished stacks of wedding invitations. 10 more and we're done. Go on to bed, Mom and Dad. It is getting a bit late.
Thanks, honey. I think I'll take you up on that offer.
Amelia rose to say goodbye. I've got a busy week at work coming up, so you may not see me until Christmas Eve. Her mother lifted an eyebrow.
I guess it's a good thing we got our family photographs done yesterday. Are you up for Christmas shopping next weekend?
I'll let you know, but I may be doing most of my shopping online.
All work and no play, my dear, her mother said. How will you ever find a boyfriend if all you do is work, 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 and mostly with old married men at that?
I'll just have to meet someone when I least expect it, Amelia said with a wink, every comment making her think of Holden. She embraced her mother and then her father, leaning over him in his easy chair to watch the late news. Then Amelia picked up her jacket and handbag to head to the front door. At that moment, Sean and Katie jumped up from the dining room table and clapped hands in a high five. Ta-da! We're done! Done, done, and done at last.
Congratulations, Mrs. Steele-to-be, Sean said, putting his arms around his fiancée to give her a kiss.
Katie kissed him back, wrapping her arms around his waist and tilting her head back to look up at him. I couldn't have done it without you, honey, she whispered. 25 days and counting.
Can't get here soon enough,
Sean agreed, kissing her again. I'll leave you two lovebirds alone, Amelia said with a laugh. She gave a final wave as she walked out the front door, not knowing that it would be the last time she'd ever see her family. Chapter 15. The following days were a whirlwind of late-night hot cocoa and scones, followed by a Sunday trip along the coast to watch the ocean crashing along the rocky shoreline with a picnic in the car afterward when it began to sprinkle. Another evening, they spent eating a quiet, candlelit dinner at home and then snuggling on the couch afterward to watch a movie while they ate a big bowl of buttered popcorn. Holden's final day in San Francisco, they returned to Estiatorio Onos to celebrate the 2-month anniversary of their first dinner together back in early October. It was just as lovely as their first dinner together, but this time, Holden held Amelia's hand across the snowy white tablecloth, while red candles dripped their lovely wax in spindly rivulets. He leaned forward before the first course arrived and kissed the back of her hand, and then dropped another inside her palm, his lips soft and warm in a most romantic gesture. Talking softly against classical music being played in the backdrop of the restaurant, Amelia was basking in the glow of this extraordinary man, his deep voice washing over her like a warm bath.
I've missed you, Amelia,
he said, pouring her ice water from the carafe. The feeling is quite mutual, Mr. Grayson, she said, her lips curving in a smile of pleasure. Or was it joy? Or something more than all of that? Definitely. Holden had only been in her life for 2 months, but it felt as though they had always known each other. As if speaking her own thoughts, he said,
I think we've been waiting our entire lives to meet. Everything before has been washed from my memory. I think we're meant to be together, darling girl.
I agree, she whispered, just as the waiter arrived with their main course. After dinner, Holden's driver picked them up and drove 20 minutes out of the city across the Bay Bridge to the Fairmont Hotel that straddled Oakland and Berkeley in a dramatic location in the hills. When Holden kissed Amelia in the back seat, she wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning into his warmth and strength. The man was solid, steady, and more handsome every time she was with him. His hands were on her back, tugging her tighter while she laid her head on his shoulder and tilted her face to his, deepening the luscious, romantic kiss. She couldn't imagine being apart again. It was inconceivable that he was going to leave again, but how did they bridge the chasm of distance and their work? It was a subject neither wanted to bring up. Nothing to spoil their precious time together.
Here we are, sir,
the driver said after opening the back door. Holden exited first, and then helped Amelia out of the Mercedes to the sidewalk. The view was spectacular. Sitting on an Oakland hillside, the city below, and the Golden Gate Bridge glittering like diamonds in the velvet night sky. It's gorgeous, she whispered, while Holden glanced down at her and nodded, catching her eyes in the starlight. Amelia shivered from the magnetic connection between them, and then took Holden's arm while the doorman of the hotel opened the double doors to usher them inside. Amelia had never actually been to the Fairmont, and it was more splendid than she had ever heard from the rumors or other friends. All white carpets, stunning chandeliers, paneled walls, and 30-foot ceilings. Huge Christmas trees filled the foyer and vestibule with breathtaking lights of every color. Wreaths and garland were strung around the columns and check-in desk, filling the atmosphere with holiday delight. The faint sound of music came at the end of the long foyer and vestibule. "Big band music," Amelia whispered, a jump of excitement in her stomach. "Perfect for dancing cheek to cheek," Holden said, grinning at her wide eyes as she took in the beauty and luxury of their surroundings. "Good evening, Mr. Grayson," one of the attendants at the door to the ballroom said. "If we could be of service, please don't hesitate to call upon us. Will you be staying the night, sir?" Holden shook his head. "Just dancing for us this evening. Enjoy your evening, madam," the man said with a nod at Amelia. The next hour was filled with the most popular love songs from the 30s and 40s. The band was fantastic, and Amelia was in Holden's arms the entire time, their bodies close, whispers and laughter and small talk. Pure heaven. While the band took a short break, they ordered a drink and dessert at a table, then danced again until nearly midnight. It was late when Holden's driver pulled up in front of her apartment. The neighborhood was quiet, except for a small gathering of teenagers at the end of the block, mostly kids laughing and talking, the glow of a cigarette or two. But they weren't there to cause trouble. Amelia stifled a yawn. "Gosh, I'm sorry. The past month has been so busy with work and my family, wedding stuff, shopping, dinner, you know." "I can only imagine," he agreed. "I haven't had that much family around in years. Where's your key? I'll open your door." She handed it over, and he unlocked the door, then halted as if frozen, the blood draining from his face. Amelia had never seen him like this before. "Are you all right, Holden? What's wrong?" "Sweetheart, you don't want to look. We need to leave. I'll take you somewhere safe. Your parents' place. That would be best. Or maybe—" She interrupted him before he could go on. "What are you talking about? That makes no sense." Before he could answer, she pushed her way past him and came to a halt in the entryway of her apartment. "No," she said in a harsh whisper. "No, no, no!" A strangled sound scraped at her throat. The sight before her eyes was shocking beyond comprehension. The entire apartment had been ransacked. Not just a robbery, but a total annihilation of her belongings, scattered everywhere. Her picture display had been thrown to the floor, and glass shards littered across the carpet. Every piece of furniture had been overturned. Cushions slid open with stuffing spilling out like bleeding guts. Beyond, in the kitchen, the refrigerator stood wide open, food thrown to the floor while the kitchen table lay on its side. One leg cracked in half, the chairs upended. Dishes from the cupboards had been tossed out, the plates and dishes cracked into shards. Her beautiful set of Christmas holiday glassware smashed. The shockwaves of devastation hit Amelia like a truck, and she stumbled, barely avoiding a broken chair. Her entire body trembled from the utter ruin of her home and her belongings. Instantly, her privacy was shredded, her dignity stolen from her. Glancing about with a helpless, nauseous sensation, Amelia tried to take in the disarray and destruction. Nothing was spared. Not the walls, not the furniture, not even the stoneware she'd received from Lila as a housewarming gift when she proudly picked up her key to her new home 3 years ago. Her voice shook, trying to form words that refused to come. They wedged themselves in her throat, and she put a fist to her mouth to keep from screaming, even as the sound of it reverberated in her head. Tears raced down Amelia's cheeks as she turned to Holden, staggering toward him. His arms closed around her in an embrace that was both comforting and heartbreaking. Clinging to him, Amelia buried her face into his chest. Her voice broke as she said, "Why? Why would someone do this?" Holden held her and stroked her hair, but he had no answer.
It's shocking and unthinkable.
Turning back again, Amelia staggered forward a few steps, and Holden caught her arm to prevent her from stumbling into one of the broken chairs lying in her path. "My entire home is destroyed. Everything is gone. Ruined," she cried softly. Holden spoke in a low, hard voice.
I've never seen a burglar leave a house so destroyed while trying to steal a few valuables. We need to search through each room and document and determine what's been stolen. Let's take a look and then call the police.
Amelia nodded shakily, taking tentative steps past the living room toward the master bedroom and guest room. "I'll see what the damage is like back here."
Stay clear from all that broken glass in the kitchen. I'll inspect that in the dining nook first.
When Amelia reached her bedroom, she let out a shriek and sagged against the door jamb. The room was just as bad as the living room and kitchen. Her bed had been torn apart, the mattress slashed, the bedside tables overturned with the contents scattered everywhere, including her bureau and wardrobe closet. Every paper in her roll-top desk had been taken out, pawed through, and then left in torn heaps. The tears kept coming, despite wiping at her face over and over again. With blurred eyes, Amelia picked her way through her destroyed belongings and stood at the doorway to the bathroom. Just like the other rooms, all the drawers had been yanked out and lay broken, the contents of her toiletries, makeup, hair products, curling iron, and dryer scattered. Even the wide rectangular mirror above the sink was cracked, shards lying on the counters and in the sinks, as if the intruders were looking for something hidden behind it. What would they be looking for? Amelia had nothing of value other than for her own personal use. Even so, she pushed aside the broken lamps and books and papers, checking to see what had been taken. "Holden!" she cried out. He reached her in seconds and took her arm.
Are you okay? With all this glass, I'm worried you're going to get a gash and need stitches. Perhaps we should leave now.
She bit at her lips, wiping at her streaked face with the back of her hand. "I don't see a single thing that's been stolen. All my jewelry is still here. My passport, my checkbooks, my old credit cards are sitting in my other handbag in the closet. All of my belongings are here."
You'll have to come back to the living area and see if there's something missing. But I haven't noticed anything myself. Every item, even the smashed ones, appear to be accounted for. Your bookcases might be overturned, but I can't tell what might have been stolen.
Holden took her hand and led her back through the wreckage. Slowly, she walked through the debris, stepping carefully over the mountains of glass and broken dishes and vases, while she mentally went through her belongings. Finally, she said, "Let me look through my books and photo albums."
Did you hide money inside picture frames?
She let out a surprised laugh. "No, I never thought about that. Do people do that?"
Not that I'm aware of, but it just occurred to me that our intruders might have searched them, and the books, when they didn't find much worth stealing. We discovered my grandmother hid money in her books when we were cleaning out her house after she passed away. Found a few $100. Not enough to warrant a vindictive vandalizing like this, but thieves are not known for their brains.
Amelia gave him a wavering smile. "That's sweet about your grandmother, and kind of funny, too. What did you do with the found cash?"
I think we all went to dinner together in honor of her unexpected gift.
"That's nice. I think I'm going to cry again. Amelia sucked in a breath of air. Okay, I'll make my way through the war zone here to search. Slowly, Amelia picked her way across the torn seat cushions of her furniture, the broken coffee table, and the smashed lamps. She reached the bookcases and went through the books one by one, but they all appeared to be accounted for, although a few had torn pages. As if they thought there might be a secret compartment inside, she said ruefully. I suppose there are books with hidden compartments. Next, she picked up the few photo albums she had. Ones from high school, her college days, and family holidays and vacations since then. They appear to be intact, she said, shaking her head in consternation. Of course they're not worth anything to anyone else. Holden put an arm around her shoulder and planted a soft kiss on her hair. That's good. At least they didn't destroy family photographs and memories. Wait a minute, Amelia said slowly, flipping through the last, most recent photo album. Of course, many of her photographs were stored on her computer, she realized with a sinking heart. Her laptop was probably sitting underneath the rubble, unless that's what they had taken. It was probably the only thing she owned of real value besides her car, and it was only a few months old, a top-of-the-line Mac. A minute later, she located it underneath the desk. It had clearly been turned on, and the glass was even cracked, but all her files appeared to be intact. At that moment, chills began to sizzle down her spine as she turned back to the photo albums. The album of herself with Aaron on a sister's trip when they visited D.C. last summer to check out Quantico before Aaron began her training a few months later. The two of them had had a blast exploring the capital's monuments and museums, even driving south to visit George Washington's home, Mount Vernon, in the Virginia hills. Amelia had been unable to go with her parents to say goodbye to Aaron when she officially began at Quantico, but after they returned, her mother had given her a photograph of Aaron in her FBI uniform, standing on the lawns of the complex, a big, happy smile on her face, and another one with Aaron making a funny face and pretending to salute to an invisible boss. Her sister could be quite the clown. Look, Amelia said in a hoarse whisper, lifting the album higher to show Holden. This photograph was taken out. It's been handled recently, and it's loose, not glued down any longer. Chapter 16.
It's even a little bit wrinkled,
Holden said, pointing.
as if whoever took it out had sweaty fingers.
Good point. Amelia quickly flipped through the remaining photos, then back again more slowly. I can account for all of them, but there's one missing. Even if I replace this handled one here, there's still an extra space in the middle of the final page.
Can you recall who was in the picture?
Yes. It was one of both me and Aaron. See, the other photos at Quantico are of just Aaron, but we took one together. And it's gone. We were inside the FBI lobby, standing under the big FBI seal. She was still wearing her new uniform at the time. Holden's frown deepened.
Why would someone ransack your house to steal a picture of your sister?
Amelia's thoughts scrambled together to try to paint a picture. There are tons of other photos of Aaron. Why this one in particular? Holden nodded his head slowly, his brow clearing.
Because she's in uniform, which gives away where she's working, at least where she will be working after she graduates from Quantico.
That can't be a coincidence. Are they planning on hunting my sister down and hurting her?
The photograph tells them what she looks like, and both of you together confirms your relationship.
The ominous words washed over her like hot acid. The missing picture feels like a threat. I'm more terrified now than when we walked into my destroyed apartment. Every possession in my life might be broken, but they're just things. Erin is my baby's sister. She closed her eyes, trembling as she leaned into Holden's embrace, desperate for comfort and strength. Fresh tears ran down her cheeks, And as she imagined the long days of work ahead of her to clean up the wreckage, her stomach clenched in despair. This mess would take a month or more to clean up. Holden's arms held her tightly, his warmth anchoring her as his cheek brushed against hers. Every raw inch of her was screaming to give up. It would be like starting all over again. At the moment, she couldn't face any of it. She was tired and scared. She didn't have the energy. But Holden's embrace promised that with his strength, they would get through this together. When she opened her eyes again, she was facing back toward the apartment front door. From the inside. They had come straight inside, shocked by the sight in front of them, but never looked behind them. "Holden," she whispered sharply. "There's something on the door." He jerked around.
Looks like an envelope.
He climbed over the wreckage of furniture and ripped the dark brown manila envelope off the door, returning to Amelia's side. "What does it say on the front?" Amelia asked, afraid to look at it.
Your name is written on the front. That's all.
"Oh no," she moaned. "I don't want to open it."
Do you want me to?
She nodded wordlessly, and then watched as he undid the sealed flap and pulled out a sheet of paper. There was a note in block letters, written with a black marker. "We've been watching you. We know the information you have, and you will give it to us. Turn over your work from Diamond Tech, your computers and all files and meeting notes. Holden Grayson can't help you. You are both under surveillance. If you refuse, we have methods to convince you, and you will be charged as an accessory to Holden Grayson's crimes." Amelia sank to her knees, her strength leaving her. Holden grabbed her before she hit the floor, and she sagged against him, her legs shaky and weak.
Don't give up yet, my darling, he whispered in a fierce voice. I deal with these kinds of people all day long, and frankly, I'm not surprised it's come to this. I've been worried about you ever since that meeting at Diamond Tech Corporation, anticipating it even. Your work is valuable and potentially worth billions. These people are using scare tactics to get to you, and to get to your classified cybersecurity technology.
But what do we do? I can't walk into work and walk out with my files and computers and hand them over to some stranger, only to have them leave me for dead in a ditch. Or Diamond Tech would have me arrested and sent to prison for the rest of my life.
The best response is no response. We do not engage.
Amelia jerked her head up, staring into his eyes. What does the note mean about me being charged as an accessory to your crimes? What aren't you telling me? He sighed, then pressed his lips together.
There are some in the CIA who are accusing me of being a double spy. A mole.
What? That's horrible. Why would they do that?
Because I'm getting closer to the truth of who the real mole is. I'll be spending the next several months trying to figure that out, but whoever it is good. Very good. Every time I think I might have found a clue to push me forward, it turns out to be nothing. Sometimes I wonder if there's no one at all and someone is just accusing me because they don't like me. Perhaps they don't like the fact that I also have connections with MI6, that it automatically puts me under suspicion.
I guess I can understand that. Someone who's envious of you? Your successes? Oh, I meant to ask, is there anything else in that envelope?
Yes, there is, but we got distracted.
Holden opened the mouth of the envelope again and pulled out a glossy color picture of Aaron at Quantico. It wasn't the same photo that was missing, but a new photo that Amelia had never seen before. Aaron was wearing her uniform and speaking with another group of FBI cadets. There was snow on the ground. "This picture was taken recently," Amelia whispered. "They're showing me that they're watching her, biding their time. threatening her with harm if I don't comply. What do I do, Holden? Do we go to the authorities? He gave her a small smile and put a finger under her chin in an affectionate gesture.
Have you forgotten Detective Miller's intel so soon, my love?
She frowned, too overwhelmed to catch his meaning.
I'm the authorities, Amelia. Remember? I think this is all happening because you met me. We're a couple now, and they want to frighten you into giving it all up. My trip this weekend was spur of the moment. I wasn't supposed to be here. They'd hoped to destroy your apartment and frighten you into handing everything over to protect your sister, but I'm in the way now.
Amelia placed a hand over her eyes, a headache pounding. I'm overwhelmed.
Don't be. I'm already prepared for this.
Her throat was dry, her voice hoarse. How? What are you saying? Holden leaned in close to her ear, holding her tight against him to whisper,
Shh, shh. They probably bugged your apartment. I've got a private plane waiting for us on an unmarked private airfield. An encrypted text message will bring a CIA cleanup crew in here. It will only take them a few hours, and nobody should notice since it's after midnight.
A few hours seems impossible. He shook his head.
They're professionals and remarkably quiet.
He continued in a low voice.
Your apartment will be cleaned and sanitized and restored just as it was. All fingerprints will be removed except your own. No clues will be left behind.
Amelia stood frozen in disbelief, her mind racing with the implications of everything Holden was telling her.
I have something for you,
he said softly, pulling a dark blue booklet out of his inner suit breast pocket. Amelia's eyes widened as he pressed a finger against his lips to warn her not to speak out loud. With trembling fingers, she took the brand new passport and opened it to see a headshot of herself with the name of Anna Marie Grayson and a birth date. The passport's expiration date was 10 years from the previous week. Holden's smile was gentle as he wiped the tear that leaked from her eye. Amelia pressed her face into his chest, trying not to sob out loud. She knew what the passport meant. The double meaning was quite clear, and an overwhelming sense of relief and joy rushed through her entire body. Without a pause, Holden dropped to his knees, taking her hands in his strong, warm ones. He said in the quietest but most fervent tones,
I'm in love with you, Amelia. Madly, irrevocably, forever. You are the love of my life. I want to be with you every moment of every day, to protect you and to love you with all my heart for the rest of our lives. Will you marry me?
He whispered, his smile growing with every word. It was easy to see the love shining from those incredible blue eyes of his. Amelia let out a small gasp and put a hand to her mouth, nodding over and over again. Yes, 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 I'll marry you, she whispered hoarsely. Holden jumped to his feet, and the tears began to flow as Amelia launched herself into his arms. I love you too, she whispered fiercely against his ear. Grasping his hand in hers, she dragged him toward the master bedroom, where they picked their way around the hideous mess. Amelia flung open the double doors to the balcony that overlooked the midnight city. Despite the earlier fog and drizzling rain, the clouds had cleared, and the stars sparkled over the Golden Gate Bridge and the dark of the ocean beyond. Out here, we can at least talk a little louder in case the apartment was bugged, she told him with a little laugh. Their faces were close, lips touching with each word as Amelia continued at a low volume. I love you so much, Holden, and we can't live apart any longer. But it's too dangerous to stay in San Francisco. I have to leave, and hopefully if I do, I can keep my family safe from this vile, anonymous threat. If I'm not here, Then they can't blackmail me for my work.
This was one of the reasons I never married again. I knew I was a risk with this hanging over my head. If you want to walk away, I'll understand. Just say the word, because I'm asking a lot of you. Maybe too much.
She stared at him, 1,000 wild thoughts running through her mind. It hadn't occurred to her that marrying Holden Grayson could be a threat to her own life. But how could she possibly walk away and pretend they had never met, or that they didn't love each other terribly?
I will say this, though,
He went on quietly, holding her hands tight in his.
I've never met anyone else that stirred my heart as you do. No other woman has ever drawn me in so powerfully before. I promise that I will protect and cherish you for the rest of my life.
He reached into his coat pocket and took out a black velvet box. Lifting the lid, Amelia's breath left her lungs when she saw the most exquisite diamond ring glittering in the shadows of the night. "Oh, Holden," she gasped, her eyes watering, her ears ringing with the shock of the moment. "You planned this all along, before tonight's break-in."
Of course I did. I'm completely crazy about you, and I want you with me every single day.
He slipped the ring on Amelia's finger and then gathered her in his arms to kiss her deeply until she gasped for air all over again. Her smile wavered with emotion in the midst of the destruction, and then she grasped the lapels of his suit coat and tugged him closer to kiss him on the lips. "I believe we're meant to be together," she said softly. "I think that together you can get your life back. You'll find the traitor in the CIA, I'm sure of it. We'll keep my family safe. And then one day, we will enjoy a beautiful life together without fear or remorse." Chapter 17. A lump of emotion filled Amelia's throat when she motioned to Holden to remain where he was on the balcony while she entered her bedroom again. Picking through the overturned furniture and bureau drawers, the ripped pillows, and the broken lamps, Amelia gingerly stepped into the closet and knelt on the floorboards. Using the flat end of a pocket screwdriver she retrieved from one of her old handbags, she lifted one of the cedar floorboards from the dark corner of the closet. She set aside the narrow board and pulled out a computer laptop hidden inside a shallow cave under the floor. After setting the computer aside, she replaced the board and tamped it down. The seams fit perfectly, and there wasn't the slightest trace that the hiding place existed. When she rose to her feet again, holding the laptop, Holden was standing behind her, looking at her curiously.
Didn't you just find a laptop under the rubble in the living room?
"Personal computer." She gave him a small smile and held up the second one. "This is my professional work," she mouthed, then leaned in closer. "The weird threats lately made me nervous. I've been worried that someone was after the high-tech and sensitive work I've been doing. This damage to my apartment and the threatening letter and photos of Aaron just confirmed it. I had to keep this safe." Holden frowned, worry creasing his face.
You might be fired for taking it out of the secure Diamond Tech building.
"But what if the threat is from someone at work? This little piece of my brain is my life insurance. There is information and code on this computer that nobody else has at Diamond Tech." He swept her up in his arms, holding her tight. The small laptop pressed between them while Amelia tried not to let out the sob that was threatening to explode from her lungs.
I'm worried for you, sweetheart.
She nodded soundlessly, trying to hold back the burst of tears. "But don't you think this is what they were looking for tonight? And that threatening letter taped to my front door? That would explain all of this. I can't take any chances."
We're certainly living in extenuating circumstances,
he agreed, leaning in close to whisper in her ear.
We have the threatening note and pictures to prove it.
She nodded and pointed to the front door. Better hurry, she mouthed. Making their way back through the chaos of the apartment, Holden stepped into the outer courtyard and motioned to her that the coast was clear. Amelia closed the door to her beloved little home, knowing she would never return. Perhaps it was easier seeing it in such a horrific state, a violation that had struck a massive blow to the very core of her being and her safety. Holden advised leaving everything, even her clothes and the photo albums. It would be more believable that she had been kidnapped rather than ran away. At least it wouldn't give their unknown pursuers any clues to go on.
Put your scarf over your head,
Holden advised in a low voice.
We're just an ordinary couple, walking down to the corner market for milk on a chilly December night.
And it's already midnight, Amelia whispered, her hand clenched in his. Not much foot traffic this time of night. If anyone questions us now or later about our activities tonight, we can honestly say that we spent the entire evening dancing at the Fairmont Hotel. He nodded.
Does anyone else know that you took your work computer home with you?
She shook her head. Nobody. Now I'm glad I don't have to use my employee ID card to get inside Diamond Tech to retrieve this tonight. Despite my destroyed apartment, I had an intuition to take my work last week and hide it.
True. There would be evidence of a time and date stamp that you had gone in after hours. Right now, we are just going to disappear.
A moment later, a large gray van drove past them. Amelia didn't turn her head, but she could tell that the vehicle had stopped at her apartment complex, which was now behind them. Is that someone looking for us? She asked in a low, tight voice. Is the intruder coming back? Holden shook his head.
That's the agency cleanup crew. They are remarkably good at their job, fast, efficient, and silent. Nobody will ever see them, and your apartment will look exactly as it did before the break-in.
Another few moments passed as they continued walking down the hill to the corner intersection. I don't even hear the doors opening and closing.
They're true pros, sweetheart. The best of the best. Here's our ride,
he added with a lift of his jaw. Amelia's heart raced as she glanced at the intersection up ahead. Her body tensed when she spotted the sleek midnight blue Mercedes waiting for them, its engine purring like a well-oiled machine. Swiftly, Holden took her arm and guided her to the car, the door clicking ominously behind them as they swiftly slid into the back seat. The same driver who had been chauffeuring them around the city for the past 2 months seemed to sense their urgency, peeling off down the hill before Amelia had even finished buckling her seatbelt, their destination unknown. In the dark car, Amelia prayed silently. Not a sound to be heard besides that of the increasingly distant traffic noises. There was no conversation. Silence pervaded the Mercedes while the driver took the highway north across the Golden Gate, past Sausalito and far beyond the Redwood Park they had hiked in a couple months earlier. Civilization thinned, becoming sparse. They drove for another 30 circuitous minutes before pulling off onto another road that seemed to be in the middle of nowhere. From there, the man guided the car across a bumpy dirt road for another 5 miles into nothingness, where a small landing strip finally appeared.
Sir,
the driver said softly,
we have arrived.
Amelia squinted her eyes as the small plane came into view, its engines rumbling in the still night. A yawn escaped her lips, and she found herself struggling to keep her eyes open. Even though her body was telling her to rest, Amelia knew that she wouldn't be able to until this journey was over. Before exiting the vehicle, Holden reached across the back seat and handed the driver a thick envelope.
Do you have your weapon?
He asked him.
Yes, sir. Everything is arranged. Have a safe flight.
Holden placed a brief hand on the man's shoulder.
Take care of yourself. Godspeed,
the driver said in return. Amelia was sure she'd landed in some kind of spy movie by the time she had buckled into the passenger seat next to Holden. You're the pilot? She asked, startled.
I have many talents, darling,
Holden said with a small smile. He squeezed her hand.
We'll fly for a few hours and land at another private airport in the Midwest. Then we'll take another small plane, but bigger than this one, to an airport in New England where we'll catch a commercial plane to London.
That's quite convoluted, Amelia said with a smile. He squeezed her hand.
Try to get some sleep. It's going to be a lot of flying hours, and then we'll lose more hours with the time change.
Sounds like we'll get to England nearly 48 hours after leaving San Francisco. But when will you sleep?
We can get some rest once we reach my place in the outskirts of London,
he said, glancing over to take her hand in his.
After that, I've got to meet with my MI6 contact for a debriefing and tell him all that has happened with me, as well as you. I've already prepared a list of questions for him, too.
Is it normal to be this terrified? Amelia said in a small voice. Her mind and body were spinning from all the events that had taken place within the past 24 hours. Fear gnawed at her insides like a ravenous beast as they ventured into the unknown, but she steeled her will and vowed to stand by Holden and fight for the truth. A treacherous plan appeared to be unfolding around them, and deadly traps were most likely being set. But Amelia was determined to help the man she loved peel back the layers and expose who was behind the accusation of him being a double spy, as well as keeping her family and sister and the classified information safe. Nothing would stand in her way, not even the mysterious darkness of the unknown that lay ahead. Another 24 hours later, the plane landed at Heathrow, and Holden shielded Amelia from the crowds as they made their way to the limo he had already reserved to drive them to his home in Knightsbridge. On the way, Amelia used her burner phone to call Detective Miller. He didn't answer, but that was most likely due to the difference in time zones. Instead, she left a message. Detective Miller, this is Amelia Steele. I've had to take an unexpected trip out of the country, and I don't want your report to arrive while I'm gone and end up sitting in my mailbox. Here's the address where I'll be. Amelia glanced up at Holden while he quickly wrote down a post office box number and delivery codes for her to relay to the detective. Thank you, Detective. Please bill the credit card that I left on retainer. Amelia was glad that she'd had the foresight to get a new card with a different bank than the one she normally used. She didn't want the charges to show up and her family figure out where she'd gone and organize a manhunt that spanned the Atlantic Ocean. It was for their own safety, as well as hers. Late December in London was cold, rainy, and foggy. But the Grayson mansion was a gorgeous 3-story home sitting on a quiet cul-de-sac with a bedraggled garden that was probably stunning in the spring and summer months. Inside, they were greeted by the housekeeper, a middle-aged woman wearing a black dress and spectacles, her hair done up in a professionally tidy bun. She told Holden in no uncertain terms that he was on his own while she fussed over Amelia, escorting her into an elevator that stepped out onto a 3rd floor where a large private suite of rooms had been readied. It appeared that Holden had been busy making arrangements with the household staff on his own phone while Amelia had been napping on the plane. "Here you are, my lady," Mrs. Harding said pleasantly. "I hope all will be to your liking." A lovely sitting room and study sat on the east side of the spacious suite, which would flood with natural light on sunny mornings. A set of double doors opened to a king-sized bed with a velvet canopy and a bureau carved from beautiful cherry wood. Deep, plush carpeting and a recliner in one corner near the wide windows made this room cozy as well as luxurious. A short hallway led to a huge bathroom with a tiled shower and deep bath where she could enjoy the warm rainfall-like shower spray or relax in a foggy, steamy bath. An elegant armchair and a small table with several fashion magazines were positioned in the far corner. Every detail and comfort had been considered. The bathroom had toiletries, such as soaps, shampoos, conditioners, lotions, perfumes, candles, and several boxes of expensive hair products, with more in the cabinets arranged in neat rows. "You look a wee bit bedraggled, Miss Amelia," the woman said, a slight Scottish accent coming through. "Or should I say dead on your poor feet? Long-distance travel can be such a dreary, exhausting experience." "At least I got to catnap. I don't think poor Holden has slept in 2 days." "I'll leave you to it," Mrs. Harding told her. "Take a bath and sleep for the next 2 days if you desire. Meals will be brought up on trays and left at your door with a single knock so as not to disturb your rest. You may explore the house as much as you wish. It's your home now. Mr. Grayson has made very clear, and we are happy to have you." "How long have you known Mr. Grayson?" "Oh, since he was a boy. This is the Grayson family home. Once Esme Oddy. His British mother married his father. They came and went from London due to army and work transfers, plus schooling and all that life throws at each of us. This stately old place is home base, and he always returns." "But," the woman paused and lowered her voice, "can I tell you a wee little secret, Miss Amelia?" Of course, but only if it's not confidential or will hurt someone else. Don't worry a pretty head about that. I am discreet, but we're thrilled you're here, because despite Mr. Grayson's life experiences and long-ago brief marriages, he has never brought another woman here during these many decades, which means we love you already, dearie." Amelia tried not to let her mouth drop. "Thank you, Mrs. Harding. You have made me very welcome, and I appreciate that." The housekeeper shook away the gratitude and hustled out the door. "Now, get some sleep. Nobody'll disturb you." Once the woman was gone, Amelia heard her phone buzzing. She pulled it out of her purse, thinking it was Holden calling on the burner phone, but it was her old cell phone. In all the insanity of her ransacked apartment, she had forgotten to destroy the iPhone. The number would remain active, of course, as if she had been kidnapped or run away from home, but she couldn't torture herself by listening to voicemails and reading text messages from her family and friends that she had left behind. Even so, she listened to the most recent one from Aaron, left about 15 hours earlier, and promised herself that it would be the final voicemail, perhaps forever. The thought of that caught Amelia with such force, she fought an onslaught of tears. "Hey, Amelia! How are you? Quantico is the hardest thing I've ever done in my life, but I'm loving every minute. Scored second highest at the gun range the other day, and I'm studying for hours and hours all the time. Graduation will be here before I know it. But I wanted to tell you something kind of weird. Mom and Dad will think I'm just a paranoid woman now, that I'm in law enforcement and the intel business. But I can't seem to shake this creepy feeling that someone is watching me. In fact, someone purposely ran into me while I was going through a crosswalk. Not a car, don't worry, but a man. He wasn't in uniform, but he did have a badge. I didn't catch it. Maybe CIA or NSA? But I swear he walked straight into me on purpose, and no, he wasn't reading a book or his phone. It was the weirdest thing. And I just had to tell someone. Mom and Dad wouldn't understand, but I know that you work on classified projects, and perhaps you feel nervous at times? Whatever, forget it. Just had to get it off my chest. But I swear there are times that I feel I'm being watched. Probably just our instructors, secretly evaluating us newbie agents. After Sean and Katie's wedding and my graduation, we must go celebrate, get our favorite food, hang out with Lila and our other friends, and chill. I'll have a few weeks break after graduation, but before I report to my assigned field office, fingers crossed I get the San Francisco office. Catch you later. A creepy sensation prickled every pore of Amelia's body while she puzzled over Aaron's voice message. Was it true? Or just Aaron's imagination? A bump in a crosswalk was fairly benign and most likely completely accidental. Even so, Erin had never been one for histrionics. She was fun-loving and could be crazy and impulsive, but her younger sister had changed since applying and getting accepted by the Federal Bureau of Investigations. Amelia didn't think she would let her imagination run wild with speculation. Her sister had become more serious-minded, despite the frequent quips and jokes. Those were a part of her nature. Which just made her voicemail even stranger. At the present time, Amelia couldn't help Erin, and she suddenly felt very far away. Until Holden's accusations against him were resolved, the two of them had to remain silent and invisible to the world. They had to appear as though they had vanished, never to be seen again. In time, hopefully the real double agent would reveal themselves. Feeling restless, Amelia wandered the beautiful suite of rooms, touching the soft fabrics and brocade and luxurious gold fixtures in the bath. She was overwhelmed by the beauty and comfort and astonished at the housekeeper's confession, which meant that it was true, the things Holden had told her. He'd been honest when he confessed that she was the woman he loved beyond all others. Amelia wrapped her arms around herself, heat soaring up her face. The knowledge was a force of strength, a confirmation of her own feelings, a validation that they were truly meant to be together for the rest of their lives. Even so, her eyes burned with unshed tears. Her old life was gone forever, and she was irrevocably changed by the man she adored, a spy named Holden Grayson. She just hoped that her family would understand one day and forgive her. Chapter 18. 2 years later. Levine Mansion, Savannah, Georgia. Amelia sat at the ornate dressing table applying her makeup with trembling fingers, heart racing with anticipation. She had only minutes to finish her preparations before Holden arrived for the Christmas party at the Levine Mansion. Her eyes traveled to the clock, and she noted the time, then quickly began spiraling her thick blonde hair into elegant curls. After 2 years of marriage, she still thrilled at the thought of seeing her husband. Even now, a wave of excitement coursed through her being in anticipation of his arrival. His handsome face, the muscular frame, and those incredible deep blue eyes made her heart flutter every single time. He was the perfect husband, attentive, loving, and thoughtful, not to mention sexy and gorgeous. After a romantically chaotic first year of marriage that had included London, where they were married by the priest that Holden had grown up with in the Anglican church of his birth city, and weeks visiting Paris, Athens, and Rome, that extended honeymoon had been more than worth it to ascend the Eiffel Tower, have lunch on a boat drifting down the Danube, driving along the Amalfi Coast in Italy, step back in time in the medieval city of Edinburgh, and witness the tulip season in Denmark. The culmination of their first year together became a few months in the idyllic tranquility of their private island on Bora Bora in French Polynesia. The island was a sight to behold, so incredibly stunning that Amelia often felt she'd been transported to heaven itself. At the moment, she missed their little slice of paradise. From their beautiful house on the beach, they could watch whales breaching in the crystal blue waters. The golden sunsets were like something out of a dream. Stunning mountain vistas with waterfalls and palm trees dotting the landscape, a scene from a picture postcard. It didn't seem possible, but the romance with her husband was even more poignant and meaningful as they walked hand in hand along their private beach, cooked dinner together in their bungalow, and swam in the balmy warm waters. Living so far away from civilization helped Amelia to feel safe from prying eyes and any murderous spies who mistakenly thought her husband was a traitor to his values and country. At last, they were safe here, and she was at peace. But it was time to get back to the real world, and they had spent the first part of their second year of married life in London, where Holden had kept busy with work, meetings, and a few out-of-country assignments, while Amelia tried to become the lady of the manor and figure out the many details of running a household of servants and schedules and social dinners. The shadows of who, or what, was out there hung over them, but Amelia tried to keep the worry and fear at bay. And then this assignment back home in the States arrived, and Holden told her he wasn't leaving home without her. A surprise call from Holden's MI6 handler a week ago had changed their original holiday plans. Holden was to meet up with another agent to discuss a potential smuggling operation and stop it if they were lucky, including the chance to catch the mole working in the CIA organization. It was a tall order, but Holden was ready for this double spy accusation to finally be laid to rest. After living overseas these past 2 years, Amelia was thrilled to have some time in her home country. Amelia had never been to Savannah, and during the drive from the airport to the Levine mansion, her eyes had widened like a child when she caught sight of the twinkling Christmas lights that illuminated the city. The historic downtown squares were drenched in thousands of multicolored lights. Giant red bows, bright garland, and majestic pine boughs laced with ribbons and shimmering lights adorned the stately historic mansions. The Savannah River was the most exquisite sight of all. Tens of thousands of rainbow-colored lights had been sprinkled across its surface and decorated the banks of the water. Quaint street posts were candy cane ribbons of red with more giant velvet bows, looking exactly like a Victorian-era scene from a movie. For tonight's event, Mr. and Mrs. Levine had chartered an entire boat for a holiday party of dinner and dancing, big enough for nearly 100 guests, or so Miss Henry, who was Mrs. Levine's personal secretary, had told her when they arrived at the mansion 24 hours earlier. Dinner on the first night after they had settled into their suite had been a sumptuous buffet in a ballroom with festooned tables, giant trees gracing the walls, and a carpet of fake snow weaving among the trees' pathways. Unfortunately, Amelia had felt a bit unwell after nibbling at a small plate of food. Instead of dancing and meeting the other guests, she retired to her room to rest. Perhaps the jet lag from London to New York and then Savannah had caught up to her. She was looking forward to a dinner party on the houseboat. Hopefully the water would be calm and not rock her fragile stomach. A moment later, the double doors to their suite opened, and Amelia glanced up at the mirror and saw her husband's reflection in the doorway, framed in the rectangular shape of the door. Even in a simple black tuxedo, he was breathtakingly handsome. While he entered the suite and walked toward her, Amelia attached the diamond earrings he'd given her for their 2-year anniversary the previous week. When Holden reached her at the dressing table, he placed his hands on her shoulders and leaned in close to kiss her neck. His eyes seemed to drink in the sight of her, and she shivered with pleasure. It had been 2 years since she'd run away with him. 2 years since she left everything behind. Leaving behind her obliterated apartment had been a relief. Leaving behind the fear that someone was out to hurt or kill them made it easier to not look back. Even so, there were days when melancholy came over Amelia. She missed her family. She missed her work at Diamond Tech. Although it was better that now she wasn't a threat to her coworkers and her family. Nobody among her family and friends knew about Holden Grayson and their love affair. Nobody knew where she was because she'd changed her name to protect Erin and her family, and just disappeared. She had been smart to keep Holden a secret because now her family was safe. Disappearing also protected her boss, Brad Williams, the highly classified project, and the rest of her team. Amelia would not give in to blackmail or threats. She wouldn't move from city to city while looking over her shoulder and fearing the worst.
Are you ready, my love? Our chauffeur awaits.
Amelia swiveled around in the vanity chair and tilted her chin at him. When you talk like that, it feels as though we're living inside a movie.
Doesn't it feel like that sometimes?
He said, a tone of nostalgia in his voice. Yes, every day, every hour. I feel like a girl from the slums thrust into the palace with the queen, and everything I do will be scrutinized and critiqued. I'm sure you're used to all the glamour and wealth. He shook his head, laughing.
Nope, still not. I grew up just regular folk like your family did, worse, an army brat. But living in these sorts of society circles, I find ways to adapt, to survive, just as you are doing. Magnificently, I might add.
He took her hand and lifted her up from the dressing table chair, tugging her close to press a soft kiss on her lips.
You are simply gorgeous. I would say you've adapted very well. Everyone will assume you are descended from royal blood.
Amelia let out a laugh, shaking her head at the over-the-top compliment. You are such a flatterer, Mr. Grayson, she added demurely, while he placed the winter fur coat around her shoulders. She slipped an arm through his to go downstairs to catch their ride to the river. From the back seat of the limo, Amelia couldn't help exclaiming again over the sights of Christmas that appeared to decorate the entirety of Savannah. Holden gave a chuckle.
You're like a kid in a candy store.
Guilty as charged, she agreed. But it's so breathtaking. Savannah certainly knows how to do Christmas right. When their vehicle pulled up to the dock where the party houseboat was anchored, Amelia spotted the guests boarding. Lights streamed from every corner, and the small ship was decorated to the hilt in lights. The night was filled with magic. But all at once, the queasiness from previous day returned with full force, and Amelia let out a small gasp. I think I'm going to be sick, she whispered. Even to her own ears, her voice was strained and raspy.
Do we need to pull over?
Holden asked, placing a hand against her forehead to check for a fever. I can't do this, Amelia said between gritted teeth, holding a hand to her belly. I'm sorry to ruin this beautiful night. Can we turn around and go back to the house?
You're not ruining anything. I'm worried about you. This happened last night as well.
Raising his voice, he spoke to the driver.
I apologize, sir, but my wife isn't feeling well. Please turn the car around and take us back to the Levine home. Of course, sir, right away.
The driver moved into action, spinning the steering wheel and making a U-turn in the middle of the road, heading back to the ritzy neighborhood where historic mansions sat on large tracks with ancient oak trees and miles of manicured lawn. Within minutes, they were pulling up to the front of the Levine home. The car tires spun on the gravel drive. Warm lights and the windows blazed in the dark night, piercing the darkness like spotlights. Amelia was so relieved that her grip on Holden's arm tightened as they hurried up the stone walkways and into the wide terrace. She hugged her fur coat closer around her body to shield against the chill night air. A mixture of relief and dread filled her chest, and a single tear escaped, sliding down her cheek. She was so relieved to finally arrive, she was trying not to let out huge sobs. Even so, she did not want to get sick in the Levines' beautiful home before Holden could get her upstairs to their suite. The humiliation would be unbearable. At least most of the guests were already away from the estate, enjoying dinner and the live band on the riverboat. She just had to get to her room before she lost it. When she let out another gasp, Holden said,
Take my handkerchief, sweetheart.
He quickly handed it to Amelia.
There's a house elevator, it'll be faster.
Amelia nodded weakly as her legs began to wobble. It was all she could do to hold herself together while the elevator moved upward, and then Holden held an arm around her shoulder while she limped into their suite of rooms. With a strangled sound in her throat, she ran for the bathroom and locked the door. The last thing she wanted was for her gorgeous husband to watch her lose her lunch.
"I'm right here, Amelia,"
Holden said on the other side of the door.
"Let me know if you need help. I'll break down the door if I need to, and I've ordered some ice water and a heated bathrobe for you."
15 minutes later, she opened the door and sagged against the door jamb, giving Holden a weak smile. "I'm okay. No need to break down the door. But it's nice to know you would." He slipped an arm around her shoulders and helped her to climb into bed, pulling up the blankets while she still shivered.
"I turned the thermostat higher, and here's an electric heating pad. Would you like a sip of water?"
"Yes, thank you." Amelia rose up on one elbow and took a tiny sip. "The staff has been very kind." Holden agreed, brushing a warm hand across her forehead.
"Are you sure you don't want me to take you to the hospital? We could rule out food poisoning or an appendix issue."
"It's not food poisoning, and it's not my appendix."
"How do you know for certain? If you can't get back into a car, we can always call an ambulance."
Amelia lifted a hand to run her fingers along his jawline, loving the faint stubble beginning to grow out. His eyes never left hers. She had never dreamed he would be so attentive and thoughtful. She loved him more and more every day. "I suppose this is why wealthy women hire personal maids to help them dress for high society functions and parties."
"When I offered to hire one, you refused,"
he teased with a smile. "I like my privacy, and I certainly know how to dress myself. It's just the zippers after I come home from one of your political events that's the trouble." Her voice trailed off as she gave him a sideways smile.
"As you've learned these past 2 years, I'm very good at undoing zippers and buttons."
"Your talents are genius," Amelia agreed in a sly tone. "But this has got nothing to do with hiring a personal maid." As she began to speak, his face contorted with confusion and worry. She could see his eyes searching hers for answers.
"Is something wrong? Is there something more serious going on?"
His brow furrowed in concern.
"I'd still like to call a doctor and make sure."
"Well, actually, there is something going on with my health. I've only known it for a few days, although I began to suspect it a month ago."
"What are you saying? Why didn't you tell me before now?"
"I wanted to be sure. And the test I ran this morning proved it without a doubt." Her lips curved into a bigger smile. She took his hand in hers. "Darling, I'm nauseous so much lately because I'm pregnant. We're going to have a baby." His expression softened, relief flooding over him as he pulled her into a tight embrace.
"This is the best news, sweetheart. But we shouldn't have come to Savannah. The travel is too taxing. I can't help worrying after what happened."
The emotion in Holden's voice was palpable, and Amelia sat up to throw her arms around him. "I know you're going to worry after what happened to Evelyn," she whispered. "But I'm strong and healthy. Everything will be all right."
"Have you seen a doctor?"
"I've got an appointment for next week when we return to London. Right now, you need to attend the houseboat dinner event and meet the people waiting for you, and," she added, lowering her voice while she wrapped her arms around his neck to bring him closer, "see if you can figure out why MI6 sent you here."
"But I don't want to let you out of my sight."
"I'll be fine. I can always send you a text on our special phones if I need to. I feel fine other than not having much appetite. Except for cookies," she added with a grin. "Now go. I'll wait up for you and watch TV. Order some saltine crackers and 7-Up, if the kitchens are still operational down below. And when you return, we'll go to bed together and you can tell me everything you've learned." Chapter 19. After Holden was able to arrange for some anti-nausea medicine for Amelia from a doctor Mrs. Levine recommended, she felt well enough to attend the Levine Christmas ball the next evening. It was to be a spectacular event, with all the dignitaries of Savannah and other specially invited guests in attendance. Following a historic tour of the city and visiting some of the plantation mansions from the antebellum period, Holden had a few phone calls to make, so Amelia took a tour of the King Tut Egyptian collection that was being hosted at the Levine home for the holiday season. The large display room of ancient Egyptian antiquities was filled with many browsing, murmuring guests. Seeing the stunning artifacts was like being in the Museum of Antiquities in Cairo as Amelia gaped over the young king's personal possessions, his death mask and sarcophagus from 3,000 years ago. Soon it was time to dress for dinner. There would be a formal dinner followed by dancing to a live band. An official engraved invitation had been left on a table in their suite after the housekeeping crew had cleaned after breakfast. Butterflies fluttered in Amelia's stomach. She was worried that it might be morning sickness again, or that perpetual evening sickness, but it was only nerves. This would be her first time at such a large and important affair since marrying Holden. She hoped she didn't spill her soup or slip on the dance floor and embarrass herself or her husband. He reassured her several times.
You are the picture of elegance, darling. All the other women will be envious of your grace and beauty, and I will be the envy of all men in the room.
Oh, stop it, she laughed. Don't you know that flattery will get you everything you want? Chuckling over her turning that phrase upside down, Holden lightly kissed her when she had finished the final touches of hairspray on her updo and the soft curls framing her face and neck.
You are spectacular, my Amelia.
Anna, he added, dropping his voice.
I'm more in love with you every day.
Please don't ever stop. Even when I'm 9 months fat and waddling around the house.
That is a sight I will cherish,
he said quietly. Amelia reached up to embrace him, a pang in her own heart at all of his losses. I'm also growing more used to being called Anna. I should, after 2 years, she added with a coy laugh.
Only until we catch our mole. I still don't understand why I was assigned to the Levine Christmas party. There's something going on here that I haven't figured out, and the intel is incredibly vague.
I'll keep my eyes and ears open. He stared into her face, a grim expression deep in his eyes.
Promise me that you will do nothing to put yourself in danger.
Of course. After missing last night, I just want to dance the night away with the man I adore. But, she paused. When you say we, do you mean your boss at Langley, or are there other agents here? I haven't noticed you speaking with anyone else so far.
I did last night at the houseboat party,
Holden told her, lowering his voice a notch.
There's a man named Aiden Forbes. He's embedded here for the week. A good choice for this job since he spent part of his childhood here in Savannah. He mentioned that there were others, but so far, he's stayed quiet on identifying them. But we'll be meeting Aiden's partner, a young woman by the name of Isabel Windsor. They're undercover, pretending to be engaged, so please, play along.
I will be the picture of innocence and polite society. I doubt if I'll even have anything in common with Mr. Forbes's fiancé. Nearly 2 hours later, they were finishing up the 5-course meal inside a 30-foot-high ballroom, sparkling with gold columns, blinding white linens, imported china, and table centerpieces, created from bouquets of blood-red roses and lilies. Huge baskets filled with holiday poinsettias lined the walls, shimmering under dozens of crystal chandeliers. The band began to play during dessert, and eventually, several couples moved toward the dance floor situated at the other end of the ballroom.
Shall we, love?
Holden asked, holding out his arm. I thought you'd never ask, Mr. Grayson, Amelia said with a smile. They danced a foxtrot and then a slow waltz. Anything faster might have tripped Amelia up, and she was already a bit wobbly on high heels that she wasn't used to wearing, except for special occasions and parties such as this one.
Let's head on over now,
Holden said under his breath, placing Amelia's hand in the crook of his elbow when the waltz finished. They moved to the far end of the ballroom where the music wasn't as loud, and Holden approached a massive, broad-shouldered man. Was this Aiden Forbes? Amelia put on a placid, neutral face, clutching Holden's arm to keep herself steady.
"Good evening, sir,"
the man said, greeting them with a slight bow, a tinge of a European accent in his voice, although Amelia couldn't place it.
"How are you this evening?"
Aiden Forbes had a commanding presence, and Amelia couldn't stop herself from gazing at him. The man looked like a retired football star, and yet his manners were impeccable. His voice was confident and smooth, his entire presence as someone who got what he wanted. A woman with long blonde hair wearing a shimmering evening dress stood close by, fumbling with something in her gold lame handbag. This must be his fiancée.
"Aiden, I'd like you to meet my wife, Anna,"
Holden said.
"We just took a turn around the dance floor and I spotted you over here." "How fortunate to run into you, sir. And I am very pleased to meet you, Mrs. Grayson. Holden brags about you like a newlywed."
"That's because we are newlyweds," Holden chuckled, an easy smile on his face. "Hello, Mr. Forbes," Amelia said, holding out her hand to Aiden. "This must be your fiancé Holden was telling me about. Congratulations on your upcoming wedding. I wish you both every happiness." After she spoke, Holden squeezed her fingers with his, keeping her tight at his side, but letting her know that her comments were perfect.
"Thank you, Mrs. Grayson,"
Forbes said, placing an arm around the young woman to pull her closer as she glanced up.
"Yes, this is my soon-to-be bride, Isabel Windsor."
I... Isabel stuttered, staring at Amelia as if she wanted to scream, throw her arms around her, or tear her hair out. When Amelia met the woman's brown eyes with her own, it was all she could do to remain standing upright. Shock rippled through her body, and her lungs froze so that she could hardly take a breath. Her body trembled, while her stomach roiled as though she'd been sucker-punched. Was she going to be sick? No, she couldn't be sick. Amelia wanted to scream and cry, but she forced herself into the role of rich society woman, gritting her teeth so hard they ached. Aiden Forbes's fiancée was not who she claimed to be. Miss Isabel Windsor, the gorgeous blonde bombshell society woman from the East Coast, was actually Amelia's very own sister, Amelia Steele. It didn't make sense. How could this be happening? It was impossible. When she gave Holden a quick glance, he frowned, puzzled, obviously aware that something big and terrible was happening. Amelia was stunned into silence. How did Aaron meet and get engaged to this incredibly good-looking man, Mr. Aiden Forbes, an undercover agent, no less? What sort of game was Aaron playing? Why was she pretending to be some woman named Isabel Windsor? With sudden clarity, Amelia instantly understood the situation. She and Aaron were both playing roles, but for very different reasons. Aaron was here as an undercover FBI agent pretending to be engaged to CIA agent Forbes. Her sister was stunningly beautiful. Someone had definitely dressed her sister up for tonight. She'd never seen her look so lovely, so poised. Although shocked was the understatement of the century. Above all, Amelia could not let Aaron give her away. She had to play her part impeccably. Before Aaron could spit out another stuttering word, Amelia gave her a cold, hard, unwavering stare, throwing the equivalent of daggers. Aaron's life depended on her not saying a word. "Play your role," Amelia hissed in her mind, giving an imperceptible shake of her head. "Do not give me away. For both our sakes." Amelia held herself rigid and distant, but it was all she could do not to throw herself at Aaron and hug the life out of her little sister. She missed her. Oh, how she missed her. The situation was beyond comprehension, and Amelia didn't know whether to tell Holden or not say a word. She decided that for the next few days she would say nothing and let the situation play out. Telling Holden wouldn't help the situation, and if anything, it could completely backfire, exposing not only Aaron, but Amelia and Holden, too. She was not Amelia Steele any longer, but Anna Grayson, wife to the well-known Holden Grayson, businessman and diplomat. When she looked at it through Aaron's eyes, her sister must be shocked to the core that Amelia was alive. After all, her family had probably presumed her to be kidnapped, and most likely dead after 2 full years since her disappearance. If her little sister was here on an undercover job, exposing her could prove dangerous, and Amelia would never do anything to endanger Aaron. Even so, it took immense determination not to knock Aaron over with the biggest embrace ever. Instead, she held herself rigidly and coldly. Reserved politeness was the only answer. Even so, how utterly unbelievable was it that she and Aaron were both keeping the biggest secrets of their lives? For the rest of the evening, Amelia was hyper-aware of Aiden Forbes and Isabel Windsor. She watched them dance. She watched Aaron pretend to be in love with the guy, except that there were tiny little tells that Isabel Windsor was actually not in love with Mr. Forbes. Nobody else would notice, but Amelia knew her little sister inside and out. She watched other men cut in to dance with Aaron. She watched the friendly conversations among old and new acquaintances, the dessert trays and drinks emptying and being refilled by servants. While she and Holden danced again, she watched as another man asked Aaron to dance. No, this wasn't a new man. This was the same one that had cut in on Aiden Forbes twice before. Why on earth would some strange man try to monopolize Aaron's dance card? A woman who was engaged to another guest. If her engagement was a fake one, why did Aiden look so furious when the same man took over Aaron in the middle of a dance? Almost like a contest between the two men. Only a sister would see these things. Only a sister would know that something else was going on. "Who's the man dancing with that woman in red over there?" Amelia finally asked near the end of the evening. She purposely chose a dance when the dark-haired stranger was not dancing with Aaron, so as not to call attention to her sister. Holden squinted under the dusky glow of the chandeliers that had been lowered during the dancing part of the evening.
Yes. I believe his name is Dominic Marini. We were introduced earlier. Why do you ask?"
No reason. I've just noticed that he really works the room. I think he's danced with every single female here." That was an exaggeration, but it suited Amelia's line of questioning. "Have you ever met him before tonight?" Holden shook his head.
"Never seen him before this Christmas party. Probably some single playboy that Levine's asked to keep the women happily dancing and entertained."
Amelia laughed, holding her hand against her mouth. "You do have a way with words, Mr. Grayson."
"Now that you mention him, I've noticed him talking to Forbes and his fiancée a few times. Aiden was the one who introduced us."
"Good point," Amelia responded blandly. This handsome, dark-haired dancer had a thing for Aaron. She was sure of it. In fact, Aaron herself looked supremely happy whenever the guy cut in. He held her just a tad too close for being new acquaintances. They talked easily and happily, teasing each other. They pretended not to know each other, but Amelia was strongly suspecting that they already did, but were pretending to be strangers who had just met. What exactly was Aaron's relationship with this man? And was he playing a con game on Isabel Windsor, aka Aaron Steele? Dominic Marini, huh? Amelia said softly. Do you think there's any chance he might be your mole? Holden lifted his eyebrows, gazing at Amelia with respect.
I do believe you might have a knack for spy work, darling.
And what do you make of Aiden Forbes?
I think he's on the up and up. We've worked together on so many jobs in the past. I'm just concerned that he might be here to keep an eye on me.
What do you mean? Amelia asked, her stomach tightening at the tension in his voice.
Because now my boss is at the company as well as MI6. Suspect I'm the mole.
Chapter 20. Later that night, after the party wound down and the band began to pack up, Holden went to Aiden Forbes' suite to speak privately and swap intel. Please be careful, Holden. I don't want to learn later tonight that Forbes turned you in unfairly and had you arrested.
Oh, sweetheart, that won't happen.
What if he tries to hurt you? Have you seen the man's meaty fists?
I have a few tricks up my sleeve myself. He will not hurt me. I promise.
Do you think he'd hurt Isabel Windsor? Amelia asked next in a soft voice.
What makes you say something like that?
She seems a little vulnerable to me, that's all. I guess I have this sudden craving to keep an eye out for her. She's quite popular with all the men. Amelia chewed on her lip for a moment, hoping her tone came off light and casual.
That's very kind of you, but you must be exhausted. You need some sleep. I'm not far behind. It's been a long day. I'll be back in less than an hour.
I'm keeping you to it, Amelia said, giving him a kiss for luck with his upcoming meeting at Aiden Forbes' suite. Amelia had worried that Holden might recognize Aaron or think she looked familiar. After all, they were sisters, and tonight they were both blonde, even though Aaron's natural hair color was a deep brown. But it didn't appear to have crossed his mind. She was just a socialite, and the hair and makeup certainly did make her sister look different from that now 2-year-old picture of her in an FBI uniform at Quantico. After several minutes, Amelia grew restless. She wouldn't be able to sleep while her husband was gone, so she took the stairs and went down to the open bar off the entrance to the ballroom. Nobody was around. It was after 1 o'clock in the morning. In the distance, Amelia could hear the sounds of the caterers packing up, dishes clattering in the kitchen, the maid closing up the house and turning off lights, leaving the house dusky with a few night lights. Sitting inside the darkened foyer of the bar, she scrounged around for some sparkling water or Sprite to settle her stomach and her nerves. It was quite late, but Amelia's nerves were on edge after being thrown into such close proximity to her sister. Aaron was the very last person she ever expected to see. She and Holden should never have returned to the U.S. It was too dangerous. And now, how much danger were she and Holden facing? Or Aaron and her family? The threat when she disappeared 2 years ago was probably still in effect, despite the silence of the passing of time. How strange was it that Aaron had been partnered up with Aiden Forbes, the same man that Holden was meeting with right now. Amelia wished she'd asked her husband what room in the Levine mansion he would be in just in case she needed to find him. After pouring the fizzy drink into a glass, Amelia sat on a bar stool and sipped at it. The bubbles helped her stomach, but she was exhausted, too, and needed to get out of her fancy gown and climb into bed. Glancing up into the wall of mirrored glass behind the counter of bottles and mixers and glasses, Amelia suddenly froze. Aaron had walked up and stood behind her, silent and cat-like. Did they give lessons on developing those attributes at Quantico? Amelia couldn't handle a confrontation right now, not until Holden was able to clear his name and figure out who might be threatening him. She whirled around on the bar stool and stared at Aaron, swallowing hard. "What are you doing here? Go away, Aaron. There's nothing you can do to help me, and I don't want you interfering in my life." "So you do know me," Aaron said softly, a spasm of pain crossing her face. "I was worried that you might have amnesia, but your body language gave you away during the party a few hours ago." Amelia let out a small laugh. "I haven't lost my memory, if that's what you suspected. No, we never believed that." "We?" Amelia's body went rigid. She wanted to get up and walk away. She wasn't ready to answer questions that were so uncomfortable and potentially life-threatening to her family. Everything about this encounter screamed danger. "We, as in me. Mom, Dad, Sean, you know, your family." Amelia couldn't respond to that. It might set off the waterworks in her eyes, and she couldn't face those questions right now. Suddenly, she spotted a male figure hovering in the shadows of the bar area. She jerked her chin toward the man. "Who's that man? Is he following you?" "A friend." Amelia gave a low laugh, shaking her head. "I recognize him from the ballroom earlier. Despite the fact that you're supposedly engaged to Mr. Forbes, you sure spent a lot of time dancing with that guy. My husband thinks all three of you are here on some kind of mission. I mean, it's obvious, right? You're all FBI or CIA, NSA, maybe Interpol. Why would you think that?" "Because he's been watching you interact, and you're not originally from the wealthy part of town, despite the nice dress and hairstyle. Somebody professional fixed you up." Aaron made a face at that, reaching out to touch Amelia's hand. Just once, gently. A brush of skin, as if to confirm that Amelia was actually here in the flesh. Instinctively, she jerked backward, even as it took everything she had not to weep and throw herself into her sister's arms. I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult. It doesn't matter, Aaron. I'm just quite weary at the moment. "It's not good to drink alone," Aaron said, her voice trailing off. "I'm not exactly drinking," Amelia shot back. But she realized that sitting in a bar with a clear liquid in a gin glass might appear to be just that. Aaron gave a small cough. "What happened 2 years ago, Amelia? Mom and Dad... We've practically given up ever seeing you again. Were you kidnapped? Is Grayson holding you against your will? We can help you. Dominic and me." "I'm sure you'd love to," Amelia said, lifting her lips into a sardonic smile. "No, I don't need your help. I wasn't kidnapped. I left San Francisco willingly, and I'm happy. But you need to forget about me. Maybe you can now that you know I'm alive and perfectly fine." "How can you possibly say that, Amelia? Forget you? Never. It hurts to see how much you've changed. You're not the Amelia I've known my whole life, the big sister who played dolls with me, took me shopping, to the aquarium, the sister who never scolded or brushed me off when your friends showed up. That was a long time ago. A lifetime." Amelia rose from the bar stool, setting her glass on the polished wooden counter. "I'm tired and going to bed. Where do you live? How can I get in touch with you? Will you be here tomorrow? Can we talk further?" Impulsively, Amelia reached out and placed a palm against Aaron's cheek. It was a fleeting touch, and when Aaron lifted her own hand to grasp hers, Amelia took a step back. "No, my pet, I'm sorry. But I'm not sure if you will ever see me again." "Did your husband ask about me? You were so obvious, Aaron, gaping at me, your hands fluttering in the urge to throw your arms around me and howl with emotion. So yes, he asked who you were. I played dumb at first, but..." She paused for a long moment. I haven't yet told him the true identity of Isabel Windsor. How do I know that's true? Perhaps the man you call your husband has kept you captive all these years. That's ridiculous, Amelia scoffed. I love him very much. So take your CIA boyfriend and go back upstairs, then go home. I'm perfectly fine and happy. I just have a different life. One that Mom and Dad probably wouldn't approve. Now you're being ridiculous. Our parents would love to know that you're happily married, that you're alive. Every time a woman's body was found somewhere in the country, we feared it was you. Erin's voice broke, and Amelia watched tears slipping down her face. She turned away for a moment, fighting her own tears. Terrified that talking to her little sister would put her in danger from those that wanted to harm her, who knew what hidden eyes and cameras were lurking around this mansion. Finally, Amelia cleared her throat. If you want to tell them I'm still walking and kicking, go ahead. I can't stop you. But I honestly wouldn't advise it, because it will only make trouble for me. And you, she wanted to add, but instead, she simply whispered, Good night, Erin. Returning upstairs, Amelia's thoughts were a jumble of confusion and high-octane emotions after the conversation with her sister. Erin being here complicated everything. It wasn't safe. There was something going down here at the Levine mansion that she wasn't sure Holden had even figured out yet. Hopefully his meeting with Forbes was productive. She was dying to talk to him. But Amelia was also staggering with fatigue. The moment she was back in their suite, exhaustion hit her like she'd collided with a concrete wall. She was too tired to even undress. Instead, she lay down on the bed, pulled a couple of blankets over her, and tried to fall asleep. It was impossible. After 30 minutes, she rose again, set the thermostat higher, and tried again to go to sleep. Despite warming up, Amelia was wired with anticipation and a dread that wouldn't go away. She waited impatiently for Holden to creep into the suite and slide in next to her, but he never showed. She finally sent him a text on the burner phone. No answer. Amelia took some deep breaths, determined to remain calm and not panic. An hour later, she woke with a start when her husband burst through the door to their rooms. "Holden!" she cried out. "Where have you been?" He rushed to her side, kneeling on the floor next to her, brushing a hand across her hair and then her cheek. Giving her a kiss, he finally spoke in a grave tone. "I'm compromised, Amelia." She jerked upright, blinking in the sudden light of the bedside lamp. "What are you talking about?" Levine staged a robbery in the King Tut exhibit. But he lied about it and asked Forbes, whose real name is Bergeron, and I to help him stop it. Instead, he framed us. Authorities are on their way to arrest us. Amelia stared at him, sleep gone. "But why?" "He's smuggling jewels in the crates of the exhibit, taking them to an island in the Caribbean to get them to a secret port in Venezuela. Which isn't hard when that country is so corrupt and all you do is grease a few palms and you can do anything you want. Theft is shrugged at, smuggling ignored. Murder might be something else, but that's not part of Levine's plan. The man's wealth, this luxurious mansion we're sitting in, all comes from smuggling. Savannah is the perfect port for it." Amelia was trying to take it all in. "You were sent here to stop it? And Bergeron too?" "Bergeron isn't completely in the clear. I can't tell if he's just playing a part with Levine or being set up as well. My conversation with him was interesting, and in Russian to escape detection. He was pretty sure his room was bugged." "Who would bug it? I mean, who would even think of doing that? Who would know he was going to be here?" "Well, there's a certain little sister who's supposed to be engaged to the guy, and yet they're here undercover and putting on a pretty good show of it." "Erin," Amelia breathed in an agonized whisper. After all we've done, I'm having a hard time taking this all in.
No time to explain further. We have to leave now, and I don't want you to get caught up in this. Local authorities aren't going to listen to me, but I can't end up in a jail cell while it gets sorted. We have to leave now. My CIA handler has a boat waiting for us at the dock behind the house, behind the graveyard.
There's a graveyard behind the mansion we're sitting in? The surprises just kept coming. Amelia's brain was reeling.
Get dressed, sweetheart,
Holden said.
Quickly, grab what you can. Dawn isn't for another 2 hours, so we can go under cover of darkness.
I'm already dressed. Well, still dressed, I should say, Amelia added with a small laugh.
Wear your warm coat. It's chilly out there. I'll get our luggage.
Holden leaned in to kiss her again, his lips soft and tender.
I adore you, Amelia Grayson,
he whispered. And I'm head over heels in love with you, she whispered in return.
Once we get to London, we can sleep and regroup, although we may need to escape England and go to our private island in the Caribbean, closer to where the jewels are being taken.
Amelia nodded, jumping up to throw her clothing and personal items into her suitcase. For a moment, she wished she had her work laptop with her, but they had deemed it too risky when they traveled in case of theft or loss. It had been in a safe deposit box for the past 2 years. She picked up her handbag, made sure she had her phone, and slipped her arms through her mink coat. Picking up their 2 pieces of luggage, Holden indicated for her to open the door and check the hallway. Amelia peered out the door. Coast is clear. The hallway was dusky, just a couple of nightlights glowing. Silently, they hurried down the hall, took the elevator to the basement level, and surreptitiously made their way through the corridors to an outside door near the rear garages. A large moving truck was parked at the opposite end of the property. Men in black garb were loading the semi with crates and boxes. Who are they? Amelia whispered.
Moving the exhibit out, and a few other goodies, unfortunately. Come on, follow me.
A stone walkway ran along the eastern side of the Levine estate toward the water and the dock. An arbor thick with foliage concealed the path from the open skies. The 3 a.m. December air struck Amelia's cheeks, and a series of shivers ran up and down her back, despite the heavy coat she wore. Peering through the sparse winter greenery, twisted with knotted branches, Amelia spied an enormous graveyard on the opposite side. The cemetery loomed dank and black as midnight, the outline of distant headstones barely noticeable in the pitch of night. Enormous oak trees, with Spanish moss hanging like gray filigree, swayed in the light breeze. Amelia swore she could hear the rustling of running footsteps and harsh whispers. Who was out there? Were they being watched? Were they in danger? Amelia wanted to duck and hide, terrified when the engine of a plane sounded in the dark gray sky overhead.
Don't stop, Amelia,
Holden urged in her ear.
I've got you. Don't look back.
She kept her eyes forward, her hand clenched in Holden's grip. Distant lights began to emerge, growing closer, and then she heard the soft sound of a boat's engine purring. Halfway to the dock, gunshots rang out. Chapter 21.
Take cover,
Holden hissed in Amelia's ear, pulling her tight to his chest before dropping to the ground in a crouch. Was that actually a gun we just heard? She asked, while an icy terror rushed through her, leaving her gasping. Holden moved closer to the path's fence line, studying the graveyard beyond.
Yes, it came from a couple 100 yards away, inside the graveyard. I think there are agents or police officers trying to stop us from boarding the boat. We have to keep going. It's the only way to stay safe.
From out of the dark, a male figure materialized.
Sir, is that you?
In a low voice, Holden said,
That's one of the boat's stewards. Yes,
he said, raising his voice half a notch.
Let me help you onto the boat. I can take the luggage while you get Mrs. Grayson aboard. There are 2 up ahead. Yours will be the second one from this point and first into the harbor. Whose boat is the one just ahead? Holden asked. Mr. Levine's, I believe, but I don't know if he's on it or has escaped another way. As soon as we board, we need to raise the anchor and get out of the harbor, Grayson instructed the steward. Yes, sir.
The young man disappeared into the foggy night, but just as he vanished further up the pathway, the clouds parted, and a sliver of moonlight appeared, creating a way to run faster without fear of falling. 2 minutes later, Holden was helping Amelia up the gangway to the 100-foot yacht. Blowing out a breath of cold air and rubbing her hands together, she gazed in awe at the stunningly gorgeous vessel. The boat was like a luxury hotel, except for stairs running up and down the various levels and life jackets and rescue poles attached to the inner sides. She could hear the rumble of the engine, and a handful of sailors were preparing to launch, shouting directives at one another and running up and down the outer passageways.
Go downstairs and get warm, darling,
Holden told her.
You're white as a sheet. Our luggage should already be there. I'm sure you need to lie down.
Amelia smiled up at him. I'm not an invalid yet, she joked, despite the pounding of her heart. I'll get the lay of the boat and leave you to getting us underway. Amelia descended the inner staircase and took a quick tour of the boat's apartments. Their bedroom suite was like a luxury hotel. She fixed a mug of hot chocolate and warmed her hands, taking tiny sips. Even so, restlessness overtook her. She couldn't stay down here not knowing if they were being boarded by police officers. She had to be with Holden, whatever happened. Setting the steaming cup down on the counter, Amelia shrugged back into her fur coat and climbed back upstairs. Just as she reached the deck again, the yacht gave a small jerk and pulled away from its moors, heading down the narrow channel toward the open sea. Walking quickly, she reached Holden, her hair blowing in the chilly breeze. He wrapped his arms around her and held her for a moment, just as the boat behind them exploded, sending fiery plumes straight up into the air. Thick, black smoke formed fat plumes, instantly clouding the air, and their ship rocked in the water from the force of the blast. "Good heavens!" Amelia cried out.
Looks like a bomb was planted. Thank goodness nobody had boarded yet. At least I hope not,
Grayson muttered, lines forming on his forehead, his mouth grim. Why would someone blow up a boat? He shook his head tightly.
I suspect they assumed we were on that vessel. We were the target.
Amelia shuddered at the idea of someone purposely trying to kill them. Her stomach roiled, and she held a hand against her belly, coughing from the black smoke that filled the air. How close they might be to death. Assassination. Was the CIA trying to get rid of Holden, or were there other forces at play here? Too many elements, too many possibilities, and too much danger to comprehend and absorb. Just before the yacht left the harbor, the sound of a helicopter came in fast, hovering overhead.
That's for us,
Holden said into her ear.
We're going to take the boat along the coast a couple of miles until we get to a private airport. There will be a plane waiting for us to fly us out to the island.
A small plane? I think I'm going to be nauseous, she said wryly.
Not a Cessna size, but smallish. 10 seats and room for our suitcases. The weather promises to be smooth,
he said, giving her an optimistic smile. She nodded, biting at her lips, thinking of Aaron and Luc Bergeron and the other man, Dominic. Or had her sister slipped and called him Braden? Aaron was obviously in love with him. Were they safe? Were they even still alive? Those gunshots. It was hard not to worry that they were safe out there in the darkness. Hours later, the sun was up and breaking over the island when they landed on a small airstrip not too far from the sprawling house and grounds. White sand beaches formed a perimeter around the thick jungle and palm trees that surrounded the large single-story house. It had been painted various shades of green, expertly camouflaged by the surrounding jungle. From the air, Amelia couldn't even see it, although Holden tried to point it out to her.
It's there, I assure you,
He told her with a smile as she gazed out the small window.
As soon as we arrive, you can drop into bed and sleep for the rest of the day.
Sounds perfect. But what will you do? You must be exhausted too.
It's been quite a long time since I've been here, so I'll spend a few hours inspecting the house and the grounds to make sure everything has been taken care of for our stay.
What if we've been followed?
There's been no sign of a tail, the captain has assured me. We lost everyone back in Savannah. In fact, Bergeron, Levine, and the rest of the intel agents probably assume we died on the yacht. Even if they don't, they had no way to trace us onto the helicopter and then to the airport. The island is so tiny, it isn't even on most maps. Back in the day, smugglers and pirates used it for hiding their loot.
Sounds intriguing, she teased. Do you think there's gold buried there too?
I will leave that to you to discover,
he teased in return. How did you get it?
I don't actually own it. I'm leasing it from someone much wealthier than I am. In addition, there's no record of the house or the island's owner.
So we are incognito, darling? Amelia asked softly, which actually sounded very, very nice and safe.
A good place to try and figure out who's trying to frame me, because the possibilities keep growing.
I need to ask you something. Well, I need to tell you something, Holden, Amelia confessed in a quiet voice. His deep blue eyes instantly latched onto her face, and he reached out to take her hand in his.
What is it?
Last night, when you were meeting with Aiden Forbes, I went downstairs to find something to settle my stomach. Do you remember Isabel Windsor, Aiden's fiancée?
Yes. Did you speak with her?
Briefly at the party, of course, but later, while you were in Forbes's room having your meeting, she found me at the bar.
Interesting,
Holden said with a grin.
You're both a couple of night owls prowling the house.
He suddenly leaned forward when Amelia chewed on her lips. Holden, she gulped. Isabel Windsor's real name is Amelia Steele. She's my sister, and she's here in her role as an FBI agent.
What an extraordinary coincidence. Why didn't you tell me earlier?
She gave a strained laugh. I haven't had a chance. You got me out of bed, and we've been running for our lives ever since.
True,
he said with a low chuckle.
It feels like much longer than just 15 hours.
He shook his head in disbelief.
Your sister must have had quite a shock seeing you there. After 2 years, your family probably believed you were dead or kidnapped and sold into slavery or some other nefarious underworld trade.
Amelia nodded slowly. Exactly, she whispered.
Amelia, I don't believe in coincidences. Isabel Windsor, Amelia Steele, FBI agent, was at the Levine estate for a reason. She was working that party, and right now,
he paused, taking a deep breath.
It feels very much like the walls are closing in on me.
Chapter 22. 3 months later. London had proven to be much too dangerous to stay there long. The unnamed Caribbean island was an oasis of white sand in the middle of thousands of miles of Atlantic Ocean. The house had been prepared for them by servants from London who had volunteered to fly out for a few weeks. It was a beautiful place, with spacious rooms, antique furniture, a grand piano, and an intercom system. Holden ensconced himself in the office, catching up on paperwork for the businesses and government tasks he'd fallen behind on, and spent hours on the satellite phone, trying to determine where his potential foes might be located and what they might be planning. Amelia explored the house, the gardens, and jungle, spending mornings at the beach and swimming in the pristine water before it got too hot and muggy. Afternoons included books, cooking dinner in the massive tiled kitchen, talking with Holden, seeing to household upkeep and repairs, and weekly menus and shopping lists for the plane that went in and out of St. Martinique Island every Saturday. She had finally gotten past the morning sickness that had plagued her a few months earlier. A tiny bulge was beginning to show, so she ordered comfy maternity slacks and skirts and cool cotton blouses. Her reading became a stack of pregnancy and baby books. She needed to talk to Holden about blood work and ultrasounds and an exam by a doctor or midwife, which meant, despite the luxury of privacy and carefree days, they couldn't stay here long. A packet of mail arrived at the tiny Caribbean island each week. Included with this week's stack was a letter from her sister Erin with a warning. Dear Amelia, I know you might throw this letter into the fire, but I have to say my piece or never forgive myself. Your husband is not who he says he is. He's a known double spy working for both the United States government and the government of the United Kingdom. First, you need to know that there were tens of millions of dollars in jewels that were smuggled out of the Levine estate and taken to that secret island in the Caribbean that Holden Grayson owns. I suspect you might be hiding out there. I vow to you that my partner, Braden Moretti, and I will do my utmost to find and rescue you. Even writing this worries me, that this letter will be intercepted and you will never see it. But in the hopes that you do, I fear for your life. Be vigilant. Keep your eyes and ears open. Trust no one. I do love you. I hope you know that, despite how awkward things were in Savannah. XO, Erin. If only Amelia could tell her sister the truth. Erin didn't know Holden. She didn't know the truth about anything. Holden had freely told Amelia about the hidden diamonds and rubies secreted away in the King Tut exhibit crates by Philip Levine and Luc Bergeron. Yes, her husband was there that night in the King Tut exhibit hall and tried to stop it. But while Amelia was upstairs in their suite, the semi-trucks had arrived and Holden's own life had become jeopardized. He'd had to pretend to be a part of the operation. Finally escaping while the crates were being loaded, he had run upstairs to rouse Amelia and get them on the yacht to flee Savannah and escape to this hideaway island. But he was also convinced that there was somebody else behind the scenes coordinating and manipulating the smuggler's ring, a shadowy, unknown ringleader. Hence, the phone calls, the letters, the maps and timelines and CIA and MI6 agent lists that he pored over trying to piece it all together. Whoever was the mastermind was very good and infuriatingly elusive. Amelia could understand her sister's concern up to a point. Every time something suspicious had happened, Holden had been on the premises or close by. Darling, she said, coming into her husband's study to rub his shoulders and kiss him on the cheek. Time for dinner, my love. She switched on the lamps. You're going to ruin your eyesight sitting here in the dark.
Sunset happens so gradually I don't notice,
he said, grasping her hand to kiss the back of it. He set down his reading glasses and pen to sit back in the swivel chair.
Come here and sit on my lap,
he said, pulling her down to his lap to nuzzle her neck. The shivery tingles his kisses sent up and down her body never grew old, but Amelia had to talk to him before she lost her nerve. Pulling out the letter, she forced him to focus on her face. A letter from Erin came with a weekly post office delivery.
Huh. That's interesting. How does she know where we are?
Somehow your friends at the post office forwarded it in our mailbag, although it went to Martinique first, of course. Holden quickly scanned the letter.
I can see her point of view. And I'm not sure how you can convince her that I'm the one being framed. She's looking in the wrong place.
I fear for her, Amelia said softly. Her job is dangerous. I guess this Braden is CIA like you. Do you know him? Have you ever met him? He shook his head.
There are thousands of agents all over the world, most incognito in one aspect or another. You might pass a regular family man with 6 children going into a movie theater and he's actually a secret agent. We all have our work to do to protect this country from those foreign or domestic actors who would try to hurt us.
Do we have enough bodyguards?
Yes, sweetheart. Due to my intel positions and the threats and lies aimed at me, I have to protect myself, you in particular. Because you are the most important person to me. Well, and that little sweet pea growing inside you that belongs to both of us.
She laughed at that, shaking her head at his description.
Thankfully, we have the funds to hire good protection.
Amelia nodded. Holden, I also need to see a doctor. I'm already more than 4 months along, and this is my first child.
I've been thinking about that. We've had one quiet week here after fleeing the death threats in London. But I know we have to leave again. Because I don't trust what might happen here if Bergeron shows up to retrieve the diamonds and jewels he planted somewhere on this island. I'm so sorry.
I don't even know what doctor to call to book an appointment. Amelia's throat was dry, and she tried to swallow. So what do we do instead? He gripped her hand and brushed his lips across her knuckles.
How does Greece sound? I've already been researching doctors and hospitals there. I have an excellent recommendation in the suburb of Athens.
That sounds lovely. Yes, let's go. I'm anxious about the baby.
We'll go tomorrow, but start packing. We probably won't return here for a few months.
She laughed. Just when I'm getting used to this idyllic, lazy lifestyle. Holden's face grew sober.
I have something else to tell you. About 4 a.m. this morning, my sentries said they spotted a small plane circling the island like it was doing reconnaissance. They took some pot shots, and the plane disappeared back toward the east, which means it came from one of the Caribbean islands.
Amelia put a hand to her throat. That sounds frightening. Someone is watching us.
They haven't been spotted since, so it's hard to say who was flying it. Most likely drug smugglers out of Venezuela, since we're only an hour or 2 plane ride from Caracas. Try not to worry about it. Our house is hidden pretty well inside the island's jungle canopy.
Later that night, Holden shook Amelia out of a deep sleep.
Amelia, wake up, he hissed. We've got company.
Her voice was groggy and slow. What are you talking about?
A Navy ship is coming in slow with its lights off along the south shoreline. I think we're about to be invaded.
A Navy ship, Amelia said, forcing herself to rise from the depths of sleep. As in SEALs? But we're American citizens.
I don't think it matters. They've already convicted me of being a spy, probably for Russia or something. Our government seems to be obsessed with Russia.
But how could you be a spy for Russia? You've never traveled there. You hardly speak the language.
Actually, I do,
Holden admitted with a half-smile.
Remember me telling you about speaking Russian in the Bergeron suite at the Levine mansion, so any planted listening devices wouldn't know what we were saying? I'm not completely fluent, but enough to get by. My grandfather was a Russian soldier during World War II. Before Iron Curtain came down, he and his family got out and came to America and became citizens. This is my father's side, not my mother's British side of the family. I know a little bit of a lot of different languages. It's part of my job, honey.
I guess it comes with the territory of your many businesses and the intel work, Amelia said with a rueful smile.
Many of the languages do come from doing business around the world. People trust you more when you can speak a little bit of their own tongue.
She sat up and pushed off the blankets. Reaching over, she snapped on the bedside lamp, sleep fleeing. I assumed we were already hundreds of miles in the middle of the ocean.
I've been preparing for this day, hoping it wouldn't come to this. but I need to go underground for a while until I can prove these crimes are not mine."
Crossing his legs on top of the bedspread, he sat in front of Amelia, taking her hands in his warm ones, his thumb caressing her fingers.
"I only have a few minutes before they find us. Listen very carefully to these instructions. I will meet you in Athens, at a cafe called Montague. It's in the downtown area. Take a taxi from the airport. So that you can identify it, there's a huge watercolor painting on the wall. I'll meet you there, and then we'll go to the medical clinic for an ultrasound. It's all been arranged."
Amelia gulped, trying not to panic. "Why can't we go together?"
"Because if I stay, they will arrest me and take me to Washington, D.C., and then I'll have no chance to find out who is sending the military to harass and frighten my pregnant wife. Get dressed, quickly, pack one suitcase. A helicopter will come for you in the next 30 minutes.
Amelia's brain spun in every direction, questions and worries bouncing off the corners of her mind. What if you don't, or can't, get to Greece?
If you wait longer than an hour at the cafe, get a taxi and go to the Chase Manhattan Bank in the Athens city center. They'll speak English. I have a safe deposit box. Here is the code."
Holden rattled off a series of numbers. Amelia raised her hands, tearing at her hair, panic rising in her throat. "I can't remember those. My mind is whirling. Oh my gosh, they're shouting outside now."
"They're surrounding the house," Holden stated calmly. "But you already know the escape plan from inside this compound. Don't panic. I promise everything will be all right. When you get to the bank, they'll have you show ID, of course, which you already got after we were married, and your passport. The safe deposit code isn't difficult. The dates of your birth and mine combined, despite being out of order. Not too hard to remember. But there is an added security measure. After the code, you need to finish opening the box using this key."
Holden held it up, and then pressed the brass key into Amelia's hands, folding her fingers around it. Right, Amelia murmured, reaching for her purse and placing the key into a small zippered pouch within the handbag. "Okay," Amelia said, brushing at her eyes that welled with tears. He reached up to wipe away a stray tear and pulled her in for a tight, hard embrace.
"There is a great deal of money in there,"
he whispered in her ear while she clung to him, memorizing every curve of the muscles on his chest, the sensation of his arms, and the masculine smell of his musky scent.
"Also, a new passport to get to our home in Bora Bora, keys to the house on the far side of the island, and interchangeable tickets for a commercial flight plan that will route you through all of the connections you need to get to our home in Bora Bora. It's the safest place to send you. But first, I will meet you in Athens, darling. Keep the faith."
Holden took her face in both his hands and kissed her with an intense fervor while Amelia began to weep harder. After another moment, he released her and was gone, the shadows of the master suite swallowing him up. Shoving both fists into her eyes, Amelia sucked in a breath and crawled off the bed. She hurried into the master bathroom that was up a half-flight of carpeted stairs across the large bedroom and into the connecting walk-in closet, where she lugged out a suitcase, just enough to get her to Athens and the doctor. Her baby was going to come first. Bora Bora would come after that. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the room, and Amelia fell to her knees against the smooth marble flooring. Bits of plaster fell from the ceiling while her ears rang. Had that explosion come from the Navy sailors? Or had Holden set off a perimeter bomb to buy himself time to get to the helicopter pad? Chapter 23. Shoving messy piles of clothes into the suitcase, Amelia could hear shouts and doors banging along the hallway. Their idyllic time here was over. From the sliding glass doors on the far wall of the master bedroom, dawn began to light the sky with a pale pink hue. It was close to 5 now. Amelia glanced at the other end of the large room where the entrance to the master's suite was still a beautiful archway of polished walnut and brass railings up the small staircase. She loved this room, with its high ceilings and chandeliers and columned marble pillars with medallions and lush trim. Beyond the main room on the east side sat a garden sunroom with floor-to-ceiling windows that appeared to go on for miles. French doors opened directly onto a pristine beach with leafy palm trees and soft white sand. This might be the last time Amelia would be here, but she couldn't stop for nostalgia. Frantically, she tugged slacks and blouses and a couple of dresses off rows of hangers, throwing them into the suitcase. Undergarments, shoes. She didn't have time to fold them properly. She had to get out of here. On the granite counter space of the dressing room, Amelia's makeup case was already filled with her cosmetics and hair paraphernalia. Before she could do anything else, her sister Erin appeared around the corner of the dressing room. A pair of handcuffs dangled from her belt while she pivoted to the center of the archway, holding her arms out, gun extended. "Hold it right there, Amelia!" Amelia froze in place. "Or should I call you Mrs. Holden Grayson?" Erin added. Amelia dropped the nightgown she was still holding into the suitcase. "Good grief, Erin. What are you doing? Are you actually planning to use that thing on your own sister?" From the far shadows of the master suite, she spotted Dominic Marini holding another gun in his hands while scoping out the place. "You swore 3 months ago in Savannah that you had no idea what kind of business your husband was involved in. But here you are, on his secret island, where I'm sure several illegal operations are going on." "That's actually not true, Erin." "We're going to nitpick about this?" She shot back. "What part are you disputing?" "I'm not nitpicking. Holden doesn't own this island. He's got a business associate that does." Erin made a funny face. "That's called nitpicking. You're going to shoot me because I'm on vacation in a luxury mansion on a tropical island? My husband isn't even here at the moment. You've got to do better than that. You know exactly why I'm here, and you know who your husband is and who he does business with." "You have no idea how wrong you are, Erin," Amelia said firmly. "But if you want to arrest him, it's too late. He's not here. Where will you be meeting him?" "He said that he would let me know." "How nice. And vague. Where's your plane? Or is it a helicopter?" "On the runway waiting for me, I assume." "You're packing in an awful hurry." Amelia gave a nonchalant shrug, desperately trying to maintain her composure while her own sister held a gun aimed at her face. "We have tickets to the opera in Vienna. Holden finished up his business here and we're going on a long vacation." "It's impressive how cool and collected you are," Erin said, pressing her lips together. "The charges against him will put him away for the rest of his life. Maybe yours, too." "What charges might those be?" "Smuggling jewels across borders, money laundering, counterfeiting, you name it." A low growl of frustration shot from Amelia's throat. "Good grief, Erin. You have no compassion for me if my innocent husband goes to prison? Have you no compassion for the thousands of people he's caused to suffer through his actions of theft, drug trafficking, and more? Last I knew, a man is innocent until proven guilty." Erin shook her head in frustration. Amelia had that phrase down pat. "Talk to me, Amelia," she asked, her voice breaking. "I'm your sister. How did you ever get mixed up with Holden Grayson? Why do you stay loyal to him?" "That's something you wouldn't understand," Amelia said quietly. "You must know how he's made his billions. It appears that he's deserted you. He left you in this mansion, alone, to cope with a strike team of SEALs. I'm not worried. Holden always has plans. He's a successful businessman," she added. "Tell me the plan or I'll have to arrest you." "You have no arrest warrant," Amelia said, trying to show confidence while gazing at Erin with her cool blue eyes. "If you arrest me, Holden will get me out, and you will truly never see me again in this lifetime. So help me, Erin. You have no idea how powerful my husband is. How could you love such a man? Aaron asked softly. Why? I hate this. I hate that I haven't seen you in more than 2 years. Mom and Dad are beside themselves, sick with worry and fear. Lila Norwood and I spent months searching for you when you disappeared. The San Francisco police worked tirelessly. We organized search parties, and all this time, you were with Holden Grayson. Why?
Amelia ignored the questions.
Did you tell them you saw me a few months ago in Savannah? No, Erin said with a small shake of her head. I didn't have the heart to get their hopes up. Not when you were so distant at the Levine Christmas party 3 months ago and wouldn't confide in me. What was I supposed to tell them? Something like, oh, by the way, I ran into Amelia, she's alive but hates our guts and wouldn't come home with me? I never said I hated them. You had my permission to tell Mom and Dad I was alive. But telling them you're alive when you have no intention of ever seeing them again is just as painful. Maybe more so. Their hearts have never healed. How could they? You are their daughter. Would it help if I told you I was sorry our parents have been suffering? Yes. Actually, it would, Aaron said, anger surging. At least you're not completely cold and heartless. Maybe you'll understand what they've gone through if you ever have a child of your own. However, I wouldn't recommend starting a family with a man like Holden Grayson. The idea makes me shudder. Despite you telling me all the terrible things my husband might have done, you have no evidence. You don't know him as I do. As they say, the heart loves who the heart loves. We all do terrible things, Aaron. We all do wonderful things. How can we judge someone's intent? Actions do speak for themselves, Aaron shot back. Amelia slowly shook her head. The world is not black and white, no matter how much you'd like it to be, and you have no proof. Only hearsay and innuendo from other agents who might actually be your mole, not Holden. Look at you, with your job as an FBI agent. It still astonishes me that my little sister would want to be an officer of the law, especially after what happened to our mother when we were kids. Amelia snapped the locks to the suitcase and stepped away from the table to zip up the cosmetic bag. She heard Aaron's shocked gasp. You're pregnant. Quite observant. And you're asking me to turn in the father of my child, the man I adore. A life of luxury is one thing, Aaron shot back. But living with an international criminal is quite another. Wealth is an insignificant part of why I love Holden. But maybe you wouldn't understand, since you have a pillar of manly purity with Agent Dominic Marini. Your husband has spies everywhere, even in the intelligence communities, such as Jake Latham, who helped set me and Brayden up. I've never heard of a Jake Latham, Amelia said evenly. When is the baby due to arrive? Aaron asked, finally lowering the gun. It was impressive that Amelia hadn't flinched the entire time Aaron pointed the weapon at her, although she had never released the safety on the pistol. Later, in the summer. And now I have a plane to catch, so please excuse me. While Amelia spoke, Aaron moved swiftly to her sister's side and placed the steel handcuffs around her wrists before she could protest or disappear. What are you doing? Amelia said, ice in her voice. Where's the arrest warrant? Does Marini have it, or should I ask what his actual name is since we're all so cozy here together? Aaron pressed her lips together and sighed. His name is Brayden Moretti. We're partners. That's what I thought. Neither of you have a right to take me into custody without a warrant.
You are correct. You're not named in this particular indictment,
Moretti told her in a hard voice.
You're free once we get you off the island and land in Miami, where you will be questioned. Although I will naturally assume you have transportation to wherever you're meeting your husband.
Naturally, you can assume that, but I don't have to answer.
That's your prerogative,
Agent Moretti said simply.
Just as we can assume a lot about what's happening here. The facts are that we, the feds, have taken over the island. I do have a warrant for that, as well as you, Mrs. Grayson.
Amelia's expression set with annoyance. You really think you need to handcuff me?
Actually, yes, I do,
he told her.
I don't trust you as far as I can throw you. I'll be escorting you to your transportation. It's waiting now.
Any word on Latham? Erin asked her partner, the man Amelia was sure her sister was romantically involved with.
He's in custody. He tried to get to an underground bunker after he disappeared into the wall, but our guys got him. We're hoping he'll sing like a bird.
Amelia made a noise in her throat at Moretti's statement about Jake Latham. Some man named Jake Latham disappeared into the walls? Here? I haven't a clue what you're talking about. I'm a pregnant woman and have no intention of endangering my child. Besides, I suppose there's nowhere for me to go but your little Navy boat.
Relax, Mrs. Grayson. You can get out of the handcuffs once we arrive in Florida.
Caracas is closer, Amelia said, a faint smile crossing her lips.
Sure, we'll take you to Caracas only to lose you to the Venezuelan secret police and never see you again. You must think we're idiots.
Amelia turned her head away, purposely not looking at Erin. She could tell that the gesture bothered Erin, but at the moment, she was furious with her. Braden spoke into a handset, calling for backup. The walkie-talkie crackled.
The strike team is standing in the archway waiting to escort Mrs. Grayson to the helicopter.
Let me finish packing my suitcase, Amelia said, annoyed. And a pregnant woman needs a last chance at a bathroom before she's in the air for hours. Okay, Erin relented. I'll take off the handcuffs, but I'll be standing right here waiting for you. Duly noted, Amelia told her. But you do not have the right to cuff me when I'm not under arrest. I have civil rights. A lawyer will have a field day with this illegal arrest, or should I call it kidnapping? Amelia saw a flicker of uncertainty in her sister's eyes. I'll let you both discuss it while I use the ladies' room, which is over there, at the back of the bathroom, in case you're wondering where it's located, she added, trying not to sound as annoyed as she felt. Leaving Erin and Braden Moretti behind, Amelia strode through the dressing room and back into the adjoining bathroom, surreptitiously swiping the small purse she had prepared earlier to take with her. Once inside the locked bathroom, she didn't hesitate. Every room in this house was designed for security and the potential of an invasion. Secret passageways ran parallel to each room. She had pretended not to know how Holden had escaped, but she did. And she would do the same, getting to the helicopter pad before they realized she wasn't in the bathroom. Moving swiftly, Amelia ran lightly down the inner corridors, pausing at the intersection to assess where the agents and SEALs were before moving forward. It took barely a minute before she was out the hidden door at the opposite end of the island house, which ended in a thick cluster of trees and shrubbery to avoid detection. The pilot was waiting for her signal, so Amelia sent a quick text to let him know she would be there momentarily so he could emerge from his hiding place and start the bird's engine. He returned a simple, "Ready" message, and within seconds, Amelia heard the sound of the motors. Her eyes darted left, then right, and back again. Then she pushed through the dense jungle and dashed for the hidden helipad. She was there in less than 30 seconds, ducking to run under the rotating blades and then climbing inside. The pilot grasped her hand to help lift her into the seat. Without a word, he handed Amelia a headset so they could talk to each other during the flight and gave Amelia a nod to make sure she was okay. She nodded in return, adjusting her headset as the pilot moved the throttle and the foot pedals to lift the helicopter into the air. Less than 3 hours later, they were landing on a private airstrip near the St. Martinique Island airport. As soon as they landed, Amelia secured a taxi straight to the Martinique airport and was on her way to London with a transfer to Athens using one of the passports that had a phony name so that nobody could follow her as she moved through 3 different airports. It was turning dusk when she finally got off the plane in Athens, exhausted, overwhelmed, and trying not to be paranoid that every person she passed in the airport was watching her and about to turn her into the authorities. An anonymous text came through the burner phone, informing Amelia that a private car had been secured and would take her to a hotel where a room waited for her. She missed Holden dreadfully. Where was he, and had he found a safe place to stay until they met again? Her heart was still pounding after the escape from the island and the frantic and exhausting travel. After ordering room service, Amelia took a 30-minute hot shower and then crashed on the king-sized bed for the next 12 hours. Chapter 24. The next morning, a new car and driver arrived to collect Amelia from the hotel. First, she went to the cafe, Montecui. The little restaurant was just as Holden had described it. The large, beautiful painting, the granite stone, and the fresh sandwiches and beautiful desserts. After several minutes of staring at the menu to decipher the words, she ordered a plate of meats and cheeses that looked very much like a charcuterie, along with an herbal tea. Then Amelia chose a seat at a small table in the far corner. 20 minutes later, her heart leaped when she spotted Holden's figure wandering nonchalantly into the cafe to order a lunch to go. He didn't direct any specific glance her way, which told Amelia that even though he had to be aware of her presence, he had his reasons for not making contact. Someone had to be watching him, and he didn't want to draw attention to her in order to keep her safe. The threat of her kidnapping might actually be real at this moment, but he was here, which was a massive relief. His eyes grazed over her figure when he turned to exit the cafe. Amelia knew she would see him again later. If not at the doctor appointment, then somewhere else. Meanwhile, she had to get to the bank before going to the medical clinic. Amelia hurriedly finished her lunch, then climbed back into the chauffeured car that Holden had secured for her stay in Athens. She directed the driver to the Chase Manhattan Bank in the downtown district. Walking inside, Amelia was a bundle of nerves. She couldn't seem to get her hands to stop shaking. Taking deep, slow breaths, she pressed a hand against her belly in a gesture of comfort. Would the bank employees see her as a sympathetic figure since she was now obviously expecting at nearly 5 months pregnant? Pulling out the passport Holden had told her to use to get inside the bank's safety deposit box, she walked past the regular teller windows to a rear desk. Handing over her passport, the agent studied it for a moment, looked up the number to the box on his computer, and then asked her a couple of questions in rapid Greek. Amelia had originally assumed the box would be in the name of Holden Grayson, but her passport had a completely different surname. Her husband must have secured the box in a different name to escape detection and confiscation of his property. Je ne sais pas, she answered in French, with a wan smile and an apologetic shrug that she didn't know any Greek. The man's lips pressed together. Qui? He asked, blinking at her. His accent was almost hard to understand. Then Amelia's confusion cleared. Yes, I have a key. She held it up. He nodded, then led her back through a door to a secure place where the security boxes were held. Taking her into a private room, he held up a hand for her to wait. Moment, he said. Presently, he returned with a large metal box and placed it on the center table. Password? Key, he said. Amelia nodded. I understand. With a quick glance over his shoulder, the man left the room and closed the door. Amelia walked back to it and turned the lock to the door. She had no idea what she'd find in the box, but she didn't want anyone walking in on her unexpectedly. First, she put in the code, which opened the top layer of the lid. Then there was a keyhole for the brass key. Once she twisted it, the second lid released, and she lifted it up. Her eyes widened. For such a modest-sized box, there was definitely some cash, just as Holden had told her. A lot of it. Thick bundles of small bills in euros, British pounds, and American dollars. Her handbag wasn't that big, but Amelia took half a bundle of each. She would be able to pay for some clothes, which she was badly in need of, having deserted her suitcase on the island, potential taxis, meals, and for the ultrasound test without using a credit card since she did not have one in her current passport name. Hopefully, she could return to the bank once she had purchased a new suitcase and a few articles of clothing. On second thought, Amelia grabbed a few more notes. It would be better not to return to the bank. Too risky, and would make her more visible and memorable. She was leaving Athens as soon as the ultrasound was done. After closing up the security deposit box, Amelia nodded her thanks to the bank personnel who had helped her and exited where the hired car and chauffeur were waiting. 45 minutes later, the driver had navigated through the tangled traffic of Athens and pulled up to the curb of a multi-storied white medical center that held a women's hospital and obstetrician offices. During the drive, dark clouds had been gathering in the skies overhead. Now, a crash of thunder sounded, and a misty light rain began to drizzle as she followed the sidewalk to the lobby doors and pushed her way inside. Holden had told her that the appointment was on the 4th floor, so Amelia headed to the bank of elevators. After pressing the button for the lift, the doors swished open, and Amelia stepped inside. When the elevator stopped, Amelia checked in at the nurse's station. It wasn't long before she was shown to a room at the end of a hallway. Lying on her back as instructed, the ultrasound technician took Amelia's blood pressure and set up the test equipment. "How are you feeling?" the nurse asked, in perfect English with a slight Greek accent. "Fairly well, considering I don't get much sleep anymore. The baby is beginning to kick more and more." "That's good. The sign of a healthy baby. Good sleep for mothers is another topic," she added with a smile. "Okay, just takes a few minutes to set up my equipment, and then we'll get going." A knock sounded at the door. Another nurse cracked the door open and poked her head in. "Mrs. Grayson?" "Yes," Amelia said, turning her head toward the door. The nurse smiled. "Do you have a visitor?" Opening the door wider, she moved aside as a tall man with the most beautiful piercing blue eyes and dark wavy hair entered the exam room. He wore an expensive suit with sharp-cut broad shoulders and shoes polished to perfection. "Hello, darling," he said, moving to Amelia's side in a single smooth step. He took her hand and kissed the back of it. "Is today the day we finally get to see our son?" he asked. "Son, huh?" she teased. "This is our first ultrasound, so don't jump the gun. But yes, it's a beautiful day," she added. "If you don't count the rain." The ultrasound technician said, "I forgot a couple of items. Be right back." As soon as the nurse left, Holden leaned down to kiss her lips softly, tenderly. "I've missed you and been so worried, especially with all the craziness on the island. I hated to leave you. But everything went smoothly?" "Perfectly. I'm here right on time with lots of new goodies in my purse, too." His lips lifted in a smile, but his brow still furrowed with worry. "Things at the bank were no trouble?" Amelia shook her head. "Despite clinging to you and all my tears, I would have pushed you out of the house if you hadn't finally fled. Otherwise, you might not be here with me right now. As for me, I'm lucky not to be in a holding cell in Florida. My own sister cuffed me." His jaw dropped. "Aaron was there?" I was completely shocked as well, and her partner, that Dominic Marini from Savannah, although Aaron keeps calling him Braden. Holden nodded, as if he already knew that. "I used a contact I have in the FBI to find out who was being surveilled at the Levine mansion and who the agents were. I believe Braden Moretti and your sister are in a romantic relationship. One of my contacts said they even got engaged recently." Amelia let out a breath, and her eyes grew watery, realizing how much she had missed the past 2 years and more. That's an interesting piece of news. That explains why they looked so happy together at the ball, even if they were pretending to be strangers.
I do believe you have sisterly intuition, Holden said with a faint smile.
Amelia gazed up at him from the exam table, noting a shadow come over his countenance. Something more has happened, she said softly, intuitively. What is it? Holden let out a long sigh.
I got a phone call from my superior officer at Langley. He said that another whistleblower report came across his desk. An anonymous source stating I was high risk, meaning that I need to do the right thing and turn myself in as soon as possible. In fact, he trusts me enough to allow me to turn myself in. The whistleblower said I was at the Levine house when the jewels were being transported out of there and disappeared into someone's underground bank accounts. They've even put a hold on some of my bank accounts while they investigate, hence the importance of the safety deposit box here in Athens.
Turn yourself in. Amelia's eyes widened in horror. As in give yourself up for arrest? Claim that you're the mole, a traitor? Her voice broke.
I've worked with this guy for 15 years. He knows me. He's always trusted me. But there's been a couple of calls now. Someone is trying to frame me to cover their own tracks, sweetheart. I asked for more details, but whistleblowers are protected.
A knock came at the door, and the nurse tech walked in again. Let's get started, shall we? The woman finished setting up the equipment. Then she placed a gel over Amelia's bare abdomen to run the ultrasound wand, staring at the screen as she pressed the transducer all over her stomach, snapping pictures that appeared on the monitor screen. After several minutes, Amelia asked, "Can you see everything?" "Oh, yes. Let me show you." The woman turned the monitor so she and Holden could see. "Here's the baby's head. Those tiny fingers are in the mouth, which is always so adorable." Holden squeezed Amelia's hand, and they grinned at each other. "We can see the heart, and hear it, of course. That's the whopping sound coming through. Here's the liver, the kidneys, the toes, all curled up underneath." "How far along am I?" Amelia asked. I wasn't keeping track very well. I just started getting a lot of morning sickness. "From your belly measurements and the ultrasound pictures, it appears you're at about 18 weeks, or 4.5 months. Getting close to 5, though."
Can you tell if it's a boy or a girl?
Holden finally asked, his eyes catching Amelia's.
Do you want to know, sweetheart?
"Yes," Amelia said tentatively. "No, I honestly don't know. It would be fun to be surprised." The nurse frowned. "I'm sorry to say that the position of the baby isn't showing the sex yet anyway. Perhaps another scan in a month or so. But everything looks healthy. The doctor will be prescribing prenatal vitamins and extra iron. Rest when you get tired. Eat your protein and vegetables, madame," she added with a smile. "You can get dressed again, Mrs. Grayson. We'll set up the next appointment, unless you'll be choosing a different doctor or having the baby in another country." "We haven't made a firm decision," Amelia said vaguely, as the nurse departed the exam room. Who knew what the next 4 months would bring? Holden might be taken from her. There might be lawyers and courtroom trials. Their entire lives could be upended. Prison time for years. Holden came closer, taking her hand between both of his warm ones before bending down to press a kiss to her forehead.
You're worrying and frightened. I can see it in your eyes. I don't know what the future holds, but we have to stay together as long as possible.
"What's the next plan?" she whispered.
From here, you will continue to Bora Bora, he said in a low voice, as if the walls had ears. I will join you when I can, hopefully not more than a few days. I hope to speak more with my superior officer, which means a trip to D.C., which also means a lot of air travel time.
Just then, a bolt of lightning cracked the sky outside the hospital windows. The drizzling mist turned to rain, seeping from the dark skies onto the city streets below. Within seconds, the heavy rain turned into an onslaught, coming down so hard it was hard to hear each other. Holden moved to the window, parting the plastic blinds covering the window.
We'll have to sit in the lobby while we wait for the driver to bring back your car. I'll go in a second one for your safety's sake."
"This is the worst part," Amelia said, rising from the table and coming to stand beside him at the window to stare out at the crazy storm. Holden touched the glass, pointing downward to the street.
"Do you see that man?"
Amelia stared for a few seconds, and then nodded. "Yes." A tall, bulky man, wearing a black overcoat, a fedora hat, and holding an umbrella, stood underneath the canopy of a cafe across the street from the medical center. When the stranger glanced up at the window, Holden stepped back quickly, tugging Amelia with him. Sidling back to the window, he stared through a tiny slit.
"That man is watching and waiting to make his move. He's waiting for us. For me."
Chapter 25. "Is he here to arrest you? Your boss said you could turn yourself in," Amelia said, her voice rising with panic. "That's better than being hauled away in a foreign police car and taken to a jail where we'll never find you."
"I'm not going to let him catch me unawares. I'm going down there to find out who he is because I suspect the guy trying to hide under the hat and umbrella is Luc Bergeron. Luc is the mole. I'm almost certain of that. It was the reason he was in Savannah and involved with loading the Egyptian crates, hiding the jewels into the trucks, but the man isn't working alone. There's someone else, and I intend to find out who."
Amelia closed her eyes against the stinging hot tears that threatened. "It might be a trap, darling," she whispered fiercely. "I'm terrified I'll never see you again."
"I will see you at our home on Bora Bora. I promise you that, with every part of my heart and soul. But no matter what you see down there on the street between me and that man who's been following us, just go. You can't stay here. The driver is waiting for you at the curb. Go to the airport. Promise me."
Amelia nodded, her throat burning with fear. "I promise," she finally whispered. Holden kissed her fiercely and then slipped out of the door before Amelia could protest further. Amelia stayed inside the exam room, watching from the window as Holden slipped out the front doors of the medical center and hurried across the road to the other side, where the man now stood in an alleyway, his umbrella tossed about in the fierce wind while he assessed which direction he would take. A gust pushed against Holden's back, making him stagger. He held the collar of his coat up around his neck to keep the rain from dribbling down his back as it pounded the sidewalks, creating instant puddles. Water sloshed under the tires of passing vehicles, sending sheets of spray onto frantic pedestrians as they ran for shelter. Holden struggled against the storm with quick, shuffling steps until he reached the cafe. Not pausing for a second, he grabbed the stranger by the neck, threw his umbrella to the ground, and proceeded to push him farther into the alley. Amelia's breath quickened as she watched the two men disappear from view. She'd never seen Holden make such a move. She could tell he was angry and frustrated. So was she. Her husband had reached his breaking point with the accusations and subterfuge. His career and reputation were at stake. And he was innocent. Gritting her teeth, Amelia knew they were probably tussling in a fight, and all she could do was pray Holden would come out victorious. At the moment, she was glued to the window, but the nurse suddenly walked in to prepare it for the next patient and stopped short. "Madame is all well?" she asked. Yes, Amelia said, trying to remain composed. "Just watching the storm. It's a bad downpour. Do you have transportation home? I have a car downstairs, thank you." Amelia said goodbye and left, heading for the elevators back to the lobby. At the automatic doors, she paused, searching for her driver. There he was, just off-center from the vestibule with the engine running, exhaust a dead giveaway. Holding her handbag over her head, she ran for the car and jumped into the back seat.
"Madam, where may I take you?"
he asked. Since Amelia had already checked out of the hotel, she said, "The airport, please."
You will not need my services after today?
No, thank you. After getting the new passport and cash from the bank, she had thought to purchase another outfit, but thought better of it. An urgency had settled into her chest. She resolved to get back home to Bora Bora as soon as possible. Everything she needed was there, except for the man she loved. After changing planes in London and then San Francisco, it was a straight shot to French Polynesia, despite more than a grueling 24 hours with a long layover in London. Amelia sent messages to the staff at their house near the beach. They were ready and waiting for her when a driver took her out to the house. With every passing moment, Amelia relaxed a little bit more. She had been using a fake name to travel ever since she'd left the Caribbean island house several days earlier. No one should know where she was. She planned to unwind and sleep for a couple of days, if she could stop her worried thoughts. Every horrible possibility tormented her. But after an hour-long hot shower and a day of sleep, Amelia began to feel a little bit more like herself again, including a little bit safer, as she became further removed from the terror at the Caribbean house. Those hours of escaping through the secret passageways and riding in the helicopter had been the most terrifying of her life. This tranquil home was well stocked, the weather was perfect, the beach as white and silky as ever with its perfect soft sand. Nobody would find her here. There was no reason she would be here, not without her husband. Most importantly, her baby was healthy and growing well. She clung to that knowledge to comfort herself. Amelia was looking forward to motherhood and being a parent with Holden. They would finally create the family that they both had always wanted. For the first day or two, Amelia relived the memories of their romantic honeymoon days here in this very house. The candlelit dinners, swimming in the ocean during the sunsets, the drives along the stunning beaches, an evening out at one of the hotels having dinner. Those idyllic memories were a good distraction. But each night, Amelia still checked all the doors and windows of the interior rooms of the house to make sure they were double-locked and secure, that the cameras were working as they should be. But where was Holden? Not a single word, and the silence became unbearable. Amelia took to pacing the floors, the beach, restless and worried. 3 days passed. Perhaps she was expecting too much. Perhaps he had been arrested. But it would take him at least 2 days to get to Washington, speak with his superior officer, and then fly to Bora Bora. And he'd had the man in the alley to contend with, too. Surely the people at Langley would allow him to call his wife and inform her if Holden had been detained or arrested, wouldn't they? No word means everything is still okay, she said aloud on the 4th evening to try and comfort herself. Unless he was hurt. Or worse. Amelia groaned at her irrational thoughts. Despite the serenity of this location, the silence was driving her mad. Taking a deep breath, she was determined to stop putting off one particular task. It was time to check to make sure her research was still safe and intact. Going into the dining room, Amelia slowly moved the chest of drawers that held the china and silver. It took a few minutes to tug it 1 inch at a time over the smooth stone tiles, but she finally got it moved enough to kneel on the floor. This particular tile hadn't been moved in a very long time, nearly 2 years. She retrieved a flat screwdriver and stuck it in the notches around the stone piece. Working her way around the perimeter of the tile for a few minutes, she finally managed to lift it up high enough to get her fingers underneath. The tile was 15 inches square and heavy. Slowly, she tilted it upward to get a good grip on both sides. Then she lifted it just enough to slide it away from the shallow hole it had been hiding in all this time, laying it on the oriental rug next to her. Amelia leaned over and grasped the laptop that was lying in the dark space. It was dusty, but otherwise appeared to be fine. undisturbed, since she had taken the computer from her apartment and immediately brought it here. Even though she trusted her boss, Brad Williams, she didn't know about the others who worked there. Someone had threatened Amelia and her secret research during the break-in of her apartment. Someone wanted this laptop. It was worth billions on the global market, just as Brad had said after the presentation. Despite the security clearances, could she really trust everyone? Not after she ran away with Holden. 2 years earlier, she and Holden had determined that this remote island was the safest place. Nobody else knew it was here. Except that she was now here, and if somebody did follow her from Athens and was biding their time, she couldn't think those kinds of thoughts. If she kept it up, she'd be afraid of her own shadow. Amelia was tempted to turn on the laptop and double-check that all was safe, but she didn't dare do it without Holden. For now, she'd put it back into the dark, empty hole and replaced the tile and china cabinet. Leaning over, she was reaching back down when the sudden sound of breaking glass shattered the silence. Amelia gasped, startled, and her heart rammed into her throat. "Who's there?" she began to say, her voice stuttering as she remained crouched on the floor in the dusky dining room. There was no other sound after the breaking glass. No footsteps. Before she could rise to her feet, the cold metal of a pistol pressed against her neck. "Raise your hands," a coarse male voice said. Amelia's body began to shake. How could she not have heard someone outside? She had no music or television on. The windows had been secured, which is why they broke the glass. Even so, the alarm didn't sound, so they must have found the wires and cut them. She was not as safe as she had supposed, and Holden was late getting to her. If they were here, that meant he was dead, and now she would be dead too, along with their baby. Despite the crazy thoughts tumbling through her head, Amelia tried to keep her voice even and not break down into tears. "I need to set the laptop back down first." "I'll help you with that," he chuckled. Before Amelia could move, a pair of rough hands wrenched the computer from her sweaty fingers. "Don't move," a second man said. "Hands up, I said." There were two of them. She knew she didn't have a chance in the world of staying alive. "Who are you?" Amelia demanded, twisting her neck slightly to get a look. The gun merely pressed harder into her neck, and she cried out from the pain of the barrel digging into her skin. "Get to your feet, slowly, and keep your hands up." The gun didn't move from her neck while Amelia tried to rise without using her hands or arms, which seemed impossible with the growing baby bump pulling her off balance. "If you kill me, it will be a double murder," she spat out, still unable to see who the two men were, their breath on her face from the shadows. She trembled from the terror, but anger rose up her throat as well. A powerful fury at the thought of having her child taken from her, to lose her life and all that she had dreamed of with the man she loved. And yet, now that she was on her feet, her brain was running through a myriad of scenarios as she tried to figure out how to stay alive. At that moment, Amelia realized that she recognized one of their voices. "It's you, Aiden Forbes, isn't it?" she said coldly. "Luc Bergeron from Savannah, Agent Luc Bergeron, a dirty CIA operative. You've been framing my husband." "You catch on pretty quick for just a computer scientist." "Just!" Amelia said furiously. "You seem to want the contents of my brain bad enough that you'll kill for it. The contents of that laptop. Who else is with you?" From behind Amelia, the doors to the dining room suddenly crashed open, and she startled at the abrupt noise. "Jake Latham," a familiar voice said. "The infamous Jake Latham, from the beaches of Martinique to the warehouse of the Levine mansion. You're under arrest for smuggling, running a counterfeit operation, trading state secrets for payoffs, and framing a fellow officer. And that's just for a start. Shall I go on?" A sob burst from Amelia's throat. It was Erin, her sister. Her sister! How did she find her? How could she possibly know that Amelia was halfway across the world in the South Pacific? "Amelia," Erin said calmly, "don't move. They do have a loaded gun at your head. They also have my work, my computer. We know. They've already made a deal to sell it to China and Russia, who will be able to use your software to spy on the rest of the world."
"Come and get it, little Agent Amelia Steele," Bergeron said, stepping closer to place a second gun on the opposite side of Amelia's head. "You think you're so smart? It's too bad you wouldn't take that helicopter ride with Jake here when he was running Martinique tours from the air."
"Because you'd hoped to get rid of me on Martinique 3 months ago? I wasn't born yesterday, obviously."
"Well, your sister has 2 guns to her head, and you only have 1, which means you can't kill both of us. One of us is going to take her down, and we already have the laptop."
Frozen in place, tears streamed down Amelia's face. She was terrified that one of the weapons would accidentally go off before she had a chance to figure out how to escape the impossible situation.
"We've got your sister between a rock and a hard place, wouldn't you say? Now what's your plan?"
"You're stuck too," Erin said. From the shadows of the outer hallway leading into the dining room, Amelia could just make out the outline of her sister's body.
"How do you figure?" Jake said. "We can make mush out of her head in less than a second."
"Because you can't hold your hand steady enough to kill her and keep hold of the laptop."
"Try us," Bergeron said. "Let us go with the laptop and we'll all disappear forever."
Enforcing his threat, the 2 men let out the pin holding down their gun's safety and placed their fingers on the triggers. Amelia squeezed her eyes shut, her chest heaving. The 2 men standing next to her were so close she could smell the sweat on their bodies. Before she could take her next breath, 2 deafening blasts suddenly rocked the room. The china cabinet behind her exploded and glass sprayed the entire room. Instantly, Amelia went deaf and she couldn't see, falling to the floor while her eardrums exploded in pain. Then she was screaming and couldn't seem to stop, holding herself in a ball on the cold, hard stone tile. Before she could move, somebody pulled her up off the floor and wrapped their arms around her. At first, Amelia recoiled, thinking it was one of the gunmen taking her hostage. But then she felt the arms of her sister holding her tight and hard as Erin began to cry herself. "Amelia," she whispered, her voice choking. "Amelia! Amelia! Oh, dear Lord in heaven, you're still alive!" Amelia was frozen in place, afraid to open her eyes, afraid to see what had actually happened. Where were the gunmen? "Did you kill both of them?" she finally asked, her voice raw. Erin gave a small laugh. "I'm not that good. I had a little help." Amelia cracked her eyes open just as Brayden stepped from the shadows of the kitchen behind them. "Where did he come from?" she asked shakily. "We came in from opposite sides of the house. Bergeron and Latham didn't know he was also here. Brayden trained his weapon on Latham, while I kept mine on Bergeron. We were barely a second or 2 ahead of them. When they pulled their pins and triggers, we didn't have a choice but to act immediately, or you wouldn't be here any longer. I shudder to think how close we came to losing you. I think I'm shaking as hard as you are, Amelia." Amelia's legs began to give way, and Brayden rushed forward to pull out one of the dining room table chairs, helping Amelia into it so she didn't collapse. She was rocking and sobbing, her hands covering her face while her heart raced with fear and adrenaline. "Where are the men?" she finally asked, her voice ragged. "The bodies." "Don't think about that," Erin said gently. "While you were screaming with your eyes closed, we pulled them out into the adjoining sunroom." Erin bent down. kneeling on the shards of glass to take Amelia's face with both of her hands to stare into her eyes. "Look at me, honey. Can you focus? Are you okay? Do we need an ambulance?" "No, yes, no, I don't know." Erin kept her hands locked around her sister's cold ones to ground her and keep her from falling apart with shock. "Are you ready for another surprise? We don't want to send you into early labor. Only if it's good news." "It's better than that, honey," Erin told her. She rose to her feet and motioned to the far side of the room. From the shadows, Holden stepped forward. Amelia gasped and then began to shriek again. "How? Where did you come?" Before she could finish her sentence, Holden had already grabbed Amelia up in his arms, sweeping her off of her feet. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she clung to him, weeping uncontrollably with relief and joy.
"Sweetheart, oh, sweetheart," he murmured into her hair. "I'm so sorry. I'm so very sorry."
"Why? What do you mean?"
"I'm sorry that you were put into this position. Bergeron and Jake have been following us all this time, but thankfully Aaron and Brayden were too."
Amelia brushed her hair from her face. "I don't understand. How did you find me in the middle of the Pacific?" "We have our ways and means," Aaron said. "But after you escaped us, we got right back on your trail. Got the name of your helicopter pilot and your landing spot, and the rest is history. We've been following you since the Caribbean island, to Martinique, then Athens, back to London, then here. We knew these two guys were also on your trail. We just hoped to get to your house before they did." "When did you get to Bora Bora?" Amelia asked Holden.
"Moments after Aaron and Moretti. Aaron already had her weapon on Bergeron, and I had my weapon on Jake, but Brayden motioned to me that he'd take out Jake for me."
"Why? What does it matter? I don't understand, and you keep calling him Jake, as if you know him."
Holden blew out a breath. "I do know him. Jake Latham is my nephew. Great nephew. Brayden didn't want me to take the shot, not when I have to pay a call to my aunt and uncle to give them the bad news."
"Oh, Holden, how terrible," Amelia whispered, her eyes filling again.
"He wanted to get into the intel business and become a CIA agent. I helped him, and he used that relationship along with my recommendations. It all went to his head, and then arrogance and greed got to him. He met Bergeron, and they went rogue and dirty. I became their scapegoat."
"That's why Jake Latham was at the Caribbean Island house. I had no idea what Erin was talking about when she said his name."
"Whenever something went wrong or money or jewels went missing, these two traitors blamed me. In Savannah, I thought they were turning the jewels in the crates into the authorities. In many ways, I was naive. Just didn't want to see what I didn't want to admit."
Brayden spoke up from the corner.
"We better call the local authorities, and an ambulance, and then the morgue. I'll do it. Just wanted to let you know that this place will be swarming in a few minutes."
Erin took Amelia's hand in hers. "Your husband has been trying to prove his innocence over the past year. Things were closing in on Luke, so he showed up to get the laptop, sell it, and disappear because he was determined not to go to prison. He was furious and wanted revenge for things going south in Savannah. So he planned to arrest Holden and complete the job of framing him, sending him to prison for the rest of Holden's life." "That's chilling," Amelia said with a shudder. Erin took her arm and led her through the kitchen and out to the back patio, away from the glass and destruction at the dining room. "I think we need to remove you from all of this so you can come down from the shock and adrenaline. I'm worried about you. I think you should have another ultrasound to double-check that babe of yours."
"I agree,"
Holden said, gripping Amelia's hand in his. Amelia lifted her chin and nodded toward Brayden. "So who is this man to you, little sister? I suspect there's something going on between you." Erin's smile grew. "You could say that. We were thrown together as partners 2 years ago. He proposed last year, and we finally got married 3 months ago on Martinique." Amelia's eyes widened, and then she hugged her sister, Oh my goodness! Congratulations! I never expected that. Well, I'll just have to go thank my new brother-in-law personally for saving my life. Several hours passed while the house was taken over by the authorities and medical personnel and the coroner. They took statements and verified the identities of not only the two dead agents, but Braden, Holden, and Aaron. Amelia was dead on her feet by the time they released them. Her back ached, and her feet were swelling. She gazed around the beautiful beach house and tried not to cry at the horror that had been wrought here. Aaron moved her away from the crime scene and onto the veranda overlooking the beach. The air was fresh, and dusk had long fallen. Stars glittering in an inky sky like cut diamonds. With a vast, dark Pacific Ocean surrounding them, the stars were so close it seemed possible to reach out and grab a handful. "You're not staying here," Aaron told her, lifting her head when Holden followed them outside. Amelia took his hand in hers, squeezing his fingers and then kissing the back of his hand. The man looked positively beaten down. The tragedy tonight had affected him more than she realized. Despite the fact that scenes like this were often part of his job, it didn't usually involve the death of a family member. He rubbed at his haggard face, those gorgeous blue eyes, dazed and so terribly sad. "I've already packed a bag for you two," Aaron continued. "And I've booked a cabana at the St. Regis Hotel. You are leaving. Now. There's no reason to stay and watch the crime scene techs and investigators." Holden crooked a smile at Amelia, giving her a wink.
I think I like your sister.
15 minutes later, he had bundled Amelia into the car, and they took off for a private cabana until they could get in to see a doctor for an exam to ensure Amelia and the baby were healthy. St. Regis consisted of a series of individual, private cabanas, like its own quaint village, except that every cabana stood on raised pilings above the ocean as its own individual cottage. Out here along the reef, away from the main island, all was peaceful and quiet. The ocean water was warm and a luscious blue below their cabana, the shushing of the sea like a lullaby. One could jump down from the balcony and immediately take a swim, then climb back up the private ladder. At last, they were alone and it was quiet. Amelia had taken a hot shower and slipped into a summery nightgown, the hem swishing around her ankles, while the breeze lifted her hair from her shoulders. The shock was beginning to wear off, but Amelia was still emotional, tears pricking at the corners of her eyes. "These darn hormones. I'm a mess all the time now."
Everything is good, and getting better with every moment,
Holden told her, gathering her up in his arms as they watched the moon rise higher in the sky above the island.
We're alive. We're together. That's all that matters.
She leaned with her back against him, her head resting on his shoulder, while his arms wrapped around her baby bump. "I'm so very sorry about Jake," she finally whispered.
Me too,
he agreed, the strain of the last few months evident in his voice.
But he made his choices, and right now, here in my arms, is the best choice I've ever made in my life.
She twisted around so that she could gaze into his eyes, emotion welling up all over again. Sliding her arms up his chest and then around his neck, she leaned in closer still. "You are so good, so perfect. I adore you." Giving her a gentle smile, Holden took Amelia's hand in his and tugged her back inside the large master suite. Floor-length, silky drapes, open to the sea, fluttered in the small breeze. She slid onto the giant bed, and Holden lay down next to her. Turning toward one another on their sides, he brushed a hand against Amelia's face and gazed deeply into her eyes.
"Do you believe me, Mrs. Grayson?"
he asked softly.
"Do you believe in me?"
She wrapped her arms around his waist and snuggled close to his warmth, the tension in her own body finally easing. Their faces were close, lips even closer. I've always believed in you, and I always will. I can promise you that I've never wavered. I trust you with my life, and with my heart, and with our baby. Holden sighed, leaning in to kiss her neck and then her lips.
I love you, my beautiful Amelia. You're more than I ever hoped for, and you are my entire world. Now that the threats and fear are over, we can start living a real married life. A normal life, at last.
Epilogue. The streets of San Francisco were cold and rainy on December 24th as the Grayson family's chauffeur maneuvered the dark blue Mercedes through the brightly lit neighborhoods. Christmas lights of every size and color were strung along the tall rooftops, the fence lines and gardens, as well as the lamp posts. Holden sat in the front seat next to the driver, giving directions to the Steele home in a low, deep voice. In the rear seat was Amelia, next to the baby seat where she amused their 5-month-old child. "We're getting closer, darling," she cooed, taking the baby's fingers in her own. Her heart was in her throat when she began to recognize landmarks from her childhood, the corner market, the neighbors' homes, the elementary school she had attended. "Gosh, it's only been 3 years," she said, "but it feels like so much longer."
We've lived half a lifetime in the past 3 years, he agreed. I still worry that after everything I've put you through, your father will punch me in the jaw when he meets me.
"Daddy won't do that," she protested. Then she stopped and laughed softly. "Well, he just might at that."
My love will go in first with the baby and soften everybody up. And then you can give me the all-clear signal if it's safe to step across the threshold.
"If you insist," she teased. Suddenly jerking up straight, Amelia pointed up ahead to the row of tightly packed and narrow homes on both sides of the street. "There it is! The yellow house. My father's car's in the driveway." Nerves took hold in Amelia's stomach. How would her parents react after all these years? But she had to take the plunge and try to make amends and help them understand. The driver stopped, and Holden opened the rear door for Amelia as she climbed out of the vehicle, unbuckling the baby to hold in her arms, whose eyes were big as saucers at all the Christmas decorations sparkling under a dark night sky. "Isn't it beautiful, baby?" Amelia whispered, trying to soothe herself from the anxiety of anticipation. After climbing up the concrete steps, Amelia pressed the doorbell. "I think I'm going to be sick, Holden," she told him, making a face. He lifted his finger to smooth out the worry lines on her forehead, smiling at her with a teasing look.
You'll be fine, I promise. Text me when you're ready. I'll wait in the car for your signal.
"Chicken," she teased, "leaving me alone to face the wolves."
Your family loves you. They've been waiting a long time for this moment.
"But they don't even know I'm coming. I never messaged or wrote a letter. It's all too hard to explain. Now I show up out of the blue." Her voice trailed off. Holden gave her a quick kiss and then darted back down to the Mercedes, slipping inside and directing the driver to circle the neighborhood. Amelia was about to knock again when the door was suddenly flung open. It was Erin, with the biggest smile on her face. "I knew it!" she exclaimed. "I knew you'd come. At least I was hoping you would," she added, tugging Amelia in for a hard embrace, a sob catching in her throat. "And you have your baby!" "Shh," Amelia said. "If you suspected, then do Mom and Dad know?" She shook her head. "I just hoped, prayed, especially with the baby. Welcome home, Amelia. Come introduce this little bundle of joy to all of us." Before Amelia could protest any further, her sister yanked on her hand and pulled her past the foyer and into the living room. A huge Christmas tree stood in the corner, like always. All the family and homemade ornaments were hanging as they had since they were kids. Red garland and bows, and a huge sparkly star on top. Even the stepladder was perched against the wall, as always, after their father finished hanging the highest ornaments. A lump inside Amelia's throat grew even larger. She couldn't speak, but she didn't have to. Her parents saw her the moment she entered the living space under the archway. Her mother gasped, dropping the box of glass ornaments with a crash to the hardwood floors. One of the unbroken ornaments rolled across the area carpet and landed at Amelia's feet. She reached down to pick it up and whispered, "Merry Christmas, Mom and Dad." But her mother was already loudly sobbing, wrapping her arms around her, holding her and the baby in Amelia's arms against her chest in an embrace that encompassed all three of them at once. Tears streamed like rain down her cheeks. "Amelia," she finally choked out. "My baby, my darling girl, you're home. Am I dreaming or is this a miracle?" "Oh, Mom," Amelia said in a whisper. "It's not a dream, but I think it is a miracle." "And you have a baby!" her mother exclaimed, releasing Amelia to gaze at the small bundle of blankets in her daughter's arms. "She's mine, Mom. She's mine and Holden's, my husband. May I introduce you to Isabel Scarlett Grayson? She was 5 months old yesterday." Amelia lifted back the blanket, protecting Isabel from the cold air of the outdoors. "She has my hair and her father's dazzling blue eyes." Her mother continued to cry, wiping at her eyes. "She's gorgeous, and she looks just like you did when you were a tiny new baby. I'm speechless, my darling girl," she went on, touching Amelia's face, her hair, hugging her again and again. "We thought we'd never see you again. The search parties, the prayers on our knees night after night. I'm so sorry. I don't even know how to begin to explain, but I didn't have a choice." Erin cut in, opening her arms to gather her sister and mother in one big circle. "We can talk about all of that later. Our Christmas miracle finally happened. We're all together now, at last. Sean and Katie and their 2 little ones are on their way right now. There's tons of food and we're singing Christmas carols. If we can get the words out, that is," she added with a laugh, just as Braden walked around the corner from the kitchen.
"Sorry I couldn't resist, Mrs. Steele,"
he said, holding up a pumpkin cookie. Erin touched Amelia's arm. "And you've already met my husband." "Just a couple of times," Amelia said with a small laugh. At last, she extracted herself from her mother and turned to her father, who stood quietly watching his wife and daughters crying and talking and embracing. "Oh, Daddy," she said, breaking down all over again. Amelia handed Isabel to her mother just as she and her father collided in an enveloping embrace. Her sober and hard-working father didn't say much, but they held each other for several long moments while he smoothed a hand down the back of her hair.
"We never gave up hope, sweet pea,"
he said quietly.
"Never."
Amelia choked on her words, fighting to get them out between sobs. Instead, she just wrapped her arms around her father's neck and kissed his grizzled cheek. "Will you meet my husband?" she asked at last. "He saved my life. He's a good man, a great father, and I love him dearly."
"I've always trusted you, sweetheart. When we learned from Aaron that he'd gotten you involved in a terrible mess and you were almost killed, I was upset and angry and scared,"
he admitted slowly.
"But yes, he's welcome here. Bring him in. It's Christmas, after all."
"Yes, Daddy. It's Christmas. The best one yet."
"Now where's that sweet grandbaby of mine?"
"You'll have to draw straws with Mom for a chance at her." Amelia paused, and she and her father gazed at each other for a moment. "Thank you for sacrificing so much to find me and bring me home." Her father cleared his throat and wagged his head, shooing her away.
"I'd do it all again 100 times over. That's how much I love you. Now go on and call that man of yours to come on in the house."
Amelia's throat closed up with emotion while she fumbled in her purse to pull out her cell phone. She had a new one with a new number. After punching in the correct digits, she pressed the send button. It only rang once before her husband answered. "Holden, my father says you better get in here quick before you miss dinner and the pumpkin pie." He let out a laugh.
I'll just bet he said that. Am I about to be run out of town?
"No, you silly, just the opposite. But I'm warning you that there's a lot of hugging and crying going on in here."
Sounds about right, he teased. I'm eager to meet them all, but thanks for the heads up.
As fast as she could, Amelia moved to the front room window, watching while the Mercedes pulled up to park along the curb, and the man she loved stepped out of the car. When Holden crossed the sidewalk and turned toward the house, his eyes caught hers through the lace curtains of the bay window where she stood waiting for him. Amelia blew him a kiss, hungry for him every time she saw him, no matter how long or short of a time they'd been apart. And then she ran to open the door while her husband climbed the steps 2 at a time and rang the doorbell. This has been Her Double Life Fake Fiancé, Sweet Romantic Suspense, Christmas Fake Fiancé Romance Book Number 5, written by Kimberly Montpetit, narrated by Brenda Scott Waslow. Copyright 2023 by Kimberly Montpetit. Production copyright by Kimberly Montpetit.